Chapter 1756. After a few twists and turns, Mochizuki finally convinced Zhou Lei to join forces and eliminate the two of them. In their opinion, All Is Empty was weak but had great potential. Leaving him alive would only be a problem in the future. As for Fang Chun, he was a master-level array master. If they couldn't get him, then they would completely eliminate him. Before Fang Chun and All Is Empty could leave, Zhou Lei and Mochizuki arrived. Rumble! A deafening sound came from the sky. On the wasteland, countless sect disciples raised their heads and were instantly shocked. That's Mochizuki and Zhou Lei. What are they doing here? Are they going to attack Zhou Lei? Could it be that Zhou Lei really lost to those two? There was an uproar below. On the mountain peak, Fang Chun and All Is Empty looked at each other with serious expressions. They didn't expect Zhou Lei to join forces with Mochizuki. They had to take this seriously. I didn't expect Zhou Lei of the Zhou family to find helpers. All Is Empty mocked. On the mountain peak, the four of them faced each other. You two killed so many disciples of Wonkong Mountain. Today, you will die. Mochizuki's attitude was very tough, and his body emitted a terrifying, murderous intent. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Fang Chun set up a three-layered array. You're courting death. Zhou Lei saw this and sneered, then attacked. Rumble! A terrifying force instantly collided with the array. However, the Chinquin array still managed to block Zhou Lei's attack. Kill! At the same time, Mochizuki also attacked. His opponent was All Is Empty, and Zhou Lei's opponent was Fang Chun. The four of them tangled together. Buzz! Facing Mochizuki again, All Is Empty didn't dare to be careless. He activated his Buddha's heart. Suddenly, a tall golden Buddha statue appeared behind him. In the palm of the Buddha statue was a golden heart. There were complicated patterns on the heart, and it emitted a Buddhist aura. It was extremely terrifying. Yes, Buddha heart. When Mochizuki saw this, he frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have grasped the Buddha's heart. However, even if that's the case, it won't change the outcome of your death." Mochizuki waved his hand, and a violent force collided with the golden Buddha statue behind All Is Empty. A wild power swept over. The commotion caused by the battle on the mountain peak was huge. Many disciples of the sect below watched the scene with their mouths agape. Zhou Lei and Fang Chun clashed. The latter pushed the 15th level of the space-time book to its limit. Swoosh's figure flickered in and out of existence. Zhou Lei could not capture Fang Chun's true divinity at all. Damn it! Is running all you can do? Zhou Lei roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists and punched out. Donga frightening fist radiance struck the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. Hiss hiss hiss, the space-time true meaning on Fang Chun's body was about to completely fade. The law wrinkles were becoming more and more substantial. Time-space. As Fang Chun was shuttling, his mind was filled with rich information about the space-time true meaning. Crash. Every time he shuttled through space, Fang Chun could clearly feel that the law wrinkles were changing greatly. A grayish aura formed an armor around his body. His speed was getting faster and faster. Teleportation. At a certain moment, Fang Chun felt that his mind was suddenly enlightened. Suddenly, his body disappeared into thin air. Fang Chun widened his eyes and looked at his body. At that moment, he seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. That wonderful feeling was too difficult to bear. Yes, just as Fang Chun was thinking, he suddenly realized that the space-time true meaning had undergone a huge change. Am I going to break through? Fang Chun was looking forward to it. He didn't know if the law he comprehended this time was time or space. Could it be the space-time law? A bold idea appeared in Fang Chun's mind. The space-time true meaning meant that time and space were inseparable. The same went for the laws. They merged together and reflected each other. Dong! Before Fang Chun could finish his thoughts, he felt a sharp gust of wind. A crane spread its wings and whizzed over. Be careful. This is the Zhou family's heavenly crane divine technique. Jie Kong, who was fighting in another battle, shouted loudly to remind Fong Chun. In the blink of an eye, the crane arrived in front of Fong Chun. "Go to hell, kid." The Zhou family's heavenly crane divine technique was extremely powerful. As long as the crane got close, no one could survive. Zhou Lei didn't believe that Fong Chun's defense could withstand the crane's attack. So strong. Fong Chun felt his scalp go numb. The crane's attack made him feel as if he was facing a god. "I can't fight it head-on." Using the space-time book, his body moved in an instant and dodged the crane's attack. "Damn it!" Zhou Lei cursed angrily when the crane's attack missed. "Eat my sword too." A voice appeared behind Zhou Lei all of a sudden. Soon after, an unimaginable sword light slashed down fiercely. This sword light contained the light of extreme flames, which was extremely terrifying. Zhou Lei opened his eyes wide and looked at the long sword in Fong Chen's hand. A heavenly divine artifact. Zhou Lei cried out involuntarily. His heart was shaken, and even his blood was trembling. He actually has a heavenly divine artifact. "I must get it," Zhou Lei shouted in his heart. At the same time, he controlled the crane to attack Fong Chun. Crack! The powerful crane was forced back when it came into contact with the heavenly divine artifact. Zhou Lei licked his dry lips. His eyes were burning. He must get the heavenly divine artifact, no matter what. Thinking of this, Zhou Lei continued to attack. Dong! Just as the battle reached its climax, a deafening sound suddenly resounded in the sky. Then, the entire heavenly god's relic trembled. What happened? In the wasteland, the crowd exclaimed. What was going on? Why was the heavenly god's relic trembling? Could it be that the strongest inheritance of the heavenly god's relic has appeared? Look, the sky in the north. Suddenly, someone shouted. Immediately, everyone looked at the sky in the north. 7 dazzling golden lights shot into the sky from 7 different places in the heavenly god's relic. Shocking, extremely shocking. Not only were the disciples in the wasteland shocked, but the 4 people fighting on the mountain peak were also shocked. In particular, the 7 deadly falling star sword in Fong Chen's hand began to vibrate all of a sudden, producing a series of sword chimes. Has the 7 deadly divine artifact appeared? Zhou Lei said in a deep voice. His gaze pierced through the cosmos formation and landed on the 7 beams of golden light that were rapidly merging into the sky. Zhou Lei, end this quickly. On the other side, Mochizuki shouted loudly. Okay. Zhou Lei's gaze fell on Fong Chen again. When he saw the 7 deadly falling star sword trembling, his eyes lit up. The 7 deadly falling star sword. It's really the 7 deadly falling star sword. Give it to me. Zhou Lei stretched out his hand and shouted sternly. A terrifying power swept over Fong Chen. Zhou Lei wanted to snatch the 7 deadly falling star sword. Dream on. Fong Chen activated the space-time book and fought with Zhou Lei. Damn it! Zhou Lei increased his attack and suppressed Fong Chen. However, Zhou Lei was using the space-time book to constantly move around and didn't fight him head-on. This made Zhou Lei very angry. Bang! On the other side, the all is empty was sent flying by Mochizuki's punch. Crack! There was no time. Mochizuki attacked the Chinkoan formation crazily, causing cracks to appear. Then, he instantly left. He shot toward the 7 golden lights that were about to converge. There's no time. Seeing Mochizuki's action, Zhou Lei gave up attacking Fong Chen. His figure flashed and disappeared from the mountain peak. This was the method left by the 7 deadly celestial god. Once the 7 golden lights converged in the sky, the inheritance would definitely appear. Zhou Lei was determined to get the inheritance of the 7 deadly celestial god. He would not allow Mochizuki to snatch it away. As for the 7 deadly falling star sword, it wouldn't be too late to snatch it after he got the inheritance. The earth-shattering battle was still going on a second ago, but in the next second, it stopped. Brother Fong, let's go and take a look. All is empty got up from the ground. He was also shocked by the 7 golden lights. Brother, all is empty. I have an epiphany. Fong Chen said hurriedly and then sat on the ground. A gray aura spread around him. The laws were in the final stage of materialization. Chapter 1757. The rules were formless and mysterious. There were only 6 types of rules in the entire universe. These 6 types of rules were supreme and unique. Each type of rule represented a great Tao. Moreover, when the rules were cultivated to the extreme, they could produce vast power. For example, when the creation rule was cultivated to the extreme, it could create all things with a single thought. Such a terrifying method could only be achieved by the creation of rules. Of course, the corresponding destruction rule could destroy everything in the world. The reincarnation rule controlled all reincarnations in the world. The fate rule controlled all the fate in the world. The time rule and space rule were relatively stronger than the other 4 rules. Changing time and space was a very rare method. Even some unparalleled powerhouses could not change the future. Fang Chun used the true meaning of time and space as a catalyst to comprehend the ruffled form of the rules. Now, he was trying to break through. Once he succeeded, he would have his first rule. In fact, to gods, almost every one of them had their own rules. However, having a rule and using it reasonably were 2 completely different things. The reason why sky gods were more powerful than gods was not only because of the power of sky gods in their bodies, but more importantly, because they could use the power of the rules reasonably. As for true gods, they were existences who could control the rules completely. The true meaning of time and space around Fang Chun gradually faded. All his empty had been guarding Fang Chun by his side, protecting him. All the sect disciples at the foot of the mountain had completely fallen into a state of madness. The 7 golden lights that shook the sky god's relic were gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once they were all gathered, the inheritance of the 7 ultimate sky god might reappear. Therefore, everyone was blindly chasing after the 7 golden lights. Even Zhou Lei and Mochizuki could not care less. Only Fang Chun and all his empty did not chase after them. In the blink of an eye, the true meaning of time and space on Fang Chun had completely faded. It was replaced by the materialized, ruffled form of the rules. Time-space. Fang Chun shut his eyes tightly as he muttered under his breath. The ruffled form of the rules that he had comprehended was somewhat complicated. Until now, Fang Chun did not know whether the ruffled form of the rules was the time rule or the space rule. The moment the true meaning of space-time completely dissipated, Fang Chun felt the space distorting. The world was spinning as if the world was about to be destroyed. Space! Fang Chun uttered a cry of astonishment. Immediately, the power of the space rules in the air surged into his body. Dong Fang Chen's mind trembled, and a cylindrical space rule power instantly engulfed Fang Chun like a baptism. The golden heart beat rapidly as Fang Chen's understanding of the spatial laws deepened. Space, so that's how it is. After a long time, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, his body could quickly merge into the void. He opened his palm, and the power of space rule force lay on it. It was very shocking. Is this the spatial law? Fang Chun was secretly delighted. He had finally comprehended one of the 6 great laws. However, just as Fang Chun was secretly rejoicing, the space precepts suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by another set of rules. Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Comprehending 2 laws at the same time, almost without any time to think, Fang Chun immediately closed his eyes and comprehended the time precepts. Success came naturally. The power of time precepts instantly entered his body. With the previous experience, the comprehension of the time precepts was much easier. A moment later, Fang Chun completely understood the 2 great laws and was able to control them. Boom! It was also at this time that the space-time book suddenly began to operate on its own. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Good things came one after another, and he was a little happy. The space-time book had a total of 18 levels, which came from the bone progenitor. He had always thought that the space-time book was just an ordinary divine art. However, when Fang Chun came to the divine realm, he realized that the space-time book was not as simple as he thought. As he guessed, as the space-time book improved, its power increased. Now that he had comprehended both the time precepts and the space precepts, the space-time book should be able to upgrade to the 18th level. Thinking of this, Fong Chun wholeheartedly focused on upgrading the space-time book. As Fong Chun was a void cultivator, he had a very deep understanding of the space-time book. Moreover, with the help of the two great laws, there was almost no obstruction. The space-time book was upgraded to the 16th level, and then to the 17th level. However, when breaking through to the 18th level, he encountered some problems. What's going on? He could not break through to the 18th level, which made Fong Chun very puzzled. Boom! He opened his hands, and the power of time precepts and space precepts rushed into his body. However, he still failed to break through to the 18th level. Forget it, the 17th level is not bad. Fong Chun sighed and said. He withdrew his aura and then stood up. Brother Fong, you broke through? All is empty hurriedly asked. Fong Chun nodded and said, You can say so. By the way, where are they? Brother Fong, when you broke through, 7 golden lights appeared and all the gods were attracted. All is empty said. Fong Chun looked up and found that the sky had returned to normal. The 7 golden lights had disappeared. Let's go and take a look. Fong Chun said. Crash. With a thought, Fong Chun displayed the space-time book. The 17th level of the space-time book was even more unpredictable. Fong Chun's figure shuttled through the void at high speed. Jie Kong, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. He could sometimes feel Fong Chun's existence, and sometimes he could not. What a monster! After a long time, All is Empty shook his head and could not help but say. At this time, Fong Chun was enjoying the pleasure of shuttling through space. The speed of shuttling through space has increased a lot. Fong Chun thought to himself, if I use the space-time book with all my strength, I'm afraid that not many people below the heavenly god realm can catch up to me. The space-time book was a divine technique that was tailor-made for space-time cultivators. Moreover, space-time cultivators' control of space-time had reached an unimaginable level. The speed of cultivating the space-time book to the 17th level was simply despairing. At the same time, Fong Chun also found that if he used the space-time book to hide in the void, even All is Empty would not be able to find him. In other words, if he hid, at least divine spirit realm experts would not be able to find him. In this way, when fighting against divine spirit realm experts, he would be in an invincible position. As long as he stepped into the divine transformation realm, he would be invincible below the heavenly god realm. He might even be able to rely on the space-time book to challenge heavenly gods. Of course, it was unrealistic to think about this now. Fong Chun's goal was the 7 ultimate gods' inheritance. He could feel the 7 ultimate falling star sword trembling and letting out a soft sword hum. Presumably, this was the 7 ultimate gods' summon. In a short while, Fong Chun had already left All is Empty behind. After a while, Fong Chun appeared on a mountain peak. His gaze fell on the wasteland below the mountain peak. At this moment, the wasteland was in chaos. The disciples of the various sects were fighting over the 7 ultimate gods' inheritance. The most eye-catching battle was between Mochizuki and Zhou Lei. Both of them were divine spirit realm experts, and their battle strength was very strong. Zhou Lei's strength is almost at the half-step divine ancestor realm. Watching the battle between the two, Fong Chun said to himself, Zhou Lei's strength was within his expectations. However, Mochizuki surprised Fong Chun. The first time he fought with Mochizuki, the latter was not so strong. It's impossible for him to have a breakthrough in such a short time. Fong Chun frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with Mochizuki. His gaze was fixed on Mochizuki. Suddenly, he caught a slight change. Every time Mochizuki attacked, an invisible Xiaohei dot would appear on his forehead. That Xiaohei dot contained an extremely evil aura. Could it be that Mochizuki has been possessed? Fong Chun was very clear about the evil aura of the Holy Light religion. He even personally destroyed one of the strongholds of the Holy Light religion. At this moment, after catching the Xiaohei dot on Mochizuki's forehead, Fong Chun concluded that Mochizuki was related to the Holy Light religion. Chapter 1758. Mochizuki was related to the Holy Light religion, or Mochizuki himself was a remnant of the Holy Light religion. 5201314926. Of course, there was another possibility that Mochizuki was possessed by the Holy Light religion. In any case, any one of these three scenarios was enough to make Mochizuki the target of public criticism. Whoosh, whoosh. While Fangchen was pondering, all is empty finally arrived. He was gasping for breath, looking at Fangchen as if he was looking at a monster. Brother Fang, you're really something. You're almost as fast as a heavenly god. All is empty said. Fangchen was about to speak when he saw that Lei Kong was in danger. He said in a deep voice, "You go support Lei Kong, I'll go support Liang Hongfei." After saying that, Fangchen's figure flashed and arrived at the battlefield. On the battlefield, the folding fan in Liang Hongfei's hand was damaged, and the divine darts were also broken. His clothes were covered with blood, and his face was slightly pale. Kill. The two divine spirit realm disciples were dealing with Liang Hongfei. Liang Hongfei's face was pale as he kept retreating. However, he was still no match for these two people when he was seriously injured. Fight! Liang Hongfei clenched his teeth and threw the half-broken folding fan in his hand into the sky. The few divine darts he had were instantly shot out. Liang Hongfei, you're already at the end of the line. Die. The two divine spirit realm experts joined hands and disintegrated Liang Hongfei's final counterattack. An attack that was powerful enough to kill Liang Hongfei instantly arrived. Liang Hongfei's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that he would end up like this. Despicable, Liang Hongfei said coldly. If they didn't sneak attack him while he was unprepared, how could he be injured? These two old men would only be polite to him when they met him in the outside world. So what if we're despicable? One of the old men sneered, as if he could already see Liang Hongfei dying in their hands. Whoosh! Just as Liang Hongfei was about to die, a sudden change occurred. A gust of wind blew, and Liang Hongfei disappeared. Dong, the attacks of the two divine spirit realm old men heavily smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. What happened? The two old men looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Two old fellows dealing with a young martial artist? Aren't they ashamed? Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the void. The two of them turned their heads and saw Fangchen walking out of the void with Liang Hongfei in one hand. Brother Fang, Liang Hongfei didn't expect that Fangchen would come to save him at such a critical moment. Brat, do you want to die? Liang Hongfei must die today. Your appearance is of no use. The two said coldly. Brother Liang, you go rest first. Leave this to me, Fangchen said. But no buts. I can handle it, Fangchen said firmly. Seeing this, Liang Hongfei nodded and reminded Fangchen to be careful. Then he left the battlefield. Brat, you're courting death. The two divine spirit realm experts attacked Fangchen crazily. Space-time book Fangchen used the space-time book. The space law flickered, and his figure instantly hid in the void. The space law? Find him and kill him. The two of them sneered. They had seen many martial artists using the space law, so they weren't afraid. However, after a while, the smiles on their faces completely froze, because they searched the entire battlefield, but couldn't find any trace of him. This made the two of them extremely shocked. The space law could be used to such an extent. Brat, come out and fight with us if you have the ability. One of the old men roared. Swoosh Fangchen's figure silently appeared behind the old man, and the 7 legendary falling star swords stabbed into his body. No. After being stabbed by the 7 legendary falling star sword, the old man screamed miserably. The destructive power of a heavenly divine artifact was extremely strong. He couldn't resist it at all. Crack! The divine spirit realm expert was killed by Fangchen in a single move. The other old man was completely stunned. He looked up to the sky and roared in anger. However, he was helpless against Fangchen's space-time book. In the end, the old man gave up fighting against Fangchen in order to survive and escaped. Fangchen didn't bother to chase after such a small fry. While Fangchen had rescued Liang Hongfei, Jie Kong had also helped Lei Kong out of his predicament. As time went by, the battle below suffered heavy casualties, especially the disciples of the small sect. They didn't have any power to resist and died. As for the big sect, it was slightly better. Dong. The battle in the sky attracted Fong Chen's attention. The battle between Mochizuki and Zhou Lei had reached its climax. The more Zhou Lei fought with Mochizuki, the more frightened he was. He didn't expect Mochizuki to be so strong. Bang! Their fists collided once before they quickly retreated. In the sky, Mochizuki and Zhou Lei faced each other. The aura on their bodies was enough to make ordinary divine spirit realm experts shrink back. Mochizuki, you've been hiding your strength, Zhou Lei said coldly. He thought that the inheritance of the seven ultimate god would definitely belong to him. However, Wang Jianyue's strength was beyond Zhou Lei's imagination. Buzz. While Mochizuki and Zhou Lei faced each other, Fong Chun turned his head and saw 7 golden lights converging into a sword-shaped rune in the sky not far away. Light flowed around the sword-shaped rune, and golden sword energy soared into the sky. Fong Chun could feel the 7 ultimate falling star sword vibrating. Whoosh! Fong Chun secretly used the space-time book and silently arrived at the sword-shaped rune. I'll let you dogs fight each other first. Fong Chun sneered as he turned his head and glanced at the 2 people facing each other in the distance. Then, he hid in the void and tried to activate the 7 ultimate falling star sword to absorb the sword-shaped rune. Just as Fong Chun had guessed, the sword-shaped rune was smoothly absorbed by the 7 ultimate falling star sword. After absorbing the sword-shaped rune, the 7 ultimate falling star sword let out a sword cry. A divine art also appeared in Fong Chen's mind. 7 stars falling from the sky. Great! Fong Chun didn't think that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the 7 ultimate god so easily. He was very happy. The sudden disappearance of the sword-shaped rune attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Where's the sword-shaped rune? Mochizuki asked in a deep voice. Zhou Lei turned around and also saw this scene. His face was incomparably gloomy. The sword-shaped rune disappeared. Did someone obtain the inheritance? Heavens! Who obtained the inheritance? There must be an expert hiding in the dark. Otherwise, how could they hide from us and obtain the inheritance? The chaotic battle temporarily stopped. The crowd was in an uproar. Zhou Lei and Mochizuki also temporarily stopped fighting. They went to the place where the sword-shaped rune disappeared and carefully examined it. At this time, Fong Chun had already returned to the crowd. I'll let you investigate. Fong Chun secretly sneered and then walked to the side of the dark world and the Thunder Fire Temple. How is it? Fong Chun asked. Brother Fong, thank you very much this time. Liang Hongfei's expression had eased a lot. He cupped his fists and thanked him. Lei Kong, who was standing at the side, kept expressing his gratitude. Listen to my advice. Your sect shouldn't get involved. You won't be able to obtain the inheritance of the 7 ultimate god. Fong Chun advised. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Hongfei and Lei Kong had unanimously decided to give up fighting for the inheritance. Brother Fong, I also have the same idea. My Dark World and the Thunder Fire Temple will temporarily form an alliance. We will advance and retreat together and give up fighting for the inheritance. Liang Hongfei said. At this time, all is empty also noticed that the sword-shaped rune had disappeared. The sword-shaped rune disappeared. All is empty cried out involuntarily. However, his gaze soon landed on Fong Chun without batting an eyelid. All is empty was sure that if there was someone who had the ability to quietly obtain the inheritance of the 7 ultimate god, it would definitely be Fong Chun. He had already experienced Fong Chen's concealment ability. Seeing All is Empty's gaze, Fong Chun slightly nodded. All is Empty's face revealed a trace of a smile, and secretly gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. In the sky. Damn it. Someone actually dared to steal our things, Zhou Lei said coldly. This person's strength is above yours and mine. In this easternmost land, I really can't think of any divine spirit realm expert who could steal the inheritance without us knowing. Mochizuki pondered. Could it be a divine spirit? Chapter 1759. They had fought to the death for the inheritance of the seven treasures deity. And now, the inheritance had been quietly absorbed by someone hidden in the dark right under their noses. Most importantly, they still did not know who this person was. Mochizuki and Zhou Lei's faces were gloomy. For them, this was tantamount to slapping their faces. Damn it! If I find out who it is, I will not forgive him, Zhou Lei said coldly. Mochizuki's eyes flickered, and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Bang! Mochizuki suddenly attacked Zhou Lei. The latter was caught off guard and was forced back by the former's attack. Mochizuki, the inheritance has been snatched away. Is there a need to continue the battle between us? Zhou Lei glared at Mochizuki and said coldly. In fact, Zhou Lei did not have any confidence in Mochizuki. Therefore, he was unwilling to fight to the death with the latter. Anyway, with his current strength, he was fully qualified to set foot on Lotus Mountain. There was no need to fight with Mochizuki in the deity's ruins. After leaving the deity's ruins, with the help of the Zhou family, would he be afraid of a mere Mochizuki? However, Mochizuki obviously did not think so. In his mind, the evil voice kept coming. Kill them all, and you will get everything you want. This voice gradually led Mochizuki. Mochizuki's momentary absent-mindedness was occupied by the remnant thoughts of the Holy Light Temple's protector. At this time, Mochizuki was no longer the Mochizuki of the past. He was a remnant of the Holy Light Temple. If I kill you, there will be no one to compete with me. After saying that, Mochizuki did not give Zhou Lei any chance and attacked with lightning speed. Mochizuki's big hand reached out and pressed down. Suddenly, Zhou Lei felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire and could not extricate himself. His face turned completely serious. Facing Mochizuki was like facing a god. The pressure that the latter gave him was too great. I don't believe it. Zhou Lei's unyielding character was exposed. He roared at the sky and immediately performed the Zhou family's secret technique. Zhou Lei opened his palm, and concentrated divine power gathered in the center of his palm, forming an incredible cylinder. Kill! Zhou Lei roared furiously as he hurled the cylinder in his palm at Mochizuki. Seeing this, Wang Jianhua let out an evil laugh. He then flicked his finger. An array of light condensed from divine power hit the pillar. Crack! The pillar exploded, and the divine power shot toward Zhou Lei. Fang Chun was the only one who could clearly see that there was an evil black light hidden within that beam of divine power. The remnants of the holy light religion are really haunting me, Fang Chun thought to himself. Then he stood up and leaped into the sky. Bang! Fang Chun gripped the seven absolutes falling star sword and slashed down with all his might. Crack! On the body of the sword, 7 stars shone brightly, bursting forth with a brilliant light. A tyrannical power burst forth in an instant, slashing directly at the divine light. Hiss! The divine power quickly wrapped around the 7 absolutes falling star sword as if it wanted to corrode the heavenly divine weapon. Insignificant skill, Fang Chun sneered in his heart. Then the golden heart started to beat rapidly. The golden liquid quickly entered the heavenly divine weapon. Buzz! The insufferably arrogant divine energy radiance was gradually extinguished by the heavenly divine artifact. Fang Chun flicked his wrist, and the heavenly divine weapon let out a terrifying sword cry. Then the violent divine power was absorbed by the heavenly divine weapon. A drop of evil black light was exposed in front of everyone. Mochizuki's face changed upon seeing this. Swoosh! The 7 absolutes falling star sword flickered and slammed against the evil black light. Then it shot toward Mochizuki. The latter pulled his palm, and the evil black light entered his body and disappeared. Zhou Lei was stunned by the sudden change. He was still wondering why this guy would suddenly help him. However, when he saw the drop of evil black light, he immediately understood. Holy Light Religion Remnant. Zhou Lei glared at Mochizuki. His heart was in turmoil. Hee, the more you know, the shorter you live. Mochizuki revealed his sinister side. He had long since decided to kill all of them. Join hands. Fangchen looked at Zhou Lei and asked. Although he was against Zhou Lei and did not want to join hands with him, the situation was dire. However, the situation forced them to do so. The remaining holy light religion was too strong, and their means were unimaginable. Fangchen alone could not kill Mochizuki. He could only join hands with Zhou Lei. All right, let's join hands and kill the holy light religion remnant. Obviously, Zhou Lei was someone who cared about the big picture. He immediately nodded in agreement. You're courting death. Mochizuki no longer hid. Evil black light emerged from his body, and he immediately used his thunderous methods. Kill. Zhou Lei took the lead and rushed in front of Mochizuki. He fought with Mochizuki. Fangchen, on the other hand, had set up a triple array formation to trap Wang Jianjiu. Then, he held the 7 deadly falling star sword and helped Zhou Lei deal with Mochizuki. Buzz the golden liquid emerged from the golden heart. It could effectively dissolve the evil black light on Mochizuki's body. Moreover, Mochizuki seemed to be afraid of this golden liquid. The 7 deadly falling star sword fiercely slashed down and directly hit Mochizuki's body. Mochizuki's clothes were torn. This was the first time he was sent flying by the joint attack of 2 people. Damn it! Mochizuki glared at Fangchen and Zhou Lei. His hatred for Fangchen was especially strong. His eyes flickered as he carefully thought of a way to deal with Fangchen. You're all going to die. Mochizuki's palm trembled. Evil black light crazily emerged. Zhou Lei opened his mouth. With a whoosh, a laser beam shot out. It pierced through the void and shot toward Mochizuki's body. Although Mochizuki's body was surrounded by a large amount of evil black light, it was still penetrated. Golden cicada! Mochizuki's eyes widened as he cried out. He did not expect the Zhou clan to give the golden cicada to Zhou Lei. This was troublesome. The golden cicada was a very strange object. It just so happened to restrain the evil aura of the Holy Light Temple. If I was at my peak, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Mochizuki's eyes were scarlet. He completely handed over his body to the remnant will of the Holy Light Temple. Fangchen also felt that something was wrong. He had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, it would cause trouble. Fire refining the heavens. Because of Zhou Lei's presence, Fangchen did not want to use the time-space book. Therefore, he could only use the fire refining the heavens. A thick fire dragon roared toward the sky. With the power of the immortal flame, it rushed toward Mochizuki. The battle had entered a white-hot stage. The means of the Holy Light Temple's remnant were unimaginable, especially that evil black light. It was extremely corrosive. If Fangchen did not use the Golden Heart to resist and dilute it, perhaps the 2 of them would have already been defeated. In the wasteland below, all the disciples of the sect were completely shocked. They looked at this scene with their mouths agape. I really did not expect Mochizuki to be a remnant of the Holy Light Temple. Liang Hongfei gritted his teeth and said. On the side, Lei Kong clasped his hands together and shook his head slightly. Obviously, he could not accept this fact. The struggle between humans was only for personal interests and to compete for cultivation resources. The struggle between the heavenly realm and the Holy Light Temple was a struggle that involved the survival of the universe. Even the monks of the Thunderfire Temple, who had no desires, hated the Holy Light Temple. Of course, other than the Divine Spirit Realm experts like them, the other weaker disciples did not know about the so-called Holy Light Temple. The battle in the sky was too intense. The energy fluctuations that were emitted made everyone's heart tremble. At the same time, everyone also regarded Fangchen as a member of the younger generation who was at the same level as Zhou Lei. Liang Hongfei secretly rejoiced in his heart that he did not make an enemy out of this abnormal guy in U.S. City. Otherwise, he did not know what the consequences would be. This guy is really abnormal. All is empty could not help but sigh. It seems that the situation in the easternmost land is going to change. Lei Kong said. Liang Hongfei looked at the battle in the sky and said faintly, Brother Fong's strength is not weaker than Zhou Lei's. In the matter of marrying the star and moon, if Zhou Lei does not use the resources of the Zhou family, it is impossible for him to compete with Brother Fong. However, when Liang Hongfei said this, he also understood. In the end, the Zhou family would definitely intervene. It would be difficult for Fong Chun to reach that step. Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. Chapter 1760. Wang Jianyue's eyes were filled with an evil black light. His entire being gave off an eerie and terrifying feeling. He stared at Fong Chun and Zhou Lei opposite him, and a black light flashed in his palm. Zhou Lei, are you sure you want to join forces with him to deal with me? Mochizuki asked. Mochizuki, as a deity of the heavenly realm, you actually colluded with the holy light religion. Zhou Lei, will kill you even if I have to risk my life. Zhou Lei sneered. Fong Chun quietly watched Mochizuki from the side. The two of you can't kill me, Mochizuki calmly said, although he was slightly at a disadvantage in the battle just now. However, in a real life and death battle, he was not afraid of the two of them. The only thing that surprised him was that the guy had an aura that made him tremble. Thinking of the golden liquid that instantly disintegrated the evil black light that he released in the battle just now, Mochizuki's heart was filled with killing intent. No matter what, he must kill Fong Chun today. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. The protector of the holy light religion had a high position in the religion. He was not willing to give up so easily after successfully possessing the body. As long as he could leave the heavenly god's relic, he could safely return to the holy light religion and recuperate. However, if he wanted to kill Fong Chun, he must convince Zhou Lei. After thinking for a moment, Mochizuki had a rough idea in his mind. A strange smile appeared on his face. He looked at Zhou Lei and said, Zhou Lei, you have seen his strength. If you want to marry Star and Moon, he is your only rival. At this point, Mochizuki deliberately paused to observe Zhou Lei's expression. Sure enough, when he heard the words Star and Moon, a trace of panic flashed across Zhou Lei's face. However, Zhou Lei quickly calmed down. In the entire easternmost land, no one in the younger generation can compete with me, Zhou Lei. I will use my own strength to conquer the Star and Moon and conquer Heavenly Goddess Lian. I don't need the help of a holy light religion remnant like you. Zhou Lei disdainfully said. To be honest, Zhou Lei did not put Fong Chun in his eyes at all. The only thing that made him feel heavy was Mochizuki in front of him. I'm afraid things aren't as simple as you think. This young man was a master-level array master who could set up a fierce and domineering killing array. Moreover, he also possessed the 7 ultimate meteor sword of the 7 ultimate deity. If he breaks through to the divine transformation realm, he will definitely be a formidable opponent for you. It is very likely that he will defeat you. Mochizuki continued. At that time, even if the Zhou family behind you wants to help, it will be useless. Impossible, Zhou Lei said immediately. He glanced at Fong Chun with a complicated look in his eyes. Fong Chun could see that Zhou Lei was struggling in his heart. Mochizuki's words made Zhou Lei waver. The holy light religion remnant is really like a lingering spirit. Fong Chun sneered. We just destroyed one of your strongholds. I didn't expect that there would still be a fish that escaped the net. Mochizuki glared at Fong Chun with a sharp gaze, and then turned to look at Zhou Lei. He was waiting for Zhou Lei's reply. All the sect disciples below were also nervously waiting for Zhou Lei's reply. Naturally, they did not want Zhou Lei to agree with Mochizuki. Zhou Lei, don't listen to the holy light religion remnant. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Yes, in front of the holy light religion remnant, you should temporarily put aside your personal grudges and join forces to fight the enemy. Lei Kong and Liang Hongfei roared at the same time. Zhou Lei, don't you want to win the heart of the beauty? Don't you want to become the king of the easternmost land, and even the king of the entire god realm? Such a tempting sentence echoed in Zhou Lei's mind. Mochizuki saw Zhou Lei's fatal flaw, so he used it to tempt the latter. Zhou Lei's face was ferocious as he made his final mental struggle. After a long time, Jolet looked up to the sky and roared. He suddenly turned around and coldly said, "I will withdraw from the encirclement against you. However, when we leave the god's relic, my Zhou family will definitely launch an encirclement to kill you." With that, Zhou Lei's figure flashed and left the place. Crash! There was an uproar below. All the sect disciples were dumbfounded as they watched all this. A moment later, countless curses spread out. Zhou Lei, this hypocrite, actually left at the critical moment. Zhou Lei, this bastard, actually did this. Damn it. Everyone was very angry, but there was no way to help Feng Chun. In the sky, Mochizuki's face revealed a strange smile. Looking at Feng Chun, he smiled sinisterly and said, "You humans are so greedy. As long as there are enough benefits, you can drive them." Mochizuki's words were full of ridicule. Feng Chun spread his hands and didn't say anything. He originally didn't have any good impression of Zhou Lei, and now he hated him even more. "Zhou Lei, I will let you know how stupid the decision you made today was," Feng Chun said inwardly. Slightly adjusting his mood, he raised his head and looked at Mochizuki. Even if he was alone, if he wanted to leave, he could easily do so. "All of you, quickly leave this place." Feng Chun secretly transmitted his voice to Liang Hongfei and Lei Kong. They originally didn't want to leave, but after Feng Chun's persuasion, they left with the other sect disciples. Mochizuki didn't stop them. In any case, there was still some time before the god's relic opened. After killing Feng Chun, he could go kill them. "You should be proud to die by my hands," Mochizuki sneered. "It seems that Mochizuki's body has been taken over by you. If I'm not wrong, you should be the protector of the holy light religion who wants to resurrect this time, right?" Feng Chun asked. Mochizuki nodded. "You are very smart, but unfortunately, smart people often don't live long." Mochizuki didn't hide anything. Anyway, the dead wouldn't expose themselves. Mochizuki greedily looked at Feng Chun. The latter's body attracted his attention. If he could take over Feng Chun's body, it wouldn't take long for his strength to be completely restored. Buzz. Feng Chun arranged a 3-layer chain array. "You think you can deal with this protector with just an extraordinary level array? You are too naive." The protector of the holy light religion had a very high status, so his knowledge was naturally very broad. A mere extraordinary level array couldn't enter his eyes. Whoosh! Feng Chun's figure flashed as he used the time-space book, and his body merged into the void. The smile on Wang Jiangyue's face suddenly froze. Immediately, his eyes widened as he looked around. He was shocked to find that he couldn't find any trace of Feng Chun. At this time, Mochizuki finally thought of something. "The inheritance of the 7 ultimate god was secretly taken away by you," Mochizuki coldly said. "You only know now, but it's too late." A voice came from the void. Then, the heavenly divine artifact suddenly stabbed out, directly stabbing toward Mochizuki. Bang the latter threw out a punch, blocking the attack of the heavenly divine artifact, and retreated. Seeing that his attack didn't hit, Feng Chun continued to hide in the void. "To be able to use the law of space to such an extent, it seems that I have really underestimated you," Mochizuki coldly said. As soon as his voice fell, Mochizuki opened his palm. Suddenly, with him as the center, the area within 100 miles instantly turned into a scarlet hell. A terrifying evil aura instantly spread out, turning the area within 100 miles into a purgatory. The green grass on the ground withered and turned yellow in the blink of an eye. "Bloody domain," Mochizuki said word by word. Once the bloody domain was used, the area within 100 miles would become a purgatory. In the purgatory, he was the absolute ruler, and he could control everything. The evil black light in the purgatory was extremely corrosive. Even divine spirit realm experts would undoubtedly die if they were caught in it. Mochizuki didn't believe that Feng Chun could withstand the attack of the bloody domain. However, Feng Chun, who was hiding in the void, sneered. The space-time cultivation system allows the cultivator to completely merge with space-time and not simply hide. Feng Chun thought to himself, Unless this bloody domain can corrode space and penetrate into space, it won't be a threat to him. The Book of Time and Space had reached the 17th level, and with the law of space. Fang Chun had already merged with space, so he didn't fear the bloody domain. "Brat, let's see how long you can hide." Mochizuki roared, his eyes scarlet. He spread out his hands, controlling the bloody domain to refine the grass and trees within 100 miles. Hiss. Chapter 1761. Facing Mochizuki's blood domain, Fang Chun didn't fight head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. The precepts of space operated, and the power of the space-time book grew stronger. Hiding in the void, as long as Fang Chun didn't show himself, Mochizuki couldn't find him at all. In this way, Fang Chun could sneak attack Mochizuki, and the latter couldn't do anything. This blood domain is quite powerful. Unfortunately, it met me. Fang Chun said to himself in the void. If it were an ordinary divine spirit realm expert, facing Mochizuki's blood domain, they would definitely die. However, he wasn't afraid. The evil aura in the blood domain couldn't corrode him at all. It couldn't even get close to his body. Blood domain. Mochizuki spread out his hands and roared eerily. A terrifying, evil black light instantly spread out. He wanted to use the blood domain to kill Fang Chun completely. Whoosh! In the void, a sharp sword suddenly pierced out. With incredible power, it pierced toward Mochizuki. With a bang, Mochizuki hurriedly controlled the blood domain to resist, and barely blocked the attack of the 7 deadly falling star sword. Damn it! Mochizuki's face became completely gloomy. His eyes were scarlet, and his body emitted a terrifying, murderous intent. "I don't believe that you can keep hiding," Mochizuki roared angrily. However, at this moment, the little mouse appeared. Boss! Although Mochizuki was strong, he also had a fatal weakness. The evil black light was afraid of the golden heart. This point could be fully utilized. The appearance of the little mouse had undoubtedly greatly increased Fang Chun's combat strength. "Boss, I'll try to use my innate ability to assimilate the power in the blood domain." "You keep him busy," the little mouse said. "Okay." Fang Chun nodded, and then continued to use the space-time book to attack with fire refining the heavens. Every time the 7 legendary meteor swords stabbed out, it would cause the bloody domain to shake. As time passed, Mochizuki's anger grew. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and sprinkled it on the bloody domain. The power in the bloody domain increased at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bloody domain, bloody hell. Mochizuki roared as the entire bloody domain shrunk rapidly. Fang Chun saw through Mochizuki's thoughts. He sneered and continued to attack. At this moment, the little mouse's assimilation ability had begun to show its strength. Hiss, 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 the heaven-devouring divine rat's innate ability was extremely heaven-defying. Assimilation was Little Mouse's third ability. It could use its own power to assimilate the power around it. When the Little Mouse used its assimilation god art, it also used its clairvoyance god art. His eyes could clearly see the trajectory of the bloody domain. This way, the assimilation process would be much easier. "Boss, the assimilation is a success. Hold on a little longer," the little mouse said with a smile. After receiving the news, Fang Chun increased his attack on Mochizuki to interfere with his control of the bloody domain. "I'm going to kill you." Finally, after an hour of confrontation, Mochizuki was completely enraged. He desperately urged the bloody domain to kill Fang Chun in one fell swoop. "Do you think you can escape by hiding in the void? Since you won't appear, I'll destroy this void," Mochizuki said coldly. He waved his hand, and the evil black light in the bloody domain burst out with a dazzling light. The terrifying power made the void tremble. Assimilation. At this moment, the little mouse roared and activated its assimilation power. Hiss! The powerful power in the bloody domain instantly became chaotic. When Mochizuki noticed this, his expression changed greatly. "No!" Wang Jiangyue cried out involuntarily. The bloody domain was his greatest reliance. But now, The chaotic energy in the bloody domain was gradually collapsing. Kill! A trace of cold, killing intent flashed through Mochizuki's mind. He immediately urged the bloody domain to kill Fangchun before the domain collapsed. However, he still underestimated the little mouse's strength. The bloody domain that had been assimilated by the little mouse had very powerful energy fluctuations. It formed a fierce collision with the original power. Moreover, the little mouse's see-through ability could clearly see the trajectory of the bloody domain. This way, the assimilation power could destroy the bloody domain without restraint. Damn it! Who would have thought that the bloody domain would have such a problem when it was about to succeed? Bang! Mochizuki punched out with both fists and immediately forced the little mouse's body out. The little mouse grinned and revealed a wretched smile. "I want you dead," Mochizuki roared. "You'd better take care of yourself first." The little mouse spread its hands and said. In an instant, the bloody domain collapsed completely. The chaotic energy engulfed Mochizuki's body and formed a powerful backlash. "Ah!" Mochizuki looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar. "Boss, do it!" The little mouse hurriedly transmitted its voice. Fangchun had long been waiting for an opportunity to act. After receiving the little mouse's command, the golden heart rapidly beat, and the golden liquid completely merged into the 7 extinction meteor sword. The heavenly divine artifact was completely activated. A terrifying power swept over. Mochizuki had no time to dodge and was stabbed in the chest by Fangchun. Hiss! The golden liquid rapidly penetrated the heavenly divine artifact and drilled into Mochizuki's body. I can't accept this." The golden liquid could restrain the evil black light. The power in Mochizuki's body was disintegrating. At this moment, Mochizuki finally felt fear. He wanted to escape from here, but he didn't have the strength to do so. In the blink of an eye, the evil black light in his body was completely devoured by the golden liquid. Mochizuki's face was pale and his forehead was full of sweat. His vitality was fading. His scarlet eyes stared at Fangchun. "Who the hell are you?" His voice was hoarse. With a crack, his body exploded. A trace of remnant consciousness instantly shot out from his body, trying to escape. "Die!" With a wave of his hand, the 7 extinction meteor sword accurately chopped down on the remnant consciousness. Suddenly, the remnant consciousness of the Holy Light Religion's remnant guardian vanished. In an instant, the sky and earth returned to normal. A cool breeze blew. Only the ruins on the ground could prove that a great battle had happened here. Although he killed Mochizuki, Fangchun wasn't happy at all. "Boss!" Little Mouse walked to Fangchun's side with a smile on his face. He and his boss were invincible under the divine realm. Fangchun shook his head slightly and said, "If I had stepped into the divine transformation realm, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult." Little Mouse said, "Boss, with your potential, stepping into the divine transformation realm is only a matter of time. Maybe you can step into the divine transformation realm after leaving the divine relic." After thinking for a moment, he shook off the thoughts in his mind. Fangchun said, "There's still a long time before the divine relic opens. I can use this time to improve my cultivation." After absorbing the inheritance of the 7 extinction god, he still didn't have time to look at it. Little Mouse asked, "Boss, what about Zhou Lei?" Fangchun shook his head. He wouldn't deal with Zhou Lei for the time being. Fangchun said, "Zhou Lei and I will definitely fight, but not now." Zhou Lei was different from Mochizuki. Although he didn't have Mochizuki's blood domain, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Killing Mochizuki could be said to be a big contribution because of the Golden Heart. But against Zhou Lei, the Golden Heart couldn't provide much help. If he forced a fight, the final result would be a Pyrrhic victory. In this case, it would affect his plan after stepping on Lotus Mountain. The loss outweighed the gain. Little Mouse said, "Boss, I've been unhappy with that Zhou Lei for a long time. After you break through, you must teach him a lesson." Fangchun and Little Mouse left. After today, there would be no more disciples of the sky gazing mountain in the divine relic. None of the disciples of the sect who had left before would have thought that Mochizuki would be killed by Fangchun. in a certain area of the divine realm. This was one of the layers of the Holy Light religion. Crash! A protector of the Holy Light religion suddenly appeared from a dark corner. His face was full of anger. Mission failed, the protector said with a ferocious face. Behind him, another protector appeared. Chapter 1762. Protector, you can't die in vain. The ferocious protector said in a deep voice. Because they were suppressed by the 7 top forces, the Holy Light religion's development was very bumpy. To nurture a protector, one had to pay a huge price. Therefore, the death of the protector could not be ignored. Originally, the plan was very good. Protector used remnant consciousness could safely return to the Holy Light religion's nest. However, there was a change in the plan. Among the younger generation who entered the God's ruins, there are only a few who have the ability to destroy our plan. We must investigate thoroughly. The ferocious protector said, Sky-gazing mountains Mochizuki, Zhou family Zhou Lei, no matter who it is, they must be prepared to die for destroying our plan. When the God's ruins open, we will definitely investigate this matter. Protector Wu, please calm down. If he knew that Zhou Lei and himself were being targeted by the Holy Light religion, he would be very depressed. For Fong Chun, this trip to the God's ruins was comparable to 30 years of bitter cultivation. Not only did his cultivation break through to the 9th level of the eternal ancient realm, but he also comprehended the laws of space and time. Furthermore, he had comprehended the laws of time and space and cultivated the space-time book to the 17th level. Of course, the most important thing was that he now had another identity, which was the extraordinary level swordsmith. There were a large number of divine tools in the Sumeru ring. However, right now, the most important thing was to comprehend the inheritance of the 7 ultimate God and cultivate the 7 stars, falling sky divine technique. Fong Chun found a very secluded place and arranged 3 linked arrays. Then, he prepared to quietly cultivate. However, at this time, the ant egg in his body had slight change. Looking at the ant egg, he found that there were some cracks on the surface of the egg. What's going on? Is it going to hatch? Fong Chun guessed. Previously in the beast garden, the ant egg had absorbed a large amount of energy from the royal ant family's body and had been in a dormant state. Now that there were cracks on the surface, it was very likely that the energy had reached the limit and it was about to hatch. Fong Chun informed the little mouse of this situation and took out the ant egg. The little mouse stared at the ant egg carefully. After a long time, it confirmed that it was about to hatch. Is there anything to pay attention to when the royal ant family hatches? Fong Chun asked. The imperial ant tribe is the easiest to control right after it hatches. Boss, use your will to communicate with it and let it absorb the divine spiritual stones. It will subconsciously treat you as its master and then drip your blood to recognize you as its master, the little mouse said. Although it sounded simple, he still had to be careful and not be careless. This was the Ant Emperor tribe. If he could really control it, then it was very likely that he would have a super powerful Ant Emperor in the future. Crash Fong Chun took out the divine spirit stone from his spatial ring and placed it next to the ant egg. Hiss, hiss, hiss indeed. The incubation of ant eggs required energy. One by one, the godly spiritual stones turned into dust. As for the energy within it, it was absorbed by the ant egg. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the egg. Br. Fong Chun and the little mouse anxiously waited for the royal ant tribe to hatch. After absorbing around 100,000 low-tier god spiritual stones, the surface of the ant egg was already filled with cracks. At this moment, the ant egg stopped absorbing the energy from the god spiritual stone. With a cracking sound, the cracks began to expand, and pieces of skin fell off the egg shell. It's about to hatch, the little mouse said. Fong Chun stared at the ant egg without blinking. Crack! A small gap appeared on the eggshell, and 2 tentacles slowly stretched out from the eggshell. Then, an ant the size of a thumb climbed out of the eggshell in a wobbly manner. Boss, hurry up. Although he was very curious, Fong Chun didn't waste any time. He immediately used his will to communicate with the Ant Emperor tribe. I will protect you. Fong Chen's confused voice was transmitted into the Ant Emperor tribe's mind. At first, the Ant Emperor tribe was still on guard against Fong Chen, but it gradually relaxed. Its clumsy body lay on Fong Chen's finger as it continued to play with it. While the Ant Emperor tribe relaxed, Fong Chen took the opportunity to release the divine spiritual stones. When the Ant Emperor tribe discovered the divine spiritual stones, it was very excited and rapidly absorbed the energy within them. "This is the Ant Emperor tribe," Fong Chen said. "Boss, don't be fooled by their small size, but their strength can't be underestimated." The little mouse pursed its lips. Although the Ant Emperor tribe had just been born, the speed at which it absorbed the divine spiritual stones was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, it had absorbed more than 100,000 divine spiritual stones. Finally, it stopped absorbing. With its big belly, it lay on Fong Chen's palm. Suddenly, the Ant Emperor tribe used its sharp tentacles to prick Fong Chen. The latter felt a piercing pain, but then he discovered that the Ant Emperor tribe was absorbing his blood. "Boss, the Ant Emperor tribe wants to recognize you as its master." The little mouse was delighted. Sure enough, Fong Chen discovered that after the Ant Emperor tribe absorbed his blood, a complicated message appeared in its mind. "Recognize me as its master." A moment later, the recognition was successful. Fong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with this little guy. Looking at the somewhat clumsy Ant Emperor tribe, Fong Chen shook his head with a smile on his face. "Little guy, remember, I'm your Grandpa Mouse. For now on, I'll call you Xiao Huang," the little mouse said with a smile. Fong Chen was a little speechless. After all, it was the Ant Emperor tribe. Little Mouse actually gave it such a name. What if it really became the Ant Emperor tribe in the future? Soon, the little mouse and Xiao Huang became friends. "Boss, Xiao Huang has just been born and needs to absorb a lot of energy. I'll take it out for a walk and let it adapt to the outside environment in an instant," the little mouse said. "Be careful," Fong Chen reminded. "Boss, don't worry. When you come out of seclusion, I'll definitely give you a surprise," the little mouse said as it spread out its hands. Fong Chen was quite assured about the little mouse. The little mouse took Xiao Huang and left the triple chain formation. Fong Chen sat cross-legged as the 7 ultimate gods' inheritance appeared in his mind. Buzz, the 7 ultimate falling star sword let out a sword hum and then automatically unsheathed itself and stabbed into the ground. 7 stars shone brightly. The 7 ultimate gods' understanding of Sword Dao is extraordinary. Fong Chen thought to himself, the Sword Dao divine skill he left behind is really powerful. After just a simple look, Fong Chen sighed. Divine skills were also divided into high and low levels. For example, the divine skills that were passed down in the lower realm could only be said to be the most ordinary divine skills. In other words, it could not be called a real divine skill. This kind of divine skill was collectively known as the subgrade divine skill. Above the subgrade divine skill, the divine skill cultivated by the gods was known as the king grade divine skill. For example, the fire refining the heavens technique that Fong Chen cultivated was a king grade divine skill. Above the king grade divine skill was the heaven grade divine skill. Only the gods could cultivate the heaven grade divine skill. Of course, there were also some talented young geniuses who could cultivate it. The heaven grade divine skill was very precious. Even the gods would not easily take it out. Above the heaven grade divine skill was the saint grade divine skill. Subgrade, king grade, heaven grade, saint grade, these were the levels of divine skills. The higher the level, the stronger the power. The higher the level of the divine art cultivated by the deities, the greater the chance of victory would be for the deities of similar strength. The 7 stars falling sky was a heaven grade divine skill. It was the sword Dao divine skill that the 7 ultimate god was proud of. According to the records in the inheritance, this divine skill could increase the attack power by 30% when used with the 7 ultimate falling star sword. Actually, it's normal. After all, it's a divine skill left behind by the gods. Fong Chen nodded slightly. He was not surprised. It was normal for the gods to cultivate the heaven grade divine skill. I wonder what level the space-time book is. According to Fong Chen's speculation, the space-time book should not be a king-grade divine skill. It was very likely that it was a heaven-grade divine skill. This could also explain why he could not successfully cultivate the 18th level. Of course, this was just speculation. If he wanted to truly understand the level of the space-time book, he would have to wait until he completely cultivated it. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chen's gaze fell on the inheritance again. Looking at the 7 stars falling sky, Fong Chen felt a little helpless. If he wanted to cultivate the heaven-grade divine skill, he had to be at least a god. This was because gods had divine power and could use the heaven-grade divine skill. Guarding a mountain of treasures without getting anything was really a bad feeling. However, Fong Chen was not discouraged. It seems that I can only accept the Sword Dao inheritance of the 7 ultimate god and break through the bottleneck in one go, Fong Chen said to himself. He was now only a step away from the divine transformation realm. Chapter 1763. While Fong Chen was comprehending the inheritance left behind by the 7 treasures god, Little Mouse was sweeping through the god's ruins with Xiao Huang. There were treasures everywhere in the god's ruins. However, there were some places that ordinary gods could not find at all. The god-devouring rat clan had a very sensitive sense of smell. Together with the royal ant clan, they were a perfect match. Every time they found a treasure, Little Mouse would let Xiao Huang absorb the energy first. Xiao Huang had just been born and was in the growth stage. Time flew by. After the earth-shattering battle, Yi Zichen's expression changed. All the disciples in the sect were a little scared. They no longer took risks blindly. Instead, they were looking for some hidden places to safely wait for the opening of the god's ruins. The huge god's ruins were empty. There was no one in sight. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the past half a year, Fong Chen had completely accepted the inheritance left behind by the 7 treasures god. The 7 treasures god's understanding of the sword principle was unique. For Fong Chen, it was infinitely useful. Moreover, what excited Fong Chen the most was that the 7 treasures god sword principle mentioned the destruction law. Seeing the word destruction, Fong Chen was even more excited. The destruction of the sword master. He had never forgotten these 4 words. However, it was too difficult to comprehend the destruction law. In half a year, Fong Chen's understanding of the sword principle had greatly improved. At the same time, he had some ideas about the destruction law that belonged to him. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Fong Chen opened his eyes. He had completely comprehended the sword principle. The next step was to cultivate the 7 stars falling in the sky and break through to the divine transformation realm. Fong Chen contacted Little Mouse. After confirming that the latter was not in danger, he continued to cultivate. He could not be too impatient when breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Fong Chen used the past half a year to accumulate divine power. Now that he had accumulated enough, it was time to break through. First, Fong Chen adjusted his mental state to the best. Secondly, he fully activated the golden heart, and the golden liquid spread all over his body. Entering the divine transformation realm from the eternal realm was a fundamental change. The long river of laws in his body would transform into monstrous waves, and then form a divine power vortex. The divine power whirlpool was where the divine power was stored. It was also the source of the god's power. Fong Chen felt that there wasn't enough energy. He took out a large number of divine spirit stones from his spatial ring and began to absorb the energy within them. He held a divine spiritual stone in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the godly spirit was reduced to powder, and the godly power within was absorbed by Fong Chen. Just like that, Fong Chen began to absorb the energy within the god spirit stones in large quantities. Only after absorbing over 1 million low-tier god spiritual stones did he finally feel full. At this moment, he began his final sprint. Boom! A terrifying power spread out from his body. Fong Chen could clearly feel that his primordial spirit seemed to be transforming. At the same time, his body was slowly changing. Mortal divine body. The biggest difference between a mortal physique and a divine physique was that a divine physique could contain divine power while a mortal physique could not. Transforming a mortal physique into a divine physique was a long process. This process was also the process of tempering a martial artist's temperament. Fortunately, Fang Chun was already prepared and was not worried about this at all. This process lasted for a full month. Only then did the mortal physique completely transform into a divine physique. After the transformation, Fang Chun felt a surge of power, and the perfect sword body became even more tyrannical. So strong. The perfect sword body operated, and sword-shaped runes covered the surface of his skin. It was as if there was a layer of powerful divine armor on his body, raising his defense to the extreme. The divine physique had been perfectly transformed. Next, he just needed to transform the long river of laws into a divine power whirlpool. Fang Chen's body was filled with extremely rich divine power. With the passage of time, his cultivation base also gradually increased. 3 days later, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and there was an excited smile on his face. Is this the divine transformation realm? After half a year of bitter cultivation, he finally broke through to the divine transformation realm. Now he could be considered a true god. Looking at the divine power whirlpool in his body, which was surging with vast divine power, Fang Chun nodded with satisfaction. Although he was only in the divine transformation realm, he had taken a relatively important step. Divine power. Fang Chen's mind moved, and divine power instantly surrounded his body. Fang Chun only gently punched out, and suddenly a small hill in the distance directly exploded. As expected of the divine power, Fang Chun couldn't help but praise. Immediately, he took out the hidden star sword and poured divine power into it. Buzz! The hidden star sword burst out with a loud and clear sword sound. When he used the divine weapon before, he couldn't pour divine power into it. Now that he had broken through to the divine transformation realm, he poured divine power into the divine weapon. The power of the hidden star sword had increased by twofold. Fang Chun smiled and said, "Sure enough, only by using divine power to activate the divine weapon can its true power be exerted." Fang Chun guessed that with his strength, if he faced Zhou Lei again, he could easily defeat him. If people in the outside world knew about Fang Chun's strength, they would definitely be shocked and even cause a sensation. A weak god who had just broken through to the divine transformation realm could instantly kill a divine spirit realm expert. He could be called invincible below the divine realm. Breaking through to the divine transformation realm was a reasonable thing. Fang Chun didn't get carried away. After all, there were many experts in the divine realm, and gods were only a part of the lowest level. If he wanted to establish a foothold in the divine realm, he had to at least reach the divine realm. Fang Chun believed that he was not too far away from the divine realm. Let's try the 7 stars falling sky. Fang Chun sat cross-legged and began to practice the 7 stars falling sky. The 7 stars falling sky only had a total of 7 moves. If all 7 moves were used, it could shoot down the sky. This divine art was also the divine art that the 7 ultimate celestial god had relied on to become famous. Its offensive power was unimaginably strong. Practicing the Sword Dao divine skill was more difficult for others, but for Fang Chun, it was a lot easier. It was all because of the Golden Heart. It was no exaggeration to say that without the Golden Heart, there would be no Fang Chun today. The Golden Heart was subtly changing Fang Chun's talent in the Sword Dao. Practicing the Sword Dao divine skill was even more natural. Soon, Fang Chun had practiced the first move of the 7 stars falling sky. Whoosh! Fang Chun's figure flickered as he suddenly waved the 7 stars falling sky sword in his hand. The first star on the sword emitted extremely bright starlight, while divine power poured into the 7 stars falling sky sword. Suddenly, a sword light that was hundreds of feet thick instantly burst out, carrying a sword aura that made people tremble as it struck a mountain in the distance. Crack! The mountain was forcefully split in half by Fang Chun. Buzz! Retracting his divine power, Fang Chun looked at the 7 stars falling sky sword in his hand with a smile on his face. This is only the first move, but its power has already surpassed the fire refining the heavens technique. If I practice it to the extreme, I can even shatter the heavens, let alone shoot down the stars. Feng Chen secretly sighed. Just as Feng Chen was testing the power of the 7 stars falling sky, Little Mouse's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Boss, we have some trouble," Little Mouse said. "Tell me the address," Feng Chen said hurriedly. After Little Mouse sent the address, Feng Chen quickly used the space-time book and rushed to the place where Little Mouse was at the fastest speed. "Boss, don't worry. We are not in danger for the time being. We are just trapped here and can't get out," Little Mouse said. Only then did Feng Chen relax. Along the way, Feng Chen learned the details of the situation. It turned out that Little Mouse and Xiao Huang had accidentally stepped into a dangerous place and secretly ate the spiritual herbs in the field. They were trapped by the guardian beast in a certain elegant valley. "Big guy, didn't we just eat some of your spiritual herbs? Do you have to be like this?" Little Mouse looked at the divine beast in front of him and said, "Damn you guys, how dare you eat the spiritual herbs that I painstakingly planted? I must teach you a lesson." The divine beast roared angrily. Xiao Huang, who was at the side, was stammering. No one knew what to say. "Xiao Huang, don't be afraid. Master Mouse is here." Little Mouse and the divine beast confronted each other and did not make a move. This was because they had already fought before. This divine beast was very powerful and could resist Little Mouse's innate magical power. Little Mouse had suffered a lot because of it, but this divine beast could not do anything to Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Chapter 1764. This was a pangolin with an extremely strong defense. Its entire body was like a divine armor, and it was huge. In front of the Little Mouse, it was like a small mountain. Facing the pangolin's insane defense, the Little Mouse was helpless. "Big guy, I advise you let me go quickly. Otherwise, when my boss comes, you'll be finished," the Little Mouse said. The reason why he was so confident was because Feng Chen was on his way. "No matter how powerful your boss is, he's no match for me," the pangolin sneered. Crash! At this moment, Feng Chen appeared. His body landed in front of the Little Mouse. Xiao Huang was very happy to see Feng Chen. "You've grown so big." Feng Chen was a little surprised. Xiao Huang had grown to the size of a palm in such a short time. "Boss, I told you that I'll give you a surprise after you finish cultivating." The Little Mouse smiled and said, "I take Xiao Huang to eat treasures of heaven and earth every day. Of course, he'll grow quickly." "You're this little guy's boss?" the pangolin asked in a rough voice. Feng Chen turned his head and noticed the pangolin. "Yes, I'm his boss." Feng Chen nodded. He could feel the violent power of the pangolin, but he was not afraid. "Human, let me see what you're capable of." Right after the pangolin's voice left its mouth, it unleashed a powerful attack at Feng Chen. Bang! Seeing the pangolin's attack, Feng Chen suddenly punched out. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A creaking sound came from the pangolin's body. The violent power came from Feng Chen's fist and bombarded the pangolin's armor, forcing the pangolin to retreat. "How can you be so strong?" The pangolin was shocked. The human in front of him was too strong. The power of a single punch was actually able to make him feel pain. "What do you think, big guy? Are you regretting it now?" Little Mouse laughed. "Umph, I don't believe that you can break through my defense," the pangolin said in a deep voice. Just as it was about to continue attacking, the Little Mouse's eyes suddenly lit up and it said, "Big guy, why don't we make a bet?" "Do you dare?" "What kind of bet?" Pangolin stopped and stared at the Little Mouse. "If my boss defeats you, how about you give this field to us?" asked the Little Mouse. "Humph, you want to defeat me?" "Impossible," Pangolin said directly. "However, I'm quite curious about this fellow. You don't have to defeat me. As long as you can last 10 moves against me, I will admit defeat immediately." Pangolin had the strength of a Divine Spirit Realm expert. Even an ordinary Divine Spirit Realm expert wouldn't be a match for him. A mere soul transformation expert wanted to defeat him? Pangolin had his own pride, and he didn't want to take advantage of a human. That was why he said such a thing. Little Mouse was inwardly delighted, and then it said, "Big guy, it's a promise. You can't go back on your word." "Don't worry. Us pangolin race place great importance on promises. After saying that, the pangolin looked straight at Fong Chun and said, "Human, make your move. Otherwise, you won't have another chance." Fong Chun looked at the pangolin, and with a thought, he took out a heavenly divine artifact. "Kill!" Pangolin roared, and his body was covered in armor. A terrifying power instantly swept out. At the same time, Fong Chun also used the 7 stars falling sky. Whoosh! The first star on the 7 stars falling star sword flickered, and a terrifying sword light shot out. Poochie! That seemingly ordinary sword light pierced through the pangolin's armor and directly through his body. Bang! The pangolin's huge body fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed out from his wound. This scene shocked Little Mouse. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the injured pangolin. Boss's strength has reached such a level. Little Mouse muttered to himself. Xiao Huang, who was beside him, jumped up and down excitedly. Pangolin's defense is strong, but it can't withstand the attack of the 7 stars falling sky. Fong Chun looked at the pangolin and said to himself. He had controlled his strength, and the sword light didn't pierce through the pangolin's vital points. Therefore, although it looked like it was injured, it was only a minor injury. "Big guy, how is it? My boss is strong, right?" Little Mouse said gloatingly. The pangolin woke up from its shock and slowly got up. It looked at the human in front of it with fear. "You win." The pangolin lowered its proud head. "This field belongs to you, but I have a request." "Big guy, you're cheating," Little Mouse said in a low voice. Fong Chun waved his hand and signaled the pangolin to continue. "Can you tell me what divine technique you used just now?" the pangolin asked. 7 stars falling sky. Hearing this, the pangolin cried out in surprise. It looked at Fong Chun in shock, and finally its gaze fell on the 7 stars falling sky sword. "You received the inheritance of the 7 stars god?" the pangolin asked, breathing heavily. Fong Chun nodded and didn't hide anything. "Huh, I'm finally free." After receiving Fong Chun's confirmation, the pangolin laughed wildly. "Boss, this guy is crazy." Looking at the inexplicable pangolin, the little mouse curled his lips and said, "Could it be that it's trapped here?" Fong Chun secretly guessed. After laughing wildly, the pangolin looked gratefully at Fong Chun and said, "Human, thank you. If not for you, I don't know how long I would have to stay in this damned place." "What happened?" "When I was young, I accidentally entered this place. The 7 stars god saw that I was too weak, so he didn't kill me. He only imprisoned me here and said that one day his inheritance would appear and someone would obtain it. Only then would I be able to leave this place." The pangolin sank into his memories. "All these years I've thought of many ways, but it's all to no avail. I can only be trapped here and live alone." The pangolin pointed at the field and said, "These are the products of my loneliness." Hearing this, Fong Chun and Little Mouse suddenly understood. "So, I want to thank you." The pangolin's heart was filled with gratitude towards Fong Chun. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Fong Chun's strength had exceeded his imagination. "Big guy, you look quite pitiful. Why don't you leave with us?" Little Mouse asked. "Okay." The pangolin smiled. Fong Chun asked the pangolin what had happened in the god's ruins back then, but the latter was at a loss. In the end, Fong Chun could only give up. The pangolin quickly became friends with the little mouse and Xiao Huang. The 3 of them were very lively. "Big guy, you're so big. You don't fit in with us," Little Mouse complained. "That's easy." The pangolin chuckled, and then its huge body instantly disappeared. In an instant, a palm-sized pangolin lay on Little Mouse's shoulder. "How was it?" Pangolin smiled. In the following time, Fong Chun took the 3 of them to search for the supreme treasures in the god's ruins. In the blink of an eye, the 3-year period was almost up. Donga, a trembling sound came from the god's ruins. All the disciples of the sect who had been hiding in the dark appeared on the ground one after another. Their faces were full of smiles. The feeling of surviving a calamity was simply too good. "Haha, we can finally leave alive. I'm still alive, I'm still alive. I won't take risks easily anymore. I've really had enough of this damn place." Many people complained that the god's ruins were too dangerous. Now, The 3-year period was finally up. All the disciples of the sect gathered in the wasteland in the center of the god's ruins. Because there would be a path to leave. The Dark World, the Thunderfire Temple, and other large and small sect members quickly arrived. All is empty also came. He looked around and didn't see Fang Chun. "Where's Brother Fang?" All is empty asked. Lei Kong and Liang Hongfei shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. In recent years, they had been cultivating hard and didn't pay attention to the outside world. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of breaking air came from the distant sky, followed by a vast aura. "It's Zhou Lei. His aura has become stronger. Oh my God, has Zhou Lei broken through? Why do I feel my primordial spirit trembling when facing him? He hasn't broken through. Zhou Lei is still a god, but his strength must have reached an incredible level." Zhou Lei's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. In the crowd, the sound of discussion could be heard. Chapter 1765. Facing Mochizuki's blood domain, Fang Chun didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. The precepts of space operated, and the power of the space-time book became more and more powerful. Hiding in the void, as long as Fang Chun didn't show himself, Mochizuki couldn't find him at all. In this way, Fang Chun could sneak attack Mochizuki, and the latter couldn't do anything. This blood domain is quite powerful. Unfortunately, it met me. Fang Chun said to himself in the void. If it were an ordinary divine spirit realm expert, facing Mochizuki's blood domain, they would definitely die. However, he wasn't afraid. The evil aura in the blood domain couldn't corrode him at all. It couldn't even get close to his body. Blood domain. Mochizuki spread out his hands and roared eerily. A terrifying, evil black light instantly spread out. He wanted to use the blood domain to kill Fang Chun completely. Whoosh! In the void, a sharp sword suddenly pierced out. With incredible power, it pierced toward Mochizuki. With a bang, Mochizuki hurriedly controlled the blood domain to resist and barely blocked the attack of the 7 deadly meteor sword. Damn it! Mochizuki's face became completely gloomy. His eyes were scarlet, and his body emitted a terrifying, killing intent. "I don't believe that you can keep hiding," Mochizuki roared angrily. However, at this moment, Little Mouse appeared. "Boss!" Although Mochizuki was strong, he also had a fatal weakness. The evil black light was afraid of the Golden Heart. They could make full use of this point. The appearance of Little Mouse had undoubtedly greatly increased Fang Chun's combat strength. "Boss, I'll try to use my innate ability to assimilate the power in the blood domain." "You keep him busy," Little Mouse said. "Okay." Fang Chun nodded, and then continued to use the space-time book to attack with fire refining the heavens. Every time the 7 legendary meteor swords stabbed out, it would cause the bloody domain to shake. As time passed, Mochizuki's anger grew. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and sprinkled it on the bloody domain. The power in the bloody domain increased at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bloody domain, bloody hell. Mochizuki roared as the entire bloody domain shrunk rapidly. Fang Chun saw through Mochizuki's thoughts. He sneered and continued to attack. At this moment, the Little Mouse's assimilation ability had begun to show its strength. Hiss, 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 the heaven-devouring divine rat's innate ability was extremely heaven-defying. BR assimilation was Little Mouse's third ability. It could use its own power to assimilate the power around it. When the Little Mouse used its assimilation god art, it also used its clairvoyance god art. His eyes could clearly see the trajectory of the bloody domain. This way, the assimilation process will be much easier. "Boss, the assimilation is a success. Hold on a little longer," the Little Mouse said with a smile. After Fang Chun received the news, he increased his attack on Mochizuki to interfere with his control of the bloody domain. "I'm going to kill you." Finally, after an hour of confrontation, Mochizuki was completely enraged. He desperately urged the bloody domain to kill Fang Chun in one fell swoop. "Do you think you can escape by hiding in the void? Since you won't appear, I'll destroy this void," Mochizuki said coldly. He waved his hand, and the evil black light in the bloody domain burst out with a dazzling light. The terrifying power made the void tremble. Assimilation. At this moment, the little mouse roared and activated its assimilation power. Hiss! The powerful power in the bloody domain instantly became chaotic. When Mochizuki noticed this, his expression changed drastically. No! Wang Jiangyue cried out involuntarily. The bloody domain was his greatest reliance. But now, the chaotic energy in the bloody domain was gradually collapsing. Kill! A trace of cold, murderous intent flashed through Mochizuki's mind. He immediately urged the bloody domain to kill Fang Chun before the domain collapsed. However, he still underestimated the little mouse's strength. The bloody domain that had been assimilated by the little mouse had very powerful energy fluctuations. It formed a fierce collision with the original power. Moreover, the little mouse's see-through ability could clearly see the trajectory of the bloody domain. This way, the assimilation power could destroy the bloody domain without restraint. Damn it, he was about to succeed, but who would have thought that the bloody domain would have such a problem? Bang! Mochizuki punched out with both fists, forcing the little mouse's body out. The little mouse grinned and revealed a wretched smile. "I want you dead," Mochizuki roared. "You better take care of yourself first." The little mouse spread its hands and said. In an instant, the bloody domain collapsed completely. The chaotic energy engulfed Mochizuki's body, causing a powerful backlash. Mochizuki looked up to the sky and roared furiously. "Boss, do it!" The little mouse hurriedly transmitted its voice. Fang Chun had long been waiting for an opportunity to act. After receiving the little mouse's command, the golden heart rapidly beat. The golden liquid completely merged into the 7 extinction meteor sword. The heavenly divine tool was completely activated. A terrifying power swept over. Pucci! Mochizuki had no time to dodge at all. Fang Chen's sword pierced his chest. Hiss! The golden liquid rapidly penetrated the heavenly divine tool and drilled into Mochizuki's body. I can't accept this. The golden liquid could restrain the evil black light. The power in Mochizuki's body was disintegrating. At this moment, Mochizuki finally felt fear. He wanted to escape from here, but he didn't have the strength to do so. In the blink of an eye, the evil black light in his body was completely devoured by the golden liquid. Mochizuki's face was pale. His forehead was full of sweat. His vitality was fading. His scarlet eyes stared at Fang Chun. "Who the hell are you?" His voice was hoarse. With a crack, his body exploded. A tiny remnant thought instantly shot out from his body, trying to escape. "Die!" With a wave of his hand, the 7 extinction meteor sword accurately chopped down on the remnant thought. Suddenly, the remnant thought of the Holy Light religion's remnant protector disappeared. In an instant, the sky and the earth returned to its calm state. A cool breeze blew. Only the ruins on the ground could prove that a great battle had happened here. Although he killed Mochizuki, Fang Chen wasn't happy at all. "Boss!" Little Mouse walked to Fang Chen's side with a smile on his face. When he and his boss joined forces, they were invincible under the divine realm. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, "If I had stepped into the divine transformation realm, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult. Boss, with your potential, stepping into the divine transformation realm is only a matter of time. Maybe you can step into the divine transformation realm after leaving the divine relic," Little Mouse said. After thinking for a moment, he shook off the thoughts in his mind. "There's still a long time before the divine relic opens. I can use this time to improve my cultivation," Fang Chen said. After absorbing the inheritance of the 7 extinction god, he hadn't had time to look at it. "Boss, what about Zhou Lei?" Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He wouldn't deal with Zhou Lei for the time being. "Zhou Lei and I will definitely fight, but not now," Fang Chen said. Zhou Lei was different from Mochizuki. Although he didn't have Mochizuki's blood domain, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Killing Mochizuki could be said to be a big contribution because of the Golden Heart. But against Zhou Lei, the Golden Heart couldn't provide much help. If he forced a fight, the final result would be a Pyrrhic victory. In this case, it would affect his plan after stepping on Lotus Mountain. The loss outweighed the gain. Boss, I've been unhappy with that Zhou Lei for a long time. After you break through, you must teach him a lesson, Little Mouse said. Fang Chun and Little Mouse left. After today, there would be no more disciples of Sky, Gazing Mountain, and the Divine Relic. None of the disciples of the sect who had left before would have thought that Mochizuki would be killed by Fang Chun. In a certain area of the Divine Realm, this was one of the layers of the Holy Light religion. Crash! A protector of the Holy Light religion suddenly appeared from a dark corner. His face was full of anger. Mission failed, the protector said with a ferocious face. Behind him, another protector appeared. Chapter 1767. While Fang Chun was comprehending the inheritance left behind by the seven treasures god, Little Mouse was sweeping through the god's ruins with Xiao Huang. There were treasures everywhere in the god's ruins. However, there were some places that ordinary gods could not find at all. The god-devouring rat clan had a very sensitive sense of smell. Together with the royal ant clan, they were a perfect match. Every time they found a treasure, Little Mouse would let Xiao Huang absorb the energy first. Xiao Huang had just been born and was in the growth stage. Time passed. After that earth-shattering battle, Yi Zichen's expression changed. All the disciples in the sect were a little scared. They no longer took risks blindly. Instead, they were looking for some hidden places to safely wait for the opening of the god's ruins. Within the enormous heavenly deity ruins, it was completely empty. Not a single figure could be seen. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, Fang Chun had completely accepted the inheritance left behind by the seven treasures god. The seven treasures god's understanding of the sword principle was unique. For Fang Chun, it was infinitely useful. Moreover, what excited Fang Chun the most was that the seven treasures god's sword principle mentioned the destruction law. Seeing the word destruction, Fang Chun was even more excited. The destruction of the sword master. He had never forgotten these 4 words. However, it was too difficult to comprehend the destruction law. In half a year, Fang Chun's understanding of the sword principle had greatly improved. At the same time, he also had some ideas about the destruction law. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Fang Chun opened his eyes. He had completely comprehended the sword principle. The next step was to cultivate the 7 stars falling in the sky and instantly break through to the divine transformation realm. Fang Chun contacted Little Mouse. After confirming that the latter was not in danger, he continued to cultivate. He could not be too impatient when breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Fang Chun used the past half a year to accumulate divine power. Now that he had accumulated enough, it was time to break through. First, Fang Chun adjusted his mental state to the best. Secondly, he fully activated the golden heart, and the golden liquid spread all over his body. Entering the divine transformation realm from the eternal realm was a fundamental change. The long river of laws in his body would transform into monstrous waves, and then form a divine power vortex. The divine power whirlpool was where the divine power was stored. It was also the source of the god's power. Fang Chun felt that there wasn't enough energy. He took out a large number of divine spirit stones from his spatial ring and began to absorb the energy within them. He held a divine spiritual stone in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the godly spirit was reduced to powder, and the godly power within was absorbed by Fang Chun. Just like that, Fang Chun began to absorb the energy within the god spirit stones in large quantities. Only after absorbing over 1 million low-tier god spiritual stones did he finally feel full. At this moment, he began his final sprint. Boom! A terrifying power spread out from his body. Fang Chun could clearly feel that his primordial spirit seemed to be transforming. At the same time, his body was slowly changing. Mortal divine body? The biggest difference between a mortal body and a divine body was that a divine body could contain divine power, while a mortal body could not. Transforming a mortal body into a divine body was a long process. This process was also the process of tempering a warrior's mind. Fortunately, Fang Chun was prepared and was not worried about this at all. This process lasted for a full month. Only then did the mortal body completely transform into a divine body. After the transformation, Fang Chun felt a surge of power, and the perfect sword body became even more powerful. So strong. The perfect sword body operated, and sword-shaped runes covered the surface of his skin. It was as if there was a layer of powerful divine armor on his body, raising his defense to the extreme. The divine body had been perfectly transformed. Next, he just needed to transform the long river of laws into a divine power vortex. Fang Chen's body was filled with extremely rich divine power. With the passage of time, his cultivation base also gradually increased. 3 days later, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and there was an excited smile on his face. Is this the divine transformation realm? After half a year of bitter cultivation, he finally broke through to the divine transformation realm. Now, he could be considered a true divine being. Looking at the divine power vortex in his body that was surging with vast divine power, Fang Chun nodded with satisfaction. Although he was only in the divine transformation realm, it was a relatively important step. Divine power. Fang Chen's mind moved, and the divine power instantly surrounded his body. Fang Chun only gently punched out, and suddenly, the small hill in the distance directly exploded. As expected of the divine power, Fang Chun could not help but praise. Immediately, he took out the hidden star sword and injected the divine power. Buzz! The hidden star sword burst out with a loud sword cry. When he used the divine weapon before, he could not inject the divine power. Now that he had broken through to the divine transformation realm, the divine power was injected into the divine weapon. The power of the hidden star sword had increased by twofold. Fang Chun smiled and said, "Sure enough, only by using the divine power to activate the divine weapon can its true power be exerted." Fang Chun guessed that with his strength, if he faced Zhou Lei again, he could easily defeat him. If the outside world knew about Fang Chen's strength, they would definitely be shocked and even cause a sensation. A weak divine being who had just broken through to the divine transformation realm could instantly kill an expert of the divine spirit realm. He could be called invincible below the divine realm. Breaking through to the divine transformation realm was reasonable. Fang Chen did not get carried away. After all, there were many experts in the divine realm, and divine beings were only a part of the lowest level. If he wanted to establish a foothold in the divine realm, he had to at least reach the divine realm. Fang Chun believed that he was not too far away from the divine realm. Let's try the 7 stars falling sky. Fang Chun sat cross-legged and began to practice the 7 stars falling sky. The 7 stars falling sky only had a total of 7 moves. If all 7 moves were used, it could shoot down the sky. This divine art was also the divine art that the 7 ultimate deity relied on to become famous. Its attack power was incredible. Practicing the sword Tao divine art was more difficult for others, but for Fang Chun, it was much easier. It was all because of the Golden Heart. It was no exaggeration to say that without the Golden Heart, there would be no Fang Chun today. The Golden Heart was subtly changing Fang Chen's talent in the sword Tao. Practicing the sword Tao divine art was even more natural. Soon, Fang Chun had practiced the first move of the 7 stars falling sky. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flickered as he suddenly waved the 7 stars falling sky sword in his hand. The first star on the sword emitted extremely bright starlight. Wild divine power poured into the 7 stars falling sky sword. Suddenly, a sword light that was hundreds of feet thick instantly shot out. It carried a sword aura that made people tremble as it struck a mountain in the distance. Crack! The mountain was forcefully split in half by Fang Chun. Buzz! Retracting his divine power, Fang Chun looked at the 7 stars falling sky sword in his hand with a smile on his face. This is only the first move, but its power has already surpassed the fire refining the heavens technique. If I practice it to the extreme, I can even shatter the heavens, let alone shoot down the stars. Fang Chun secretly sighed. Just as Fong Chan was testing the power of the 7 stars falling sky, Little Mouse's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Boss, we have some trouble," Little Mouse said. "Give me the address," Fong Chun said hurriedly. After Little Mouse sent the address, Fong Chun quickly used the space-time book and rushed to the place where Little Mouse was at the fastest speed. "Boss, don't worry. We're not in danger for the time being. We're just trapped here and can't get out," Little Mouse said. Only then did Fong Chun relax. Along the way, Fong Chun learned the details of the situation. It turned out that Little Mouse and Xiao Huang had accidentally stepped into a dangerous place and secretly ate the spiritual herbs in the field. They were trapped by the guardian beast in a certain elegant valley. "Big guy, didn't we just eat some of your spiritual herbs? Do you have to be like this?" Little Mouse looked at the divine beast in front of him and said, "Damn you guys, how dare you eat the spiritual herbs that I painstakingly planted? I must teach you a lesson." The divine beast roared angrily. Xiao Huang, who was at the side, was stammering. No one knew what to say. "Xiao Huang, don't be afraid. Master Mouse is here." Little Mouse and the divine beast confronted each other and did not make a move. This was because they had already fought before. This divine beast was very powerful and could resist Little Mouse's innate magical power. Little Mouse had suffered a lot because of it, but this divine beast could not do anything to Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Chapter 1768. This was a pangolin with an extremely strong defense. Its entire body was like a divine armor. It was very big. In front of the Little Mouse, it was like a small mountain. In the face of the pangolin's abnormal defense, the Little Mouse was also full of helplessness. "Big guy, I advise you to let me go quickly. Otherwise, when my boss comes, you'll be finished," the Little Mouse said. The reason why he was so confident was because Fong Chun was on his way. "No matter how powerful your boss is, he's no match for me." The pangolin sneered. Crash! At this moment, Fong Chun appeared. His body landed in front of the Little Mouse. When Xiao Huang saw Fong Chun's arrival, he was very happy. "You've grown so big." Fong Chun was a little surprised. It hadn't been long since they last met, but Xiao Huang had grown to the size of a palm. "Boss, I said that I'll give you a surprise after you finish cultivating." The Little Mouse smiled and said, "I take Xiao Huang to eat treasures of heaven and earth every day. Of course, he grows quickly." "You're this little guy's boss?" the pangolin asked in a rough voice. Fong Chun turned his head, and only then did he notice the pangolin. "Yes, I'm his boss." Fong Chun nodded and said. He could feel the violent power on the pangolin's body, but he was not afraid. "Human, let me see what you're capable of." As soon as the pangolin's voice fell, he launched a tyrannical attack on Fong Chun. Bang! Seeing the pangolin's attack, Fong Chun suddenly punched out. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A creaking sound came from the pangolin's body. Fong Chun's fist emitted a violent force and bombarded the pangolin's armor, forcing the pangolin to retreat. "How can you be so strong?" The pangolin was shocked. The human in front of him was too strong. The power of a single punch was actually able to make him feel pain. "What do you think, big guy? Are you regretting it now?" Little Mouse laughed. "Oomph, I don't believe that you can break through my defense," the pangolin said in a deep voice. Just as it was about to continue attacking, the Little Mouse's eyes suddenly lit up and it said, "Big guy, why don't we make a bet? Do you dare?" "What kind of bet?" Pangolin stopped and stared at the Little Mouse. "If my boss defeats you, how about you give his field to us?" asked the Little Mouse. "Humph, you want to defeat me?" "Impossible," Pangolin said directly. "However, I'm quite curious about this fellow. You don't have to defeat me. As long as you can last 10 moves against me, I will admit defeat immediately." Pangolin had the strength of a divine spirit realm expert. Even an ordinary divine spirit realm expert wouldn't be a match for him. A mere divine transformation realm cultivator wanted to defeat him? Pangolin had its own pride. It was unwilling to take advantage of humans. Therefore, he said such words. When the Little Mouse heard this, he was secretly delighted and said, "Big guy, it's a deal. You can't go back on your word." "Don't worry. We pangolin people value promises very much. After the pangolin finished speaking, he looked straight at Fong Chun and said, "Human, make your move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Fong Chun looked at the pangolin. With a thought, he took out a heavenly divine artifact. Kill. The pangolin let out a furious roar. Its entire body was covered in armor, and a terrifying power instantly swept over. At the same time, Fong Chun also used 7 stars falling sky. Whoosh! The first star on the 7 stars of falling sky sword shone, and a terrifying sword light shot out from it. Poochie! This seemingly ordinary sword light pierced through the pangolin's armor and directly into its body. Bang! The pangolin's huge body fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed out from its wound. This scene shocked the little mouse. It opened its eyes wide and looked at the injured pangolin. Boss's strength has actually reached such a level. The little mouse muttered to itself. Xiao Huang, who was beside it, jumped up and down excitedly. Although the pangolin's defense is strong, it can't withstand the attack of 7 stars falling sky. Fong Chun glanced at the pangolin and said to himself. He had been careful with his attack just now. The sword light didn't pierce through the pangolin's vitals. Therefore, although it looked like it was injured, it was actually only a minor injury. "Big guy, how is it? My boss is strong, right?" The little mouse said gloatingly. The pangolin woke up from its shock and slowly got up. It looked at the human in front of it with fear. "You win." The pangolin lowered its proud head. "This field belongs to you, but I have a request." "Big guy, you're cheating," the little mouse said in a low voice. Fong Chun waved his hand, indicating for the pangolin to continue. "Can you tell me the divine skill you used just now?" the pangolin asked. 7 stars falling sky. Hearing this, the pangolin exclaimed in surprise. It looked at Fong Chun in shock, and finally its gaze fell on the 7 stars falling sky sword. "You've received the inheritance of the 7 stars god?" the pangolin asked, breathing heavily. Fong Chun nodded and didn't hide anything. "Haha, I'm finally free." After receiving Fong Chun's confirmation, the pangolin laughed wildly. "Boss, this guy is crazy." Looking at the confused pangolin, the little mouse curled its lips and said, "Could it be that it's trapped here?" Fong Chun guessed inwardly. After laughing wildly, the pangolin looked gratefully at Fong Chun and said, "Human, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how long I would have to stay in this damn place." "What happened?" "When I was young, I accidentally entered this place. The 7 stars god saw that I was too weak, so he didn't kill me. He only imprisoned me here, saying that one day his inheritance would appear and someone would obtain it. Only then would I be able to leave this place." The pangolin sank into its memories. "All these years, I've thought of many ways, but it's all to no avail. I can only be trapped here and live alone." The pangolin pointed at the field and said, "These are the products of my loneliness." Hearing this, Fong Chun and the little mouse suddenly understood. "So, I want to thank you." The pangolin's heart was filled with gratitude towards Fong Chun. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Fong Chun's strength was very strong, beyond its imagination. "Big guy, you look quite pitiful. Why don't you leave with us?" the little mouse asked. "Okay." The pangolin smiled. Fong Chun asked the pangolin what happened in the god's ruins, but the latter was at a loss. In the end, Fong Chun could only give up. The pangolin quickly became friends with the little mouse and Xiao Huang. The 3 of them were very lively. "Big guy, you're so big. You don't fit in with us," the little mouse complained. "That's easy." The pangolin smiled, and then its huge body disappeared in an instant. In an instant, a palm-sized pangolin lay on the little mouse's shoulder. "What do you think?" the pangolin smiled. In the following time, Fong Chun led the 3 of them to search for treasures in the god's ruins. In the blink of an eye, the 3-year period was almost up. Donga, a trembling sound came from the god's ruins. All the disciples of the sect who were hiding in the dark appeared on the ground. Their faces were full of smiles. The feeling of surviving a calamity was simply too good. "Haha, we can finally leave alive. I'm still alive, I'm still alive. I won't take risks easily anymore. I've really had enough of this damn place." Many people complained that the god's ruins were too dangerous. Now, The 3-year period was finally up. All the disciples of the sect gathered in the wasteland in the center of the god's ruins. Because there would be a path to leave. The Dark World, the Thunder Fire Temple, and other large and small sect members quickly arrived. All is empty also came. He looked around and didn't see Fang Chun. "Where's Brother Fang?" All is empty asked. Lei Kong and Liang Hongfei shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. In recent years, they had been cultivating hard and didn't pay attention to the outside world. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distant sky, followed by a vast aura. It's Zhou Lei. His aura is stronger. God, has Zhou Lei broken through? Why do I feel my primordial spirit trembling when facing him? He hasn't broken through. Zhou Lei is still a god, but his strength must have reached an incredible level. Zhou Lei's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. In the crowd, the sound of discussion could be heard without end. Chapter 1769. In these 3 years, Zhou Lei had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. 1357-924-6810. Everyone, please search for the most complete novel. His appearance immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. All the sect disciples were talking about Zhou Lei. At the same time, they were also wondering why Fang Chun hadn't appeared yet. Zhou Lei looked around and didn't see Fang Chun. He narrowed his eyes and waited for the heaven god's ruins to open. In the crowd, all is empty muttered, "Why isn't Brother Fang here yet?" However, just as all is empty finished speaking, Fang Chun appeared. Compared to Zhou Lei's imposing aura, Fang Chun was much more low-key. Fang Chun didn't emit any aura. He had even deliberately concealed his strength in order to make Zhou Lei lower his guard. "I didn't expect you to still be alive." Zhou Lei glanced at Fang Chun and sneered. "If you're not dead, how could I be dead?" Fang Chun retorted. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound echoed throughout the heaven god's ruins. A void gate appeared in the sky. "It's finally open. We can finally go out." Everyone cried out in surprise and laughed cheerfully. One by one, the disciples of the various sects entered the gate of the void. Lotus Mountain was surrounded by clouds all year round. Without heaven god Lin Yi's permission, no one could step on Lotus Mountain, not even heaven gods. Heaven god Lin Yi cultivated on Lotus Mountain all year round. But today, she left Lotus Mountain. At the foot of Lotus Mountain, heaven god Lin Yi looked at the void gate in the sky expressionlessly. Behind her were many experts from the sect, waiting for their juniors to come out. They're coming out. Someone's coming out. Yeah, the disciples of the Dark World. The first to come out were the disciples of the Dark World, led by Liang Hongfei. They didn't suffer much damage. The higher-ups of the Dark World were very excited when they saw Liang Hongfei and the others. Yu won. The heaven god's ruins were safe. Being able to come out alive at least proved that their choice was right. "How was it? How was your harvest?" the higher-ups of the Dark World asked. Liang Hongfei grinned and nodded. The upper echelons of the Dark World became even more excited. Not long after, the Thunder Fire Temple also came out. The upper echelons of the Thunder Fire Temple were very happy. They quickly welcomed the disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple. As time passed, one disciple after another walked out of the Void Gate. Some of the weaker sect's disciples had suffered heavy losses even if they managed to escape. This made the sect feel very helpless. "Zhou Lei, come over here." As soon as Zhou Lei came out, he was called over by the higher-ups of the Zhou family. After Zhou Lei, Fang Chun slowly walked out. The Sky Prison Saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King had been waiting for a long time, but they hadn't seen Fang Chun yet. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. But now, after seeing Fang Chun, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Ha, this kid." The Ice Dragon Spirit King laughed loudly. Fang Chun was the last one to walk out, and then the Void Gate disappeared. "Celestial Goddess Lin Yi, please wait. The disciples of our sky, Gazing Mountain, have yet to come out." An elder of the sky, Gazing Mountain, called out. Celestial Goddess Lin Yi, who was in the middle of closing the heaven god's ruins, frowned slightly. a hint of displeasure on her face. The survivors have all come out. After saying this, celestial goddess Lien waved her hand, and the void gate disappeared. The heaven god's ruins were completely closed. Hearing celestial goddess Lien Yi's words, the elder of the sky, gazing mountain, was shocked. The disciples of the sky, gazing mountain, who had entered the heaven god's ruins this time, were led by Mochizuki. Why hadn't a single one come out? Could it be that the other sect was deliberately targeting the sky, gazing mountain? At this thought, the elder of the sky, gazing mountain, emitted a terrifying aura. He glared at the surviving disciples of the heaven god's ruins. Tell me, what happened to the disciples of the sky, gazing mountain? The elder of the sky, gazing mountain, casually grabbed a weak disciple and shouted, "You too?" I don't know." The disciple shook his head furiously, indicating that he didn't know. The elder of the sky, gazing mountain's expression darkened. He turned to look at an armored disciple. "Sect Master Capricorn, please tell me what happened in the heaven god's ruins." The Capricorn sect had a good relationship with the sky, gazing mountain. Since the elder of the sky, gazing mountain, had asked this, the demon scorpion sect's sect master couldn't refuse. Tell me everything you know." Sect Master Capricorn nodded. A disciple beside him glanced at Fong Chun, then told him everything about how Fong Chun and all is empty teamed up to kill the disciples of the sky, gazing mountain, as well as how Fong Chun fought Mochizuki. The foot of the Lotus Mountain was in an uproar. Countless higher-ups of the sect widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at Fong Chun, and all is empty. What? Those two dared to kill the disciples of the sky, gazing mountain? No way. The sky, gazing mountain has the strong by Li Xingyan and the famous Mochizuki. How could they be killed? Those two must have used some despicable method. Otherwise, they wouldn't have succeeded. Everyone whispered amongst themselves. The sky, gazing mountain's elder was filled with killing intent as he stared at Fong Chun, and all is empty. Were the disciples of the sky, gazing mountain, killed by you? Facing the pressure of the sky, gazing mountain's elder, all is empty, coldly said, "That's right. The disciples of the sky, gazing mountain, were killed by the two of us." Damn it. The sky, gazing mountain's elder immediately attacked. "Elder Wong, are you going to interfere in the battle of a younger generation?" The Lightning Fire Temple's abbot put his palms together to block the elder's attack. They were killed by all is empty in the heaven god's ruins because they were too weak. Could it be that Elder Wong wants to take revenge for them? Bald donkey from the Lightning Fire Temple. "This matter has nothing to do with you," said the sky, gazing mountain's elder coldly. The sky, gazing mountain, is really domineering. If your disciples kill the disciples of another sect, can the other sect also attack your disciples? Mocked the Dark Sector Lord. The Dark Sector Lord's words left the sky, gazing mountain's elder speechless. At the foot of the Lotus Flower Mountain, the higher-ups of the sect were whispering amongst themselves. Although they agreed with the Dark Sector Lord's words, they didn't dare openly become enemies with the sky, gazing mountain. They didn't like the sky, gazing mountain. They often acted tyrannically in the easternmost land, willfully killing the innocent. This wasn't the first time. "What about me? Did I say something wrong?" sneered the Dark Sector Lord. The sky, gazing mountain's elder's expression sank. After thinking for a moment, his gaze fell on Fong Chun. "UU3, the reason the Lightning Fire Temple's abbot and the Dark Sector Lord had attacked was because all is empty. All is empty's background was fine if they didn't touch him. But this brat wasn't even a god. He shouldn't have any background." Boom! The sky, gazing mountain's elder waved his hand, and a wild aura immediately pressed down on Fong Chun. "Elder Wong, what is the meaning of this?" The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint both berated. At the same time, the two joined forces to resist Elder Wong's aura. So it's the trash from the Shang Sun sect." Elder Wong sneered. The Lightning Fire Temple and the Dark Sector were extremely powerful, and the sky, gazing mountain, was a little wary. But the Shang Sun sect was nothing. "Elder Wong, do you want to vent your anger on the Shang Sun sect?" said the Ice Dragon Spirit King coldly. If you want to fight, the Shang Sun sect will accompany you to the end. The Sky Prison Saint's attitude was extremely tough. Fang Chen had been watching quietly all this while. He was even more dissatisfied with the sky, gazing mountain. Enough. Just as the atmosphere was getting heavy, a delicate voice was heard. Everyone was fearful when they heard this. The woman in the palace dress, Goddess Lien Yi, slowly walked over. Her gaze swept across the crowd and finally fell on the sky, gazing mountain's elder. The disciples of the sky, gazing mountain, deserve to be killed. This matter is over. The disciples who came out of the god's relic alive are all guests of the Lotus Mountain. Elder Wang, are you going to attack the guests of the Lotus Mountain? Goddess Lien Yi smiled. Although she was smiling, Elder Wang couldn't help but tremble. Goddess Lien Yi, you must be joking. Why would I attack the guests of the Lotus Mountain? Elder Wang immediately changed his tone and said with a smile. In that case, this matter is over, said Goddess Lien Yi indifferently. Elder Wang nodded and glared at Fang Chen fiercely. Fang Chen looked at Goddess Lien Yi with a myriad of thoughts. As expected of Goddess Lien Yi, she made the sky, gazing mountain retreat with one sentence. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. The strong were respected no matter where they were. Fang Chen looked thoughtfully at Goddess Lien Yi, then stepped forward and clasped his hands. Senior Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi, I have something to say. Chapter 1770. Senior Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, I have something to say. Fang Chen's clear voice rang out. Everyone looked at each other. Wasn't this guy a bit too tactless? Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi had just said that this matter was over. Did he really think that Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was gentle and easy to get along with? Many disciples of the sect were preparing to watch Fang Chen make a fool of himself. Elder Wang of the sky, gazing mountain, sneered in his heart. Did this idiot really think that Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi would have a good impression of him just because she spoke a few words for him? Impudent. You're just a puny cultivator. You don't have the right to speak here. Elder Wang yelled. In reality, he was just trying to flatter Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was just about to leave when she suddenly heard Fang Chen's voice. She frowned slightly. Senior, what I want to say is of great importance. It may affect the survival of the entire easternmost land. Fang Chen ignored Elder Wang and continued. What arrogance! You're really arrogant. It concerns the survival of the entire easternmost land. It's not something a puny cultivator like you should know. Elder Wang took advantage of this opportunity to mock Fang Chen. Even the Sky Prison Saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King were secretly tugging at Fang Chen's sleeves. They saw that Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was a bit displeased. Elder Wang, don't get too cocky. Speaking of which, this matter is related to your sky, gazing mountain. Fang Chen glared at Elder Wang. Then, his gaze fell on Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was a bit curious about Fang Chen. Immediately afterward, her divine sense enveloped Fang Chen. Upon doing so, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was quite surprised. What secrets does this kid have that even I can't see? Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's face was as calm as an ancient well, but her heart was a bit shaken. She had immediately seen through Fang Chen's disguise. However, it was strange that she couldn't see through a soul formation stage cultivator. With this in mind, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi said, Speak. Elder Wang of the sky, gazing mountain, wanted to use this opportunity to mock Fang Chen, but he didn't dare to say anything after hearing Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's words. Senior, Fang Chen transmitted his voice using his divine sense. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's expression changed slightly. If it was an ordinary matter, there would be no need for divine sense transmissions. She waved her hand and instantly formed a domain. Then, she said, Speak. No one can eavesdrop in my domain. Hearing this, Fang Chen said slowly, Senior, all is empty, and I did kill the disciples of Sky, Gazing Mountain. That Mochizuki was also killed by my scheme. But, Fang Chen paused for a moment and then continued, In the battle with Mochizuki, I found the evil aura of holy light religion on him. Therefore, I concluded that he has something to do with holy light religion. The three words holy light religion clearly startled Heavenly God Lien. Are you sure? Heavenly Goddess Lien asked in a deep voice. Junior once encountered the remnants of holy light religion with Big Brother Han Long in the extreme south, so I have some understanding of the evil aura of holy light religion. After entering the Heavenly God's ruins, Junior discovered the evil aura more than once. I even destroyed a holy light religion nest. Fong Chen said frankly. Heavenly Goddess Lien's clear eyes stared straight at Fong Chen. After a long time, she fell into deep thought. With her strength, she could completely see that Fong Chen wasn't lying. Senior, Fong Chen was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Heavenly Goddess Lien. I know what you mean. You suspect that sky-gazing mountain has something to do with holy light religion. This is understandable. However, I will take care of this matter, so you don't have to worry. Heavenly Goddess Lien said. In reality, even if Fong Chen was worried, he wasn't qualified to participate. Whoosh. After dispelling the domain, Heavenly Goddess Lien glanced at Elder Wang of Sky-Gazing Mountain and said, the higher-ups of the disciples who successfully came out of the Heavenly God's ruins can also step onto Lotus Flower Mountain. After saying this, Heavenly Goddess Lien returned to Lotus Flower Mountain. Elder Wang of Sky-Gazing Mountain glared fiercely at Fong Chen, then flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. All the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain had been killed, so he naturally didn't have the right to step on a Lotus Flower Mountain. Fong Chen, let's go. This place was too dangerous, so Spirit King Han Long quickly led Fong Chen up Lotus Flower Mountain. Zhou, do you know this person? The higher-ups of the Zhou family asked. I fought with him before. He's a transcendent formation master. However, he's not much of a threat, Zhou said softly. The higher-ups of the Zhou family nodded. Lotus Flower Mountain was called a mountain peak, but it was actually a chain of peaks. The peaks around Lotus Flower Mountain were all peaks where the disciples of Lotus Flower Mountain cultivated. Only the tallest peak was the true Lotus Flower Mountain. Lotus Flower Mountain was particularly lively today. The gates were open to the public, and the various large sect disciples came to Lotus Flower Mountain one after another. When Fong Chen stepped on a Lotus Flower Mountain, he was also stunned. This is Lotus Flower Mountain? Fong Chen's heart trembled. This was practically a paradise. It was too beautiful. Countless flower petals fluttered in the air, giving Lotus Flower Mountain a trace of immortality. It said that in the past, there were true gods cultivating here. That's why the divine energy on Lotus Flower Mountain is especially dense. It's a legendary cultivation holy land, whispered the Sky Prison Saint. That's right. There were many legends about Lotus Flower Mountain in the past. However, ever since Heavenly Goddess Lien took over the mountain and became its queen, those legends gradually disappeared, said Spirit King Han Long. He had only been able to step on a Lotus Flower Mountain because of Fong Chen. Fong Chen, you're really something. You actually managed to kill a disciple of Sky-Gazing Mountain. Ha. I'm so happy to see that old bastard's face, laughed Spirit King Han Long. Fong Chen, have you reached the soul transformation realm? That was the question the Sky Prison Saint was most concerned about. Fong Chen nodded. I was lucky enough to reach the soul transformation realm. I knew you'd be able to obtain an unexpected harvest. The Sky Prison Saint was very happy. However, Spirit King Han Long said, Fong Chen, you might have survived the Heavenly God's ruins and passed the most basic trial. However, the disciples you'll be facing next won't be simple. I know, but I'm not afraid, said Fong Chen. Let's go. Let's not talk about that. Let's familiarize ourselves with Lotus Flower Mountain. Such beautiful scenery isn't something you can see all the time. The Sky Prison Saint hastily changed the topic. All the sect members were arranged to stay on Lotus Flower Mountain. At night, Fong Chen sat alone in his courtyard to cultivate. Suddenly, his medallion vibrated. Raising his head, he saw a flawless face appear in his line of sight. Brother Chen. As soon as Fong Chen appeared, Star and Moon sensed him. She was already impatient to see Fong Chen. Why are you here? Asked Fong Chen. Brother Chun, I missed you. Star and Moon sat down next to Fong Chun, leaning her head on his shoulder. It's not good for your master to find out, said Fong Chun. Star and Moon playfully stuck out her tongue. Master is busy. He won't find out. Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded. He was just about to speak when he felt a scorching breath hit him in the face. Star and Moon's red lips pressed against his own. Heaven and earth went still. The next day, Empyrean god Lien Yi gathered all the sect members in the plaza on Lotus Flower Mountain. On the way there, Fong Chun ran into Zhou Lei. Fong Chun, Zhou Lei called out. Fong Chun stopped and looked at Zhou Lei. Star and Moon is mine. No one can take her away from me, Zhou Lei whispered in Fong Chun's ear. Fong Chun clenched his fists, his heart burning with anger. However, he forced himself to restrain himself. Right now, it was not time to fight with Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei, some things are not as beautiful as you think. Fong Chun sneered and turned to leave. Watching Fong Chun's back as he left, Zhou Lei's eyes flashed with killing intent. However, until now, Zhou Lei had not remembered that this person was the weak warrior he had met when he accompanied Star and Moon to the lower realm. It was no wonder that Star and Moon did not remember him. It had been many years since that time. Zhou Lei had to face countless gods every day. How could he remember a warrior who was as weak as an ant? Brat, keep being arrogant. You won't be able to be arrogant for much longer, Zhou Lei said darkly. When Fong Chun arrived at the plaza, it was already packed with people. Fong Chun looked ahead and saw Empyrean god Lien Yi. Chapter 1771. Do you see that beautiful palace lady? Just as Fong Chun was staring at Empyrean goddess Lien Yi and the beautiful palace lady, the sky hell saint suddenly spoke in a low voice. Fong Chun nodded, a bit puzzled. Empyrean goddess Lien Yi usually treats people coldly, but when she's with that beautiful palace lady, her smile is so sincere. I think the two of them must have a very good relationship, Fong Chun said. You're right. That beautiful palace lady has a powerful background. Not only is she Empyrean goddess Lien Yi's junior sister, but she's also the empress of the Xinshu Empire, the Sky Hell Saint said. Fong Chun's heart trembled. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the palace lady. He didn't expect her to be Empyrean goddess Lien Yi's junior sister. Is Empyrean goddess Lien Yi's master a true god? Fong Chun asked. The Ice Dragon Spirit King shook his head. No, if he's not a true god, how can he teach Empyrean goddess Lien? Fong Chun asked. Kid, you've only been in the god realm for a short time, so you don't know enough about it. Who told you that a heavenly god's master has to be a true god? The Ice Dragon Spirit King laughed. Fong Chun paused, then seemed to understand. Seeing Fong Chun's expression, the Sky Hell Saint continued. Empyrean goddess Lien Yi's master is also a top-tier Empyrean god. However, he travels the world and is no longer in the easternmost land, so very few people know of his existence. When Empyrean goddess Lien Yi and the palace lady were accepted as disciples, they were only gods. Fong Chun nodded in understanding. On the path of cultivation, it was common for disciples to surpass their masters. Empyrean goddess Lien Yi's situation was quite normal. However, Fong Chun glanced at the beautiful woman in the palace gown with interest. Fong Chun could feel a faint aura coming from the beautiful woman in palace attire. She gave people a feeling of fear just by looking at her. Perhaps this is the aura of a superior, Fong Chun said to himself. It said that Empyrean goddess Lien Yi publicly accepted a husband for her disciple, which caused the palace lady to be extremely displeased. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be any conflict between the two of them, said the Sky Prison Saint. By the way, Big Brother Han Long, is the Xinshu Imperial Court also in the easternmost region? Why haven't I heard of it before? Fong Chun was curious as to why there were no disciples from the Xinshu Empire among the disciples who had entered the Tianshan relic. Speaking of which, the Xinshu Empire is considered to be above the rest in the easternmost land. They have never interfered with the conflicts in the easternmost region. Plus, they're very powerful. No sect is willing to provoke the Xinshu dynasty. There are two elite heavenly gods in the Xinshu dynasty. One of them is the beautiful woman in palace attire, and the other is the immortal void god. The heavenly prison saint said, "The Shinshu dynasty and the Lotus Mountain have a very good relationship. A large part of the reason is the beautiful woman in the palace gown. It's said that this beautiful woman and heavenly goddess Lien were the two most beautiful women in the easternmost lands. It was just that their paths of love were indeed completely different. The immortal Void Empress was married to the immortal Void God, which became a much-told story in the easternmost land. As for heavenly goddess Lien, her luck was quite bad. The man she loved had abandoned her. From then on, heavenly goddess Lien hated male cultivators. That's why there are so few male disciples on the Lotus Mountain." The Frost Dragon Spirit King took over the conversation. "That's why heavenly goddess Lien is very interested in choosing a husband for the Star and Moon sect. If you can't obtain her approval, then no matter how powerful you are, it won't matter." Fang Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. At the very front of the plaza, heavenly goddess Lien and the immortal Void Empress stood side by side on the rostrum. Even though time had passed, it couldn't leave any marks on their faces. Their elegance hadn't diminished at all. "Everyone, the fact that you've set foot on the Lotus Mountain means that you've received my initial approval. However, if you want to marry my disciple, you'll have to go through a series of selections and receive my approval in the end," heavenly goddess Lien said indifferently. "During this process, there's a high chance that you'll die. So if you want to withdraw now, you'll have to remember. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit." Heavenly goddess Lien Yi's words triggered a wave of discussion. Many sects members were evaluating the strength of their own sect's disciples. The Zhou family was the most decisive. All of their disciples withdrew, leaving only Zhou Lei behind. "My Zhou family only wants Zhou Lei," the Zhou family's upper echelon said solemnly. In the Dark Worlds area, the Dark Worlds master wanted Liang Hongfei to compete, but the latter's gaze fell on Fang Chun. In the end, he sighed and said, "Realm Master, I choose to give up." "Hongfei, this is a rare opportunity. Are you going to miss it?" asked the Dark World's master. Liang Hongfei shook his head helplessly. Even if he wanted to compete, it wouldn't help. Putting aside whether or not he could get past Zhou Lei, he couldn't even get past Fang Chun. Besides, Fang Chun was very good to him. He didn't want to compete with Fang Chun because of this. "Realm Master, Fang Chun and I are good friends." Liang Hongfei's words finally moved the Dark World's master. The latter nodded in agreement with Liang Hongfei's decision. The Dark World's master giving up was rather surprising. Many people's gazes fell on the area where the Dark World's disciples were. Hearing this, Fang Chun was a little surprised. He immediately looked at the Dark World's area. He happened to meet Liang Hongfei's gaze. "Thank you." Fang Chun transmitted his voice. "Brother Fang, I hope you can succeed," Liang Hongfei said. After the Dark World withdrew, only the Thunderfire sect was left. Needless to say, the Thunderfire Temple would definitely withdraw. Some other sects also withdrew from the competition one after another. In the end, only 5 people were prepared to continue competing. These 5 people were Zhou Lei of the Zhou family, Fang Chun of the Shengsun sect, He Xie of the Capricorn sect, Hua Feilong of the Taiwan dynasty, and the lone traveler Gu Senator among the 5. Zhou Lei was already very familiar with them. As for the other 3, Fang Chun was a little surprised. When he met He Xie of the Capricorn sect in the Heavenly God's Relic, they only exchanged a quick glance. He didn't expect He Xie to have hidden his strength so well. He had also reached the Divine Spirit Realm. No wonder he dared to compete. Fang Chun had never seen Hua Feilong of the Tai Hua dynasty before. He had never heard of such a person at all. This person had hidden his strength quite well. Lone Ranger Gu Sun looked like a beggar from the outside, and he looked very wretched. But no one dared to underestimate him. Some people even thought that Gu Sun had the strength to challenge Zhou Lei. They're really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Fang Chun sighed. He had thought that his biggest competitor was Zhou Lei. Who would have thought that several of them would appear at once? Have the 5 of you thought it through? Heavenly God Lien, he asked. Senior Heavenly God Lien, we have already thought it through. Zhou Lei said apologetically. Good. In that case, you can't blame others if you die. heavenly god Lien, he said indifferently. Then, she pointed her finger in front of her. Suddenly, a towering mountain near Lotus Mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This mountain was covered in ice and snow, and the environment was very harsh. This mountain is called Weeping Ice Peak. It is covered by the laws of ice all year round, and the temperature is extremely cold. There's a frost water god's pearl on the mountain. Those who obtain it will remain, and those who do not will be eliminated. Boom! The plaza was in an uproar. Heavenly God Lien Yi's test was too shocking. Just hearing the name Weeping Ice Peak was enough to make one's heart pound. Oh no, I didn't expect Heavenly God Lien Yi's test to be so demanding. The Sky Hell Saint frowned. That's right. The Weeping Ice Peak has been sealed for so many years, but she opened it for her disciple to choose a husband. It seems that Star and Moon really is Heavenly God Lien Yi's favorite disciple. The Frost Dragon Spirit King also sighed. On the rostrum, Empress Xian Su glanced at the snow-covered mountain with a complicated expression. Then, she said in a low voice, "Senior sister, why do you have to do this?" The Weeping Ice Peak had its own legend. However, this legend was a bit sad. Heavenly God Lien, he had met and fallen in love with that man on the Weeping Ice Peak. Later, she was also abandoned by that man on the Weeping Ice Peak. Too many painful memories were buried on the Weeping Ice Peak. Who would have thought that Heavenly God Lien he would open it this time? Let bygones be bygones. You know how painful it is, so why persist? Heavenly God Lien, he said indifferently. Although she said that, Empress Xian Su could still sense the turmoil in Heavenly God Lien Yi's heart. Sigh. Empress Xian Su sighed, shook her head, and left. Below, everyone was staring at the Weeping Ice Peak in shock. Chapter 1772. Brother Fong, it's best if you don't challenge the Weeping Snow Peak, advised the Ice Dragon Spirit King. He knew just how dangerous the Weeping Snow Peak was. With Fong Chen's current strength, he would definitely die. He didn't want to see his little brother die on the Weeping Snow Peak. That's right. Fong Chen, I also don't recommend you go, said the Heavenly Purgatory Saint. However, I also know about your obsession. If you can't accomplish it, a heart devil will appear in your cultivation. At that time, the consequences will be unthinkable. Just what kind of danger does the Weeping Snow Peak have? Why did everyone's expressions change when they heard about it? Asked Fong Chun. Brother Fong, let me explain it to you, said the Ice Dragon Spirit King. Originally, the Weeping Snow Peak wasn't that dangerous. However, after the incident with Heavenly Goddess Lien, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky above the Weeping Peak. Countless snowflakes fell onto the Weeping Snow Peak, completely covering it. The Weeping Snow Peak is covered in snow all year round. Of course, that's nothing. The most important thing is that after that, some curious gods went up to explore, but they never returned. In the end, some powerful heavenly gods discovered annihilation frigid water on the Weeping Snow Peak. Annihilation frigid water? Fong Chen's expression changed a bit upon hearing that. Others might not know, but he did. Because he possessed the undying flame, he paid special attention to the things that countered flames. In the divine world, there were 3 types of ultimate waters. The first was chilling heavenly water. This ultimate water could instantly freeze a god's yuan spirit. It was extremely terrifying. The second was annihilation frigid water. Even heavenly gods wouldn't be able to resist this ultimate water. Their yuan spirit would be forcibly frozen. As for the third type, practically no one in the divine world had ever seen it. It had always existed in legends. As for annihilation heavy water, even true gods feared this ultimate water. There's actually annihilation frigid water on the Weeping Snow Peak? Fong Chen's eyes widened. The Ice Dragon Spirit King nodded. The ice snow water god pearl that Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi told you to find is formed from annihilation frigid water. That's why I advised you to give up. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. The annihilation frigid water was something that even heavenly deities could not resist. If a deity were to come in contact with it, they would definitely die. But I might not necessarily encounter the annihilation frigid water, Fong Chun said stubbornly. It's obvious that the ice snow water divine pearl is in the annihilation frigid water. How did you get it? Asked the Ice Dragon Spirit King. Fang Chen fell silent. His mind was filled with information about the annihilation frost water. Lotus Mountain, in a snow-covered area. Star and Moon, dressed in purple, leaned against a blue stone and looked down at the beautiful scenery below. There was an unconcealable smile on her face. Thinking that she would soon be able to be with Brother Chun forever, she was very excited. You are. Empress Xianxiu suddenly appeared. Uncle Master. Seeing Empress Xianxiu, Star and Moon hurriedly called out. Usually, when Master is busy cultivating, the person who interacts with her the most is Empress Xianxiu. Star and Moon had a very good impression of Empress Xianxiu. Do you know what the first test of your master's test is? Asked Empress Xianxiu. Star and Moon shook her head. Doesn't know. Please tell me, Uncle Master. Ice Snow Weeping Peak, looking for the Ice Snow Water Divine Pearl, said Empress Xianxiu softly. What? Star and Moon's expression changed. She cried out involuntarily. She looked somewhat anxiously at Empress Xianxiu. Uncle Master, why will my master open the Ice Snow Weeping Peak? Those who participate in the test are all gods. How could they survive on the Ice Snow Weeping Peak? Seeing Star and Moon so anxious, Empress Xianxiu was somewhat surprised. Why are you so anxious? Star and Moon stammered, unable to speak. Are you hiding something from me? Asked Empress Xianxiu softly. Star and Moon lowered her head and said somewhat apologetically, Uncle Master, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Let's hear it. Could it be that there's someone among these young talents that has taken a fancy to? Empress Xianxiu smiled. To be valued by Star and Moon, who is as proud as a phoenix, they must be extraordinary. However, Empress Xianxiu really couldn't figure out who among the 5 people were. Uncle Master, you also know that I came from the lower realm, said Star and Moon. Empress Xianxiu nodded. Of course she knew this. Emperor Zhang Jian used the last of his strength to send Star and Moon to the God realm. Afterwards, God Lien took her as a disciple. When I was in the lower realm, I was already married. The reason I was able to be revived by Emperor Zhang Jian was entirely because of my husband. He received Emperor Zhang Jian's inheritance and begged him to revive me. Star and Moon said, and now, after going through untold hardships, cultivating bitterly from the lower realm until now, he ascended to the God realm. After learning that I was taken in as a disciple by Master, he resolutely prepared to participate in Master's test in order to openly take me away from Lotus Mountain. At this point, Star and Moon's emotions became somewhat unstable. But after all, his cultivation time is too short. Now that Master has opened the Weeping Snow Peak, he's in danger. Star and Moon spoke of her worries. Empress Xianxiu heard this, and a smile appeared on her face. From your words, I can tell that your husband loves you very much. For you, he didn't hesitate to cultivate diligently from the lower realm and ascended to the God realm to find you. I'm also very touched by this. Empress Xianxiu said, but you also know your master's temper. She certainly won't take back what she says. But Star and Moon's heart was in a mess. She was very anxious. Uncle Master, you have to help me. Empress Xianxiu affectionately stroked Star and Moon's head. She said softly, You still haven't told me who your husband is. He's Fang Chun. So it's him. Empress Xianxiu smiled. She was rather curious about this guy. Uncle Master, you've seen him? Star and Moon asked. Empress Xianxiu nodded. Star and Moon continued to ask, Uncle Master, how do you feel? This person has cultivated to the soul transformation realm at such a young age. His potential is extraordinary. As for how he will treat you, we still have to observe. Empress Xianxiu said, but since you're begging me, I'll help him. Whether or not he succeeds will depend on his luck. Thank you, Uncle Master. In the square, everyone was still very wary of the Weeping Snow Peak. Even Zhou Lei didn't dare to rashly go there. Anyway, there's still a long time. Don't recklessly take risks. The Zhou family's higher-ups said. At this time, Fang Chun was discussing countermeasures with the Sky Prison Saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King. Brother Ice Dragon, the temperature on the Weeping Snow Peak is extremely low. Can I use the flame laws to cover my body and step in? Fong Chen asked. The Ice Dragon Spirit King shook his head. This method was useless. Because of the annihilation frigid water, there won't be any flames on the Weeping Snow Peak. But any flames that come close will be instantly extinguished. The annihilation frigid water was the ultimate water that even heavenly gods feared. Although the undying flame was strong, it wasn't strong enough to resist the annihilation frigid water. This matter needs to be carefully considered. We can't be careless, said the Sky Prison Saint. Fong Chun was very anxious. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The annihilation frigid water changes every 3 days. That's the best time to ascend the Weeping Snow Peak. Hearing this voice, Fong Chun was stunned. Then, he caught sight of the beautiful woman in palace attire in the distance. Why would she help me? Fong Chun was very surprised. This woman was heavenly goddess Lien Yi's junior sister. Logically speaking, she shouldn't help him. Could it be? That should be the case. It must be you. Fong Chen clenched his fists. He was very excited. At the same time, he transmitted his thanks. Thank you, senior. Little fellow, Yuer is very affectionate towards you. I also hope you can succeed, said the Empress Xinshu, even though she didn't think Fong Chun would succeed. After receiving the Empress Xinshu's guidance, Fong Chun began to seriously observe the changes on the Weeping Snow Peak. The annihilation frigid water changes every 3 days. That's the best time to ascend the peak. Fong Chen muttered to himself. In other words, the annihilation frigid water's activity is traceable. Thinking of this, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. Chapter 1773. The Weeping Peak was covered in ice and snow all year round, and the annihilation frigid water flowed. It was extremely cold, and no one could approach it. This was also one of the wonders of the Lotus Mountain. Of course, only divine god Lien Yi could ascend the Weeping Peak, but she was unwilling to set foot on this sad place. This round's test was indeed a little more difficult. Not only Fong Chun, but the others were also thinking about how to ascend the Weeping Peak. The biggest problem in front of them now was not how to find the ice snow water pearl, but how to ascend it. This was a very big problem. If they recklessly stepped on the Weeping Peak, their primordial spirit would definitely be frozen. Fong Chun recalled what the Empress Xinshu said just now, and finally combined it with his own opinion. He believed that the annihilation frigid water's activity could be traced. Knowing this, Fong Chun undoubtedly walked in front of the others. Finally, after observing for 2 hours, Fong Chen's face showed a bright smile. I see. Fong Chen's heart suddenly became clear. The Weeping Peak seemed to be covered in ice and snow, and the annihilation frigid water flowed. But in fact, the ice and snow covering it was a formation. What a unique formation. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. An expert who could set up such a formation was definitely not an ordinary person. The ice and snow is just a cover. The real fatal thing is the annihilation frigid water hidden in the ice and snow. At this moment, Fong Chen finally understood why everyone's expression changed when they talked about the Weeping Peak. Even a divine god who doesn't understand formations and recklessly steps on it will only end up dead. Fong Chen only glanced at the annihilation frigid water hidden in the ice and snow and felt his scalp go numb. This formation can hide the annihilation frigid water under the ice and snow. What is the principle behind it? After discovering this special formation, Fong Chun racked his brains. As long as it was a formation, there should be a way to crack it. Fong Chun couldn't crack it, and it could only be said that his understanding of formations was not deep enough. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the others didn't act rashly. As for Fong Chun, he kept his eyes closed as he tried to comprehend this mystical formation. Until a certain moment, Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the annihilation frigid water in the formation had retreated directly. Could this be the so-called annihilation frigid water alternation? Fong Chun was puzzled. But moments later, the annihilation frigid water appeared again. Suddenly, the Weeping Snow Peak was filled with an extremely cold aura. Fong Chun was stunned for a moment before he felt somewhat helpless. After the water, the annihilation frigid water rain returned. This meant he's within a breath's, and then he's and enter. Otherwise, if he's water's frigid water, he's the s's of his water frigid water. Freef. If they missed the opportunity to use the annihilation frigid water, they would have to wait for the next opportunity. Fang Chen was not bothered by this. However, the others were clearly a little anxious. Especially Zhou Lei, the Zhou family even sent some cold-resistant treasures. Ha ha ha. One day, Zhou Lei suddenly burst into laughter. A set of flaming armor appeared on his body. Dense flames surrounded him, and there were complicated patterns on the armor. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The Zhou family's treasure, the Hellfire armor. Immediately, the square was filled with exclamations. All the sect's disciples stared at Zhou Lei with their eyes wide open. The other sect's higher-ups frowned. The Zhou family used such a method to let Zhou Lei ascend the peak. It's said that only true gods can break the Zhou family's Hellfire armor, someone said. Zhou Lei can easily ascend the Weeping Snow Peak with this armor. It's not fair. Many people had opinions about the Zhou family, but they didn't dare to say it. In the void, Emperor Xinshu looked at the people below and smiled. I didn't expect the Zhou family to spend so much. The Hellfire armor is powerful, but with Zhou Lei's strength, he can only use it once. God Lien, he said coldly. In the square, after putting on the Hellfire armor, Zhou Lei's face was full of smiles. He glanced at the other competitors and said, Everyone, Zhou Lei, will go first. After saying that, the Hellfire armor on Zhou Lei's body exploded with scorching flames. Whoosh! Zhou Lei's body flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the peak. Then, Zhou Lei quickly climbed. Wherever Zhou Lei passed by, the ice and snow that covered the Weeping Peak instantly melted. Everyone shook their heads. It seemed that Zhou Lei would have no problem reaching the peak. However, at this moment, Zhou Lei suddenly let out a miserable cry. As Zhou Lei shouted, the karmic fire armor instantly expanded and enveloped Zhou Lei completely. Hiss! The Hellfire armor was resisting the annihilation cold water. Fang Chen looked at this scene calmly. The Hellfire armor exploded with a vast aura and repelled the annihilation cold water. Let's go. Zhou Lei felt pain all over his body. However, he finally climbed up the peak and disappeared in front of everyone. This Hellfire armor is really powerful, Fang Chen said in his heart. It can resist the corrosion of the annihilation cold water with its defense alone. However, Zhou Lei is too weak. I guess it can only be used once. Fang Chen was not afraid of the Hellfire armor. How could Zhou Lei be able to fully control such a powerful armor? On the second day after Zhou Lei stepped onto the peak, Fang Chen finally took action. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen came to the bottom of the peak. Is this guy crazy? Does he want to resist the annihilation cold water with his physical body? The ignorant are really fearless. Annihilation cold water is not something that can be resisted with his physical body. The Shengsun sect has really declined. They accept just anyone. Yeah, I think this guy is going to die here. Many people were pessimistic about Fang Chen. They thought that he would definitely die. The Heavenly Prison Saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King stared at Fang Chen nervously. They were afraid that something would happen to him. Standing at the foot of the peak, Fang Chen was surrounded by thick, immortal flame. That's the immortal flame. This guy actually has the immortal flame. However, even so, it's not enough for him to step onto the peak. He's courting death. Who can he blame? Although people were surprised that Fang Chen had the immortal flame, it was not that shocking. In their opinion, Fang Chen wanted to use the immortal flame to force his way up. However, Fang Chen would not be so reckless. I don't understand the core mystery of the formation at all, but at least I know how it works. I hope I can succeed this time, Fang Chen said to himself. He took a deep breath. His golden heart beat rapidly, and golden liquid covered his body. Just as Fang Chen was getting ready, the annihilation cold water suddenly dissipated rapidly. Right now, Fang Chen leaped, and his figure shuttled through the void. His palms hit the void in a disorderly manner. Bang, 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 streaks of undying flame were scattered all over the weeping snow peak. Shuddering, Fong Chun shouted in his heart. He had already broken a small hole in the formation. He wanted to rush through before the annihilation cold water returned. Rumble, rumble, in just a breath's time, the annihilation cold water returned. The terrifying cold air caused Fong Chen's body to stagger, and he almost fell from the sky. Seeing this, everyone was full of mockery. Haha, I bet that he can't last 3 breaths. Trash like him dares to compete with Zhou Lei. He's courting death. He probably thinks the annihilation cold water is just SOSO. What an ignorant idiot. Seeing Fong Chun stagger, everyone thought that Fong Chun could not hold on. Only the Empress of Xinshu and Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi knew that Fong Chun had succeeded. Whoosh! Fong Chen's body turned into a stream of light, and he rushed into the formation at a speed invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, the annihilation cold water returned, and the formation was quickly repaired. In the void, seeing this, the Empress Xinshu smiled knowingly. This kid is extraordinary. He can comprehend it with just a little guidance from me. Goddess Lien Yi frowned slightly and glanced at the Empress Xinshu. Chapter 1774. Leaving a series of exclamations, Fong Chun entered the crying snow peak. Everyone in the square looked at each other, especially the senior members of the Zhou family. Their faces were very gloomy. They thought that Zhou Lei would definitely pass this level with the Hellfire armor, the most precious treasure of the Zhou family. However, this guy from the Shengsun sect actually entered the crying snow peak with his own strength. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, someone in the crowd exclaimed. However, most of them remained silent. The impossible had become possible. Although they didn't want to believe it, the truth was right in front of them. Seeing was believing. They saw Fong Chun enter the crying snow peak with their own eyes. How could it be fake? In other words, the annihilation cold water was fake. It was impossible. The crying snow peak was very spacious, and snowflakes were falling from the sky. It's so cold. The immortal flame was dancing on his body, but Fong Chun felt very cold. Be careful. As long as you don't touch the annihilation cold water, you should be fine. Fong Chun thought to himself. He looked around to see where the ice snow water god's pearl was. Boss! Just as Fong Chun was thinking, Little Mouse and Xiao Huang appeared. As a member of the royal ant family who might become the new queen ant in the future, he was very reluctant to be called Xiao Huang. However, he gradually accepted this title. Yes, Fong Chun looked at Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. It was understandable that they could resist the cold air. The former was the unique sky-devouring divine rat in the universe, while the latter was a member of the royal ant family. The annihilation cold water is very powerful. If you're not careful, your primordial spirit will be frozen, Little Mouse said. I know. However, you don't have to worry, boss. Xiao Huang has a way to help you get the ice snow water god's pearl, Little Mouse said with a smile. You want what? Fong Chun was shocked and hurriedly looked at Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang could speak now. Boss, the Imperial Ant Clan is naturally unafraid of ultimate water. Although the annihilation frigid water is very powerful, I can easily deal with it, Xiao Huang said. Fong Chun widened his eyes, his heart filled with shock. Fong Chun was shocked that the Imperial ants could resist the cold air of the annihilation frigid water. Boss, you have to believe me. As far as I know, the Imperial Ant Clan usually drinks frigid ice heavenly water. Although this annihilation frigid water is very powerful, it is only the bathwater of the royal ant tribe. The little mouse grinned. Although it was a heaven-devouring divine rat, it was very unique. However, he couldn't help but admire the Imperial Ant Clan for this. This mystical race actually used the annihilation frigid water as bathing water. Seeing Fong Chen's shock, Xiao Huang personally said, Boss, only underage royal ants can drink frigid heavenly water. After reaching adulthood, the Imperial Ant tribe would use the annihilation frigid water to cultivate. If there comes a day when I can become the new Imperial Ant, I won't be afraid of the annihilation frigid water. After Xiao Huang's explanation, Fong Chen finally understood. It turned out that it wasn't that difficult to obtain the ice snow water god pearl. Boss, I've already discovered the annihilation frigid water. Follow me. Xiao Huang took the lead. Fang Chun and the little mouse followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived in front of a frigid lake. As soon as they approached, Fang Chun felt his essence soul about to be frozen. The throbbing from the depths of his essence soul made his golden heart beat rapidly. Golden liquid. Fang Chun was shocked to discover that the golden liquid could resist the corrosion of the annihilation frigid water. Whoosh! Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the frigid lake from afar. Boss, this is the annihilation frigid water, Xiao Huang said as he pointed at the frigid lake. Fang Chun nodded heavily. In the past, he had only seen the introduction of the annihilation frigid water in books. Today, he finally saw it with his own eyes. From the outside, the annihilation frigid water looked almost the same as ordinary water. However, the annihilation frigid water contains several types of laws related to ice and snow. This made the annihilation frigid water extremely cold, as expected of something that even heavenly gods are afraid of. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he had the golden heart and Xiao Huang's help. Only then could he stand here from afar. You too. If it were anyone else, their essence soul would have been frozen long ago. Boss, set up the universe array and hide in it. I'll help you get the ice snow water god pearl, Xiao Huang said. Fang Chun nodded. To be safe, he set up a 3-layered array and hid in it. Xiao Huang, it's up to you, the little mouse said. Brother Mouse, don't worry. Splash. Xiao Huang's petite body jumped into the frigid lake, causing some splashes. Soon, the frigid lake returned to its calm state. This was the first time he was working for Fang Chun. Xiao Huang worked very hard to show off. He kept swimming in the frigid lake. Time passed. In the 3-layered array, Fang Chun was a little anxious. Xiao Huang will be fine, right? Fang Chun asked. Boss, Xiao Huang is from the Royal Ant clan. He should be fine, the little mouse said. On the Weeping Peak, besides Fang Chun, Zhou Lei, who was wearing the karmic fire armor, was also there. Zhou Lei was relying on the karmic fire armor to search for the ice snow water god pearl. Zhou Lei clenched his fists and cursed angrily. Damn it! Is there no ice snow water god pearl other than the annihilation frigid water? Although he was wearing the karmic fire armor, he didn't dare to get close to the annihilation frigid water. He knew very well that he was only able to step onto the Weeping Peak because of the karmic fire armor. The karmic fire armor couldn't withstand the annihilation frigid water for long. Continue searching. I don't believe that I can't find it. Zhou Lei continued searching. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. As they waited anxiously, a ripple finally appeared on the surface of the frigid pond. Xiao Huang. With a whoosh, Xiao Huang leaped out of the frigid pond. Are you all right? Fang Chun looked at Xiao Huang and asked. As soon as he asked that question, Fang Chun felt the changes in Xiao Huang's body. His face was filled with joy. You've broken through, Lil Huang. You three, Xiao Huang nodded. He was also very happy. Boss, I absorbed some annihilation frigid water, and my body strength increased. I unknowingly broke through, Xiao Huang said. That's really amazing. You can actually rely on the annihilation frigid water to cultivate. The little mouse was also very envious. Right, did you find the ice snow water god pearl? The ice snow water god pearl was what Fang Chun cared about the most. Found it. Crash. Xiao Huang opened his mouth and immediately spat out a snow-white pearl from his stomach. Fang Chun held the snow-white pearl excitedly. So this is the ice snow water god pearl. Fang Chun carefully observed it. Traces of coldness attacked him. Boss, this ice snow water god pearl is very special. If you can refine enough of it, you'll be immune to the coldness of the annihilation frigid water, Xiao Huang said. It's already not easy to get one. How can you get so many? Fang Chun put away the pearl and shook his head. Xiao Huang chuckled and then opened his mouth again. Crash! One snow-white pearl after another continuously fell out his mouth. This, Fang Chun and the little mouse were completely shocked. After a while, Fang Chun came back to his senses. There was a large pile of snow-white pearls on the ground. It was a very spectacular sight. Are these all ice snow water god pearls? Fong Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the snow-white pearls. Boss, the annihilation frigid water here is rather dense. That's why there are so many ice snow water god pearls. Since I had nothing to do, I brought them all back, Xiao Huang said. Boss, you only need one ice snow water god pearl to pass. You can refine the remaining pearls. That way, you won't have to fear the annihilation frigid water. You can even enter the annihilation frigid water to cultivate. That's right, boss. Hurry up and refine the ice snow water god pearls. I'm also very curious about the world inside the annihilation frigid water. The little mouse was eager to see the world plunged into chaos. Seeing Fong Chun hesitate, Xiao Huang said, Boss, cultivating in the annihilation frigid water can greatly increase your comprehension of ice-related laws. It'll be very beneficial to you. Fong Chen thought about it for a moment before finally nodding. There was still some time until the final deadline. Furthermore, who would complain about comprehending too many laws? Fong Chen wasn't stupid. If he could really cultivate in the annihilation frigid water, he might be able to gain some miraculous benefits. How do I refine these ice snow water god pearls? Asked Fong Chen. Chapter 1775. Since there was still a lot of time, Fong Chen did not plan to go out now. At the very least, he wanted to refine the ice snow water god pearl and comprehend the ice-type nomological laws. He sat cross-legged on the ground with the little mouse guarding him. As for Xiao Huang, he tossed the ice snow water god pearl to Fong Chen and continued to enter the frost pond. To the ant royal tribe, the annihilation frost water was definitely a very attractive cultivation resource. Ice snow water god pearl. Fong Chen muttered as the snow-white ice snow water god pearl lay in his palm. Suddenly, a cold aura invaded his body. Buzz! The undying flames spread out and barely blocked the cold aura. Dong! The golden heart beat rapidly. Fong Chen closed his eyes and started to comprehend. It was very difficult for ordinary gods to refine the ice snow water god pearl. However, with the assistance of ice-type nomological laws, it would be much easier to refine it. Among the nomological laws that Fong Chen had mastered, only the ice and water nomological laws were ice-type nomological laws. Rumble. The power of the two nomological laws spread out and wrapped around the ice snow water god pearl. As expected of the ice snow water god pearl, Fong Chen could not help but sigh in his heart. Just by comprehending it slightly, he felt that he had benefited greatly. Just like that, Fong Chen refined the ice snow water god pearl while comprehending the two nomological laws. Unknowingly, the golden liquid that emerged from the golden heart entered the ice snow water god pearl. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. Fong Chen was shocked to discover that the ice snow water god pearl, which was originally very difficult to refine, was actually gradually melting. In a few breaths' time, the ice snow water god pearl in Fong Chen's palm disappeared. What replaced it was an extremely cold aura that surged in Fong Chen's body. Splash! Fong Chen was overjoyed. He discovered that his ice nomological laws had reached the 5-star realm. Continue. With this shocking discovery, Fong Chen started to refine it crazily. The golden liquid seemed to be able to melt everything. Even the ice snow water god pearl could not resist it. Yu won. After refining 2 ice snow water god pearls, his ice nomological laws reached the 7-star realm. After that, he used the same method to refine 3 ice snow water god pearls and reached the 7-star realm. While he refined snow water god pearl, Fong Chen, he easily comprehended the ice nomological laws. Using the same method, the ice nomological laws of snow water god pearl. With the help of the golden heart, the ice snow water god pearl, Fong Chen had comprehended 9 types of ice-type laws, and all of them had been raised to the perfected 7-star realm. If I'm not mistaken, there are a total of 36 types of ice laws. The ice snow water was to ice snow ice laws as laws. In the history of the god realm, there was not a single person who was able to completely cultivate a major category of laws. Up until now, there were only 27 types of ice-type laws recorded. was to detest ice water's snow, ice, ice, snow, ice, pearl, pearl, of the ice, snow, water, water in any case. He had an endless supply of ice, snow, water god pearls. He didn't need to worry at all. He only needed to focus on refining them. Plus, with the help of the golden heart, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. When there were 3 days left before the deadline, Fong Chen's aura fluctuated. He slowly opened his eyes, and his body emitted an extremely cold aura. I didn't expect to refine over 100 ice, snow, water god pearls in a dozen days, Fong Chen said. It would be very difficult for an ordinary person to refine even one pearl. But he had easily refined over 100. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. The Golden Heart is really mysterious. Up until now, Fong Chen only knew that the owner of the Golden Heart should be a supreme expert of the Sword Dao. He didn't know anything else. Who cares? As long as it's beneficial to me, Fong Chen said with a smile after thinking for a moment. Boss, how is it? Little Mouse saw Fong Chen stand up and hurriedly asked. Voila! With a thought from Fong Chen, he immediately emitted many kinds of law energy. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped. This Little Mouse opened his eyes wide in excitement. You too. Boss, you actually comprehended 28 types of ice snow laws. Doesn't that mean you broke the record of the deity world? Before this, the highest record for ice snow laws was 27 types comprehended by the same person. On the other hand, Fong Chen had raised this record by 1, reaching 28 types. Fong Chen nodded. He wasn't too happy about breaking the record. Fong Chen was looking forward to comprehending 36 types of nomological powers. It's already very difficult to comprehend the remaining 8 types of nomological powers just by refining the ice, snow, water god pearls. Fong Chen said, if I could enter the annihilation frigid water to cultivate, I would definitely gain something. Unfortunately, he also knew that this was just wishful thinking. After all, Xiao Huang was able to resist the annihilation frigid water because Xiao Huang was from the Emperor clan. But he was only a human. His primordial spirit wasn't enough to resist the annihilation frigid water. Voila! At this moment, Xiao Huang appeared. Boss, I got a lot more ice snow water god pearls. As Xiao Huang spoke, he handed a spatial ring to Fong Chen. Xiao Huang, if you do this, won't you take all the ice snow water god pearls? Little Mouse asked. Xiao Huang smiled and said, I won't. The ice snow water god pearls are products of the annihilation frigid water. As long as the annihilation frigid water exists, there will be an endless supply of ice snow water god pearls. Fong Chen and Little Mouse nodded. So that's how it was. Xiao Huang, boss has comprehended 28 types of ice snow laws. He won't be able to succeed in the rest by refining the ice snow water god pearls. Do you have a way to let boss enter the annihilation frigid water to cultivate? Little Mouse asked. Fong Chen's gaze also fell on Xiao Huang. Perhaps Xiao Huang really did have a way. Hearing this, Goldie fell in a deep thought. After a long while, Xiao Huang said, with boss's current strength, it's impossible for him to enter the annihilation frigid water to cultivate. However, I do have an idea. What idea? Hurry up and tell us. Little Mouse was even more anxious than Fong Chen. I'll absorb a small portion of the annihilation frigid water into my stomach. After purifying it, the annihilation frigid water's power will be greatly reduced. Perhaps boss will be able to withstand it, Xiao Huang said. Fong Chen and Little Mouse's eyes lit up and they nodded at the same time. Xiao Huang returned a few minutes after entering the frigid pond. Boss, I'll release a portion of it first. If you feel that you can withstand it, tell me. I'll increase it, Xiao Huang said carefully. Don't worry. Whoosh, Xiao Huang opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of frigid water. UU3, space itself was about to freeze. How is it? Xiao Huang asked. Fong Chen's palm gently touched the frigid water and a cold aura invaded his body. Its power is about the same as the ice snow water god pearl, Fong Chen said. It can still be increased. Xiao Huang nodded and continued to increase the power of the annihilation frigid water. Boss, don't force yourself. If you can't withstand it, you must tell me, Xiao Huang exhorted. Just like that, Xiao Huang continued to increase the power of the annihilation frigid water, until a certain moment, Feng Chun called Xiao Huang his master. So powerful, the cold aura emitted by the annihilation frigid water is making my essence soul tremble. It seems to have reached its limit, Feng Chun thought to himself. Around his primordial spirit was a vast expanse of whiteness, covered in ice and snow. Boss, I've only released 1/10 of the annihilation frigid water. Feng Chen's heart trembled when he heard that. Just 1/10 was already so powerful. What about all of it? Feng Chun closed his eyes, and the power of 28 laws instantly surged out. He carefully absorbed the annihilation frigid water into his body, and the golden liquid immediately wrapped around him. While Feng Chun was cultivating with the annihilation frigid water, Zhou also encountered quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, he had the karmic fire armor, which turned the misfortune into a blessing. So far, he had not suffered any major injuries. However, he still had not seen the Ice Snow Water God Pearl. Damn it, where's the Ice Snow Water God Pearl? Zhou clenched his fists and cursed. However, at this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed. Zhou turned his head and saw something. On the snow-white ground, not far away, there was a shiny pearl. What's this? Zhou walked over and picked up the pearl. Immediately, cold aura invaded. A wild smile appeared on Zhou's face. Ha! The heavens are helping me. I, Zhou, have finally obtained the Ice Snow Water God Pearl. Chapter 1776. The effect of cultivating with the annihilation frost water was immediate. After a short while, Feng Chun comprehended a type of ice law, which made him very excited. As expected of the annihilation frost water, it's really powerful. Then, Feng Chun continued to immerse himself in the cultivation of the annihilation frost water. However, the 1-month deadline passed in the blink of an eye. It felt like the final deadline had arrived in the blink of an eye. Feng Chun felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Boss, how's it going? Little Mouse asked. I've comprehended 5 types of laws. There are only 3 left, Feng Chun said. In a month's time, he had forcibly raised the record of the God Realm's ice and snow laws to 33 types. Just this point alone was enough to shock the world. Boss, Xiao Huang has a lot of annihilation frost water in his stomach anyway. It won't take long for you to comprehend the remaining 3, Little Mouse said with a smile. Xiao Huang also laughed with Little Mouse. All right, let's go out. Lotus Flower Mountain, Plaza. All the disciples of the sect were paying attention to every movement on the Weeping Snow Peak. 3 days ago, Zhou of the Zhou clan successfully came out of the Weeping Snow Peak. He had obtained the Frost Water God's Pearl, which caused a commotion. As for the other 3, they all shook their heads. Although they had support behind them, there was nothing they could do. The Weeping Snow Peak was not a place anyone could set foot on. The time is up. That kid is definitely dead, Zhou said coldly. Zhou turned his head and looked at the other 3. A thought appeared in his mind. His luck was pretty good. Not long after obtaining the first Frost Water God's Pearl, he obtained another 3. This way, he would obtain 4 pearls alone. Capricorn Sect's He Xie, Taiwan Dynasty's Hua Feilong, and Lone Ranger Gusung were unable to enter the Weeping Snow Peak. Naturally, they would not be able to obtain the Frost Water God's Pearl. This way, the 3 of them would definitely be eliminated. Even if they passed this stage, I'm not afraid. Zhou was very confident in himself. He had thought of a brilliant idea. Since I can't refine the Ice Snow Water Divine Pearls myself, I might as well take advantage of this opportunity to sell all 3 of them. I think I should be able to get a good price for them, Zhou said with a chuckle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou walked up to the 3 of them. Gentlemen, I obtained more than 1 Ice Snow Water God's Pearl in the Weeping Snow Peak by chance. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, there was an uproar among the crowd. What? He actually obtained several Ice Snow Water God Pearls. Even the 3 of them, who had been silent all this while, had an almost imperceptible change on their faces. I am willing to trade 3 of the Frostwater God's pearls to the 3 of you. However, the prerequisite is that you must pay a sufficient price, said Zhou. Zhou Lei's words gave the three of them a glimmer of hope. Zhou Lei, my Capricorn sect has a good relationship with your Zhou clan. Would you be willing to part with one? Sect Master Capricorn was the first to speak. Since Sect Master Mo Jie has spoken, how could I, Zhou Lei, refuse? Zhou Lei said straightforwardly. Sect Master Mo Jie was inwardly delighted. What do you want, Zhou Lei? Sect Master Mo Jie, do you remember our previous negotiations with you? Suddenly, one of the Zhou clan's higher-ups spoke up. Sect Master Mo Jie's expression changed. If you want the Ice Snow Water God's Pearl, that's fine. All you need to do is agree to our agreement, said the Zhou clan's higher-ups. Everyone was guessing just what kind of agreement it was. Sect Master Mo Jie said, Elder Zhou, it's just one Ice Snow Water God's Pearl. Isn't your Zhou clan's asking price too high? It's not high at all. You should know that with just one Ice Snow Water God's Pearl, you'll be able to participate in the next trial. In the end, perhaps your sect's Black Scorpion will be able to obtain the beauty. The Zhou clan's higher-ups laughed. At that time, you won't feel that our Zhou clan's asking price is too high. Sect Master Mo Jie sank into contemplation. Everyone could see that the Zhou clan wanted to use this opportunity to extort them. Black Scorpion. Sect Master Mo Jie began to communicate with Black Scorpion. Zhou Lei's gaze fell on the Tai Hua dynasty's Hua Feilong. Hua Feilong, what about you? What do you want? Hua Feilong asked calmly. No matter what, he was still a prince of the Tai Hua dynasty. In the face of such matters, he couldn't reveal his true feelings. Give us 2 cities near our Zhou clan's territory and give us the Ice Snow Water God's Pearl, said Zhou Lei. The Tai Hua dynasty's higher-ups' expressions changed. The Zhou clan's appetite is too big. Zhou Lei smiled calmly. He wasn't angry. He ignored the Tai Hua dynasty's people and turned to look at the lone traveler. Goose Sr., what about you? Are you willing to exchange a lone traveler's divine art? Zhou Lei smiled playfully. Right now, the initiative was in his hands. He didn't believe that these people wouldn't be tempted. Only the Ice Snow Water God's Pearl could pass the first trial. Since these people were able to reach this step, they definitely wanted the star and moon. You. Gu Sen's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, let me think about it. No problem. We have plenty of time. Zhou Lei smiled. In the clouds, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and Empress Yin Su stood side by side. This Zhou clan is really greedy. Empress Yin Su shook her head. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was silent. She quietly looked at everything below. There was still an incense stick's worth of time before the Weeping Peak would completely close. She wondered how that little fellow was doing. Empress Yin Su was also a bit anxious. A moment later, Gu Sun was the first to agree. I can agree, but I can only give you a royal gray divine art, said Gu Senator. Zhou Lei was secretly happy. Even if it was a royal gray divine art, it was still a lone traveler's divine art. It was much stronger than ordinary divine arts. All right, deal, Zhou Lei said. Wait. At this moment, Black Scorpion hurriedly said, Brother Zhou, the Capricorn sect agrees to your Zhou clan's request, said Black Scorpion. Hearing this, the Tai Hua dynasty was a bit anxious. For this step, they worked hard and didn't want to give up. The Tai Hua dynasty also agrees. The higher-ups of the Tai Hua dynasty said, although the 2 cities were precious, if they could get the beauty back, it would be a huge gain. Didn't you say that the Zhou clan was greedy? Now, I'll let you know what it means to be greedy. Zhou Lei sneered. For cities, not one less. With that, Zhou Lei ignored the higher-ups of the Tai Hua dynasty and walked directly toward Black Scorpion and Goose Senator. He took out 2 Frost Water God pearls and smiled. Gentlemen, let's exchange. Rumble. Just as Zhou Lei was about to exchange, 2 beautiful figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and Empress Yin Su. Someone shouted. Whoosh! Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi gently waved her hand, and a deafening sound came from the Weeping Peak. In the blink of an eye, the Weeping Peak disappeared before everyone's eyes. The Weeping Peak is closed. The Heavenly Prison Saint and Frost Dragon Spirit King's faces were ashen. They were very sad. Whoosh! However, right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly shot out from the weeping snow peak. In the blink of an eye, this figure appeared on the square of Lotus Mountain. That was close. I was almost trapped in the weeping peak. Fong Chun was panting heavily. He had almost forgotten the time while cultivating. How is this possible? The higher-ups of the sect widened their eyes in disbelief. This kid had relied on his own strength to walk out of the weeping peak alive. The square was in an uproar. Even Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and the Empress Yin Su were surprised. This kid, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's lips curled up into a smile. Compared to Zhou Lei, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi thought more highly of Fong Chun. The former had used the karmic fire armor to obtain the Frost Water God pearls, while the latter had nothing but safely left the weeping peak. Fong Chun raised his head and was surprised to find that everyone's eyes were on him. Fong Chun scratched his head, not understanding the situation. He chuckled and said, "I'm not late, right?" As soon as he said that, Fong Chun saw the Frost Water God pearl in Zhou Lei's hand. You also got the Frost Water God pearl?" Fong Chun said in surprise. Zhou Lei sneered and ignored Fong Chun. He continued to trade. Chapter 1777. Zhou Lei ignored Fong Chun and continued to trade with the other three. However, Fong Chun had a thought when he heard that. He wanted to stop Zhou Lei. "Sirs, what kind of trade did you make with Zhou Lei?" Fong Chun laughed. The Taihua dynasty's Hua, Fai Long, and the Capricorn sect's He, Xie didn't say anything. Only Gu Sin spoke. Gu Sin's personality was arrogant, and he looked down on ordinary people. However, he greatly admired Fong Chun from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Lei's strength was far from his, but he had relied on his own strength to enter the Ice Snow Weeping Peak and leave. Even if he hadn't obtained the Ice Snow Water God Pearl, it was enough to gain his approval. Zhou Lei has 3 Ice Snow Water God Pearls that he wants to trade with us. Gu Sin nodded to Fong Chun. "Oh, if my guess is correct, this Zhou Lei will definitely try to take advantage of the situation." Fong Chun laughed mischievously. Gu Sin didn't say anything, but his gaze made Fong Chun understand. "If I may ask, what did Zhou Lei want from you?" Fong Chun continued to ask. "Brat, my trade with others has nothing to do with you. Don't disturb me." Zhou Lei was a bit displeased. Hearing this, Fong Chun sneered and said, "Coincidentally, I was lucky enough to obtain more than 1 Ice Snow Water Divine Pearl when I entered the Weeping Snow Peak. If the 3 of you need it, you can take it." Hearing that, Zhou Lei's expression changed drastically. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Fong Chun. The Taihua dynasty's Hua Feilong's eyes brightened, and he was the first to speak. "Zhou Lei wants 4 cities from my Taihua dynasty. One exorbitant demand." Fong Chun strangely smiled. Hua Feilong hastily asked, "What price do I have to pay to obtain the Ice Snow Water God Pearl in your hands?" Crash! Fong Chun shook his wrist, and a snow-white pearl appeared in his palm. Everyone stared at the pearl with burning eyes, and the plaza became restless. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Fong Chun threw out the Ice Snow Water God's Pearl. Hua Feilong grabbed the Ice Snow Water God Pearl and looked at Fong Chun in confusion. "Brother Hua, it's just a mere Ice Snow Water Deity's Pearl. Take it as a gift from me, Fong Chun." Fong Chun said in a forthright manner. Hua Feilong widened his eyes in disbelief. The higher-ups of the Taihua Empire behind him were confused as well. Hua Feilong wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fong Chun. "Could it be that Brother Hua doesn't want to be friends with me?" Fong Chun asked. "No, of course not." Hua Feilong pondered for a moment. He tightly gripped the Ice Snow Water God Pearl in his hand and said, "I, Hua Feilong, owe you a favor. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. Little friend, if you ever come to the Taihua Empire, we will definitely treat you with the highest level of respect," said one of the higher-ups of the Taihua Empire. When Fong Chun heard this, he smiled slightly. Logically speaking, they were all competing with each other. Moreover, their target was his wife. This Ice Snow Water God Pearl definitely couldn't be given to them. However, from another perspective, Fong Chun's actions were simply too wise. Even if Fong Chun didn't give it to Hua Feilong, the latter would still be able to get it for Zhou Lei. He would just have to pay a price. And now, not only had Fang Chen ruined Zhou Lei's deal, but he had also befriended a prodigy like Hua Feilong. Wasn't this a wonderful thing? Brat, do you want to die? Zhou Lei glared at Fang Chen and roared furiously. Fang Chen sneered. Only you, Zhou Lei, are allowed to make deals. Am I not allowed to make deals with others? How laughable. Zhou Lei, don't go too far. Hua Feilong timely stepped forward and spoke up for Fang Chen. This was the principle of if you eat someone's food, you can't bear the consequences. Fang Chen directly ignored Zhou Lei and looked at the other two. Whoosh. He took out 2 ice snow water god pearls and gave them to Gu Sun and the Capricorn sex Heisia. We are unable to repay such a great favor. If Brother Fang needs anything in the future, we will go through water and tread on fire for you. The two of them both promised Fang Chen. After all, Fang Chen had allowed them to obtain the ice snow water god pearl without paying any price. This favor was simply too great. On the other hand, Zhou Lei was stamping with rage. If it weren't for Empyrean Goddess Lien, he would have attacked Fang Chen. Brat, are you provoking my Zhou family by doing this? Zhou Lei said coldly. This brat had given the 3 of them ice snow water god pearls. This meant that his own ice snow water god pearl was useless. He could have used it to exchange for a large amount of resources, but now it was useless. Zhou Lei's heart burned with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen to shreds. The higher-ups of the Zhou family were also furious, but they didn't do anything because of Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi. However, that terrifying gaze said all. Zhou Lei, the ice snow water god pearl belongs to Brother Fang. What can you do about who he gives it to? Lone Ranger Gu Sun said coldly. I think Brother Fang is in the right. But you, Zhou Lei, keep making things difficult for Brother Fang. You even use the Zhou family to suppress Brother Fang. What do you want? Black Scorpion said. This is Lotus Mountain, not your Zhou family's territory. Zhou Lei clenched his fists and glared at Fang Chen. Brat, I will tear you to shreds. Zhou Lei swore in his heart. He definitely wouldn't take this lying down. Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi and the Empress of Xinshu saw everything below. The time limit is up. Although the process exceeded my expectations, the final result is very gratifying. Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi's words caused the entire plaza to fall silent. Now that the 5 of you have ice snow water god pearls, you can be considered to have passed my initial test, Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi said softly. However, the following test will be even more difficult. After Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi finished speaking, the Empress of Xinshu stepped forward and explained, there's an extremely dangerous mountain range near Lotus Mountain called the Lotus Mountain Range. As everyone knows, the Lotus Mountain Range is the burial ground of gods. The dangers inside are not something gods can withstand. The test this time is for the 5 of you to enter the Lotus Mountain Range and kill a peak divine spirit realm divine beast. No matter what method you use, as long as you can bring back its head, you will pass the test, the Empress of Xinshu continued. Whoosh. The crowd below was in an uproar. Everyone knew how terrifying the Lotus Mountain Range was. Who would have thought that Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi would set the test in the Lotus Mountain Range? If you want to become my disciple's husband, you naturally need to be extremely powerful. If you don't dare, you can withdraw, Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi said coldly. Fang Chen and the others naturally wouldn't withdraw. The time limit is still 1 month. During this time, I will strictly monitor the Lotus Mountain Range. If other forces enter the Lotus Mountain Range, don't blame us for turning against you. Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi was warning them that the forces behind the 5 of them weren't allowed to participate. The test this time was for the 5 young geniuses. Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi left with the Empress of Xinshu, leaving behind an incomparably shocked crowd. Lotus Mountain Range. Fang Chen still didn't know how terrifying it was. Brother Fang, this second test is even more dangerous than the first. I'm really worried about you. The Ice Dragon Spirit King wanted to dissuade Fang Chen from giving up, but he knew that was impossible. So he could only do his best to help Fang Chen. Brother Han Long, is the Lotus Mountain Range really that terrifying? Fongchen asked. Divine spirit realm divine beasts are considered weak in the Lotus Mountain range. If you're unlucky and encounter a heavenly god divine beast, you'll definitely die, said the Ice Dragon Spirit King bitterly. Big brother Han Long, you don't need to worry. Maybe I'll be lucky and won't encounter a heavenly god divine beast, said Fongchen with a smile. The Sky Prison Saint shook his head. Even if you don't encounter a heavenly god divine beast, with your strength, you still won't be able to kill one. If a divine spirit realm divine beast fought alone, its combat power would be comparable to a heavenly god's. It was unknown how many times stronger than a deity of the same realm. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint were naturally worried about Fongchen. However, just as Fongchen was about to speak, Gu Sun, Hua Feilong, and the Capricorn Sex He Xie walked over. What are they doing here? Fongchen was a bit confused. Chapter 1778. The content of the second stage made Zhou Lei secretly happy. Although killing a divine spirit realm divine beast was difficult, it couldn't stop Zhou Lei's actions. More importantly, he could take the opportunity to kill this eyesore. Because of him, the Zhou family lost 4 cities, a king-grade solitary traveler divine art, and the agreement with the Capricorn sect. The Zhou family's upper echelon hated Fongchen to the core. Later, you must be careful. The Zhou family's upper echelon naturally didn't dare to disobey heavenly goddess Lian Yi's words. Therefore, they wouldn't attack him secretly, but they were very confident in Zhou Lei. Don't worry, I won't disappoint the elders, Zhou Lei said, and quickly left Lotus Mountain. At this time, solitary traveler Gu Sun and the other 2 were talking with Fongchen. Brother Fong, you just offended the Zhou family. With Zhou Lei's narrow-mindedness, he won't let you go. You shouldn't act alone. Let's go together, solitary traveler Gu San said. Yeah, if we go together, not only can we avoid Zhou Lei's sneak attacks, we can also instantly kill a divine spirit realm divine beast, Taihua Dynasty's Hua Feilong said. Black Scorpion also nodded. Brother Fong, hurry up and agree, Frost Dragon Spirit King said directly. He was even more anxious than Fongchen. Fongchen thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then let's go together, Fongchen said. The 3 had just received benefits from Fongchen, so they naturally wanted to return the favor. After the 5 left, the sect's upper echelon all stayed on Lotus Mountain. At this time, in a hall on Lotus Mountain, Senior Sister, that Fongchen is only at the Soul Transformation realm, but he was able to enter the Weeping Snow Peak and obtain the Ice Snow Water God's Pearl. His glory is enough to overshadow the others, Empress Xinshu said. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi waved her hand, interrupting her. Junior Sister, I know what you want to say. However, the rules are set by me, so they must be carried out to the very end. When I choose a husband for you, the first thing I value is strength. Without strength, how can he protect you, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi said indifferently. But, Senior Sister, the Empress of Xinshu still wanted to say something, but Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi beat her to it. Junior Apprentice Sister, you're the Empress of the Xinshu Empire, the mother of a grand empire. Why would you speak up for a soul transformation cultivator you've never met before? Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi directly asked the Empress. The Xinshu Empress was startled. She pursed her lips and said, Senior Sister, I am not speaking for him. I am speaking for the genius. When choosing a son-in-law, you can't just look at one's current strength. You have to consider all aspects. Among them, talent was very important. You and I are both heavenly deities. You should understand how important talent is on the path of martial arts. The immortal Void Empress sighed. The level of talent directly determined the upper limit of a martial artist's future growth. If one's talent was low, even if they gave it their all, they wouldn't be able to reach the peak of martial arts. The major forces of the divine world placed great importance on talent. This was also the reason why the Zhou family branch wanted to keep Fongchen. This was because Fongchen's talent had already shocked them. I can't see anything at the moment. Perhaps he has a supreme treasure that can block the annihilation frigid water. Also, Junior Apprentice Sister, don't forget that he is a true extraordinary array master. Empyrean Goddess Lien, Yi said. The immortal Void Empress shook her head. Senior sister, do you think extraordinary array master can easily enter the Weeping Snow Peak? No one understands the Weeping Snow Peak better than you. No one understands the Annihilation Frigid Water better than you. The immortal Void Empress stared at Empyrean Goddess Lien, Yi, and continued. Senior sister, you actually also approve of Feng Chun. It's just that you can't let go of your pride. Empyrean Goddess Lien, Yi sighed and walked a few steps, her back facing the immortal Void Empress. After a long while, she said, there's no need to say anything more. If he can last until the end, so what if I choose him as my son-in-law? After saying this, she left without waiting for the immortal Void Empress reply. In front of the Lotus Mountain Range, Feng Chun, Gu Sun, and the other two stood side by side, staring at the mountain range in front of them. The entire mountain range was covered by towering trees, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Standing at the entrance of the mountain range, Feng Chun could clearly feel a terrifying pressure surging out from within. Boss, I feel a pressuring aura. Little Mouse secretly transmitted its voice to Feng Chun. Even Goldie, the royal ant, became restless. This was a sign that it had sensed danger. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Feng Chun replied through voice transmission. Only then did Xiao Huang and Little Mouse calm down. Brother Feng, this is the Lotus Mountain Range. The speaker was Hua Feilong of the Tai Hua dynasty. The Lotus Mountain Range is terrifying not only because there are divine beasts of the heavenly god realm, but more importantly, even heavenly gods can't fly inside. What can't fly? Feng Chen's heart shook. He knew too well what it meant to not be able to fly. The reason why it was hard for divine spirit realm experts to kill their opponents was because they could travel through space and use escape techniques. As long as they fought with their lives on the line, it would be hard to kill them. However, if they couldn't fly, they could only brace themselves when they encountered danger. The result was obvious. Brother Feng, looking at your expression, I don't think you know much about the Lotus Mountain Range. Black Scorpion said, our Capricorn sect once had a heavenly god realm expert, but after entering the Lotus Mountain Range, he never came out. The Lotus Mountain Range is extremely terrifying. It's the burial ground of heavenly gods. If a heavenly god realm expert enters, there's only a slim chance of survival. Gu Sun said, however, if the four of us work together, as long as we don't encounter any divine beasts of the heavenly god realm, we should be able to escape unscathed. Brother Feng, don't be too nervous. Just follow behind the three of us. At the crucial moment, you just need to set up a few formations. The three of them didn't expect Feng Chun to be able to provide much attack power. As long as he could set up formations to restrain the divine beasts, it would be enough. Feng Chun nodded and didn't say anything. The four of them talked for a while before carefully entering the Lotus Mountain Range. Roar! As soon as they entered, they felt a terrifying aura rushing towards them. Deafening roars of beasts resounded through the sky. What a terrifying aura! Feng Chen's heart trembled. This Lotus Mountain Range was really dangerous. There are basically no divine beasts of the heavenly god realm in the outer region. Let's be careful and look for divine beasts of the divine spirit realm, Gu San said. The three of them were in front while Feng Chun was alone behind them. Can't fly? Feng Chun thought to himself. Suddenly, with a thought, his figure quietly merged into the void. The space-time book can be used. It must be because of the space-time cultivation system. Feng Chun quietly appeared and followed behind the three without batting an eyelid. Feng Chun guessed that the reason why they couldn't fly in the Lotus Mountain Range was because of the rules. The area here was very strange and restricted flying. The space-time cultivation system was an alternative system after all. The rules here couldn't interfere with it. With this, Feng Chun could relax a lot. Even if he encountered danger, he could use the space-time book to escape. Even if he couldn't win, at least his life wouldn't be in danger. Roar! Just as he was pondering, a divine beast suddenly appeared in front of him. A deafening sound suddenly rang out. Not good. It's a divine beast. Let's attack together and destroy it. The three of them spoke one after another. Brother Feng, set up the array. Gu San roared. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a complicated seal quickly appeared. Crash! The universe array was instantly set up. The divine beast of the true god realm was killed by the three of them in the blink of an eye. Let's go. After killing the divine beast, Gu Sun hurriedly said. The three of them quickly moved forward while Fang Chun followed closely behind. After moving for about 2 hours, they found a safe place and stopped. As expected of a master of the array. With the help of the master of the array, our speed of killing divine beasts has greatly increased. Gu Sun smiled. Yeah, with this, our danger has decreased a lot. It's a pity. If only Brother Fong had become a Saint Array master. Black Scorpion said. The other two rolled their eyes at Black Scorpion. A Saint Array master was a high and mighty existence. Fang Chun was already very powerful to become a master of the array at such a young age. Chapter 1779. With a master-level array master in the team, the battle would be easier. Brother Fong, that trapping formation of yours is truly formidable. Once you use it, it's like creating a space of its own. I'm impressed. Lone Ranger Gu Sun cupped his fists. He Xie and Hua Filong nodded their heads. With the help of this trap array, we can kill a deity-level divine beast instantly. I can't wait to meet a divine spirit realm divine beast. After this battle, the three of them had even more trust in Fang Chen's skill and formations. After a short conversation, the four of them continued to look for divine beasts. At the same time, Zhou Lei was fighting with a deity-level divine beast. Boom! Horrifying flames emerged from the armor of Hellfire and blocked the spiritual beast's full-force attack. Zhou Lei launched a crazy counterattack and used the Zhou family's unique skill. Wave after wave of terrifying attacks landed on the divine beast's body. After an hour of hard fighting, the divine beast was finally killed. Damn it! Zhou Lei looked at the divine beast on the ground and spat out a mouthful of saliva as he cursed. Heavenly God Lin Yi's test is really sick. Zhou Lei said helplessly. Even if we pass this test by luck, we will lose a layer of skin even if we don't die. Although he had a lot of complaints for Star and Moon for his ally Lotus Flower Mountain, Zhou Lei had to give it his all. I wonder how the four of them are doing now. After resting for a while, Zhou Lei muttered to himself. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. If I meet you guys again, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Time passed quickly in Lotus Flower Mountain. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Fang Chun and the other three had encountered many deity-level divine beasts. However, these divine beasts were unable to resist and were killed by the four of them. At a certain moment, the four of them were dealing with a deity-level divine beast. Pucci. With Fang Chen's universe array, the three of them worked together and killed the divine beast effortlessly. However, the three of them who had just killed the divine beast were shocked. Not good. A divine spirit realm divine beast is coming, Gu San said in a deep voice. Brother Fong, hurry up and hide inside the magic array, Hua Filong hastily said. Almost at the same instant Fong Chan hid in the array, the divine spirit realm divine beast whizzed over. Roar the divine beast rushed into the Qinquan array and roared at the sky. Let's end this quickly. The four people's expressions changed. If a divine beast at the divine spirit realm roared like that, it would attract the nearby divine beasts. Once surrounded by divine beasts, death was certain. Dream formation, golden sword formation. Fang Chun consecutively set up 2 formations, which merged with the Qinquan formation to form a 3-layered chain formation. The other 3 instantly engaged in a fierce battle with the divine spirit realm divine beast. The 3 of them are unable to crush a divine beast at the divine spirit realm. Fang Chun said to himself. Then he took out the supreme grade divine artifact, the hidden star sword, and joined the battle. Brother Fong, you just need to control the magic array. Don't go near it, Black Scorpion shouted. Brother Fong, this divine beast is very strong, Gu Sun reminded him. In their opinion, Fang Chun only needed to control the magic array and didn't need to join the battle. However, Fang Chun resolutely joined the battle. fire refining the heavens. Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword trembled. Instantly, a terrifying sword light condensed into a thick fire dragon and shot out. Dong Fang Chen's attack fiercely hit the divine beast's head. Immediately, the divine beast's body was pushed back. The three people were fighting back when they suddenly saw this scene. Their hearts were shaken. The three people looked at Fang Chun in shock. Stormy waves rose in their hearts. This kind of strength wasn't much weaker than theirs. It turned out that Fang Chun had been hiding his strength. This is great. Gu Sun laughed wildly. Be careful, Hua Feilong cried out in alarm. After being hit by Fang Chun, the divine beast was enraged and started to attack crazily. However, with Fang Chun's participation, the three people felt that the pressure on them was greatly reduced. Moreover, they gradually took the initiative and forced the divine beast to retreat step by step. Let's work harder and kill it directly. Under the continuous bombardment of the four people, the divine spirit realm divine beast was unable to resist in the end. It looked up to the sky and sighed, then fell to the ground unwillingly. Whoosh! Gu Sun, who was the closest to the divine beast, took its head and said, "Let's leave this place quickly." After saying that, the four people quickly left. Not long after they left, many powerful auras emerged. Lotus Flower Mountain Range, a very hidden place. Within the universe array, Fang Chun and the other three people sat on the ground, exhausted. They were panting and their foreheads were covered with sweat. Ha! This is really satisfying. Gu Sun laughed loudly. Thinking about the previous battle, he felt incomparably happy. Brother Fang, you've hidden your strength too well. You're only in the divine transformation realm, but you're already comparable to a divine spirit realm expert. I really admire you. Hua Feilong sighed. As a prince of the Tai Hua dynasty, he had seen all kinds of geniuses. However, the Fang Chun in front of him, who looked simple, shocked him. He could say with certainty that Fang Chun was the most outstanding genius he had seen in all these years. Not only is he an extraordinary array master, but he also has such combat strength. I think there's no need for us to participate in the next test, Black Scorpion suddenly said. Hearing that, Fang Chun was a little startled. He didn't expect that his actions would cause a commotion among the three people. Yes, if we were trapped in Brother Fang's array, we wouldn't be able to win against Brother Fang. Moreover, Brother Fang even gave me the precious ice snow water divine pearl. Why should we fight with him? Gu San said as he spread out his hands. As a lone ranger, he had strict requirements for his companions. However, Gu San was also a person who could let go of things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he had now. Gu San is right. Once we leave this place, we'll just give up. Hua Feilong nodded. They really wanted to participate in the next test, but after knowing Fang Chen's true combat strength, they didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Of course, they didn't know that Fang Chun had actually concealed his true strength. The three of you. Fang Chun cupped his fists and said, Brother Fang, you don't have to feel guilty. The three of us made a wise choice. I hope you can defeat Zhou Lei and Mary Star and Moon, Gu San said. Yes, I also don't like Zhou Lei. Yes, Zhou Lei is too disgusting. The three of them spoke one after another. Seeing that, Fang Chun revealed a gentle smile. The three of them were people with good temperaments. They were worth befriending. Gu Sun took out the divine beast's head from his Sumeru ring and handed it to Fang Chun. Brother Fang, the three of us have decided to give up. This head is of no use to us. You can take it. Fang Chun didn't decline and took the head. If the three of you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask, Fang Chun said. The three of them nodded. Although we've given up, the Lotus Flower Mountain Range is still a holy land for cultivation. Let's not rush out. We can hone our combat skills here, Gu San said with a smile. Yes, with Brother Fang's formation, as long as we don't encounter a group of divine beasts, we won't be in danger. Soon, the four of them reached a unanimous decision. In the following time, the four of them worked together and traveled through the Lotus Flower Mountain Range, constantly training. During this time, Zhou Lei was also racking his brains to come up with a plan on how to kill a divine spirit realm divine beast. Damn it, Why isn't there a weaker divine spirit realm divine beast? Zhou clenched his fists and cursed coldly. Before this, he had encountered several divine spirit realm divine beasts. However, they were too strong. Zhou couldn't fight them alone. Fortunately, he had the armor of hellfire, so he could escape easily. I don't believe that we won't encounter a weaker one, Zhou said with a gloomy gaze. However, just as Zhou was speaking, he suddenly felt an energy fluctuation in the air. Yes, there's a battle nearby. While speaking, Zhou's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Could it be that those 4 guys are fighting nearby? Zhou said with a sinister smile. I wonder who they are. Thinking of this, Zhou's figure flashed, and he quickly flew toward the battle. Chapter 1780. Zhou quickly followed the fluctuations of the battle. Not long after, he discovered a shocking scene. It's really them. Zhou's gaze fell on a formation in front of him. Through the formation, he could vaguely see that the 4 of them were fighting a divine spirit realm divine beast. Damn it, Zhou sneered inwardly, looking for an opportunity to attack. In the universe formation, Feng Chun and the other 3 were fighting together. Puchi. Feng Chun thrust his sword, forcing the divine beast to retreat. Brother Feng, you're getting stronger and stronger, Hua Feilong said with a smile. The longer the 3 of them interacted with Feng Chun, the more they felt that the latter was unfathomable. While the 4 of them were chatting, they forced the divine spirit realm divine beast to the point that it couldn't fight back. With Brother Feng's formation, it's too easy for us to deal with a divine spirit realm divine beast, Gu-san said with satisfaction. Let's end this quickly. Otherwise, we might attract other divine beasts, He Xie said in a deep voice. This was the Lotus Flower Mountain range. They couldn't be careless. Hearing this, the other 3 nodded slightly and increased the intensity of their attacks. However, just as the 4 of them were about to kill the divine beast, the universe formation suddenly shook. What's going on? Did we attract other divine beasts? Gu-san and the other 2 asked hastily. Damn it. Feng Chen clenched his fists, killing intent surging in his heart. He said coldly, It's Zhou. Puchi. Zhou. Hearing this, the 3 of them were furious. This Zhou wanted to take advantage of the situation, but now he attacked them. He really deserved to die. Let's get rid of this guy first. Rumble. The 4 of them attacked with all their strength, instantly killing the divine beast. It was also at this time that the Qinquan formation shook even more violently. Voila! Feng Chun removed the universe formation, and Zhou appeared in front of the 4 of them. Zhou, you despicable and shameless guy, He Xie cursed angrily. Since you've offended me, Zhou, today I'll have you all lose your lives in this Lotus Flower Mountain range. Facing the 4 of them, Zhou was fearless and sneered. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhou. Lone Ranger Gu Sun and Prince Hua Feilong of the Tai Hua dynasty were both ready to attack. Zhou, this is the Lotus Mountain range. Even if we kill you, the Zhou clan won't be able to trace it back to us. Black Scorpion laughed sinisterly. With the 4 of us working together, do you think we're afraid of you? Zhou, what a joke. As soon as Black Scorpion finished speaking, he immediately attacked. A dense black aura surged out of his body. Feng Chen was a little surprised to see this. To think that this Black Scorpion had actually comprehended the destruction law. Is this the law of destruction? Feng Chen thought to himself. However, he knew very well that the law of destruction that Black Scorpion had comprehended was only the simplest and most basic law. The true law of destruction should be the scene he saw in the illusion that day. That scene caused Feng Chen to be extremely shocked. The destruction of the Sword Master had the power to destroy the world. Kill. As Black Scorpion attacked, Lone Ranger Gu's son also attacked. He was a Lone Ranger and had no ties. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about the Zhou clan's revenge. As for Hua Feilong, he also attacked after thinking for a while. Although the Tai Hua dynasty wasn't the strongest force in the easternmost land, they couldn't be underestimated. Zhou had humiliated them time and time again. This time, he even wanted to destroy their hope of survival. This was intolerable. Hua Feilong and the other two surrounded Zhou Lei and started fighting with him. Boom! Scorching flames instantly surged out of Zhou Lei's body. Under the dense flames, there was a thick layer of armor. This armor was the Hellfire armor, the Zhou clan's greatest treasure. Hellfire armor? Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and stared at the Hellfire armor. He thought to himself, "Boss, should we ask Xiao Huang to use the Annihilation Cold Water to kill this guy? This is too infuriating." Little Mouse transmitted his voice. Zhou Lei dared to snatch Boss's woman. He must be tired of living. Fang Chun shook his head. There was no need for that at the moment. He didn't want to expose his trump card. Then, Fang Chun waved his hand and set up a master-level array. He joined the battle. The four of them worked together and forced Zhou Lei to retreat. Zhou Lei's face darkened when he sensed the power of the master-level array. Cycle of Stars technique. Swoosh! Zhou Lei didn't say anything and immediately used the Cycle of Stars technique. Suddenly, spots of starlight appeared on his palm. These spots of starlight contained terrifying power. Go to hell. Zhou Lei waved his hand, and countless spots of starlight shot out from his palm towards Black Scorpion, who was closest to him. Splash! Zhou Lei's attack was too fast. Hence, Black Scorpion couldn't dodge in time. His body was hit by the countless spots of starlight and was sent flying. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. Black Scorpion! Hua Feilong shouted and rushed to Black Scorpion's side to protect him. On the other hand, Zhou Lei had displayed his terrifying attack power when facing Gu Sun alone. Trash like he wants to deal with me? Zhou Lei sneered and used the Cycle of Stars technique once more. Together with the Karmic Flame armor, his attack power reached its peak. He threw a punch at Lone Ranger Gu Sun, causing the latter to fall back with a muffled sound. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying sword light suddenly appeared in the void and slashed Zhou Lei's body fiercely. Hiss! The flames on the Karmic Flame armor were almost extinguished. So strong. Zhou Lei thought to himself. His scarlet eyes stared at Fang Chun, and he coldly said, "Brat, you're courting death. Take Black Scorpion and leave." "I'll hold them back," said Fang Chun. "Brother Fang, you're definitely not Zhou Lei's match by yourself," said Hua Feilong. They had thought that the four of them would be able to defeat Zhou Lei if they worked together. Who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength? "Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave," said Fang Chun. Black Scorpion's group of three no longer hesitated and turned to leave. "Brother Fang, take care." Zhou Lei wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by Fang Chun. "Brat, I think you're courting death," said Zhou Lei coldly. His aura locked onto Fang Chun. Once Black Scorpion's group of three was far away, Fang Chun smiled. "Zhou Lei, it's been so many years. You haven't changed at all," sneered Fang Chun. "Yes." Zhou Lei frowned, not understanding what Fang Chun was saying. "You don't have any recollection of me?" asked Fang Chun. "I can give you a hint. Back then, in the lower realm, we met once in the Star Remnant." Zhou Lei would be an idiot if he still didn't understand what he was trying to say. "It's you." Zhou Lei's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chun. His face was filled with disbelief. It had only been a few years, but that trash had grown to such a level. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou Lei kept shaking his head, unable to believe the truth in front of him. "I have to thank you for not killing me back then. However, I'm standing in front of you now. I'll give you one more chance. I just don't know if you'll be able to grasp it," said Fang Chun with a sinister smile. "Ah." Zhou Lei looked up to the sky and roared furiously. A piece of trash that he disdained to fight back then was now standing in front of him. Trash will always be trash. Even if you become a true god, you're just an ant in front of me. The star and moon is mine. Don't even think about touching it," roared Zhou Lei angrily. At the same time, he was ready to attack. "Brat, I admit that it was my fault for not killing you in the Star Remnant. However, I won't make the same mistake again." Zhou Lei also felt Fang Chun's terrifying potential. Therefore, he had to kill Fang Chun today, no matter what. If he let the tiger return to the mountain, there would be endless trouble in the future. "If you want to kill me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. I'm just afraid that you'll go for wool and come home shorn," said Fang Chun with a smile. He let Black Scorpion and the other two leave so that he could use all his means to kill Zhou Lei. Buzz! The karmic fire armor instantly opened and wrapped around Zhou Lei's body. Endless flames surrounded the karmic fire armor. Brat, what are you going to use to fight me? Even if I stand here and don't move, you won't be able to break my karmic fire armor, sneered Zhou Lei. I really admire your courage, but let's stop here. Oh, right. I have to thank you for telling me the truth, sneered Zhou Lei. Chapter 1781. You'll know in a moment what I have to fight against you. Fang Chun said indifferently. I'll wait and see. As soon as Zhou Lei finished speaking, he clenched his fist tightly. Wild divine power gathered on his fist, and then he threw out a punch. This punch was like a tsunami. Its attack power was extremely powerful. However, Fang Chun was not afraid. He punched out as well. Dong, the two fists collided, causing the ground to tremble. Dang, 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 Zhou Lei's body retreated a few steps. He opened his eyes wide as he looked at Fang Chun. Your strength is not bad. I wonder how strong you are. Zhou Lei said. Swoosh. Zhou Lei used the heavenly cycle stellar technique. A terrifying attack instantly spread out. Unknowingly, Fang Chun's sword had been replaced by the 7 legendary meteor sword. Voila, 7 stars flickered on the 7 legendary meteor sword. Among them, the first star emitted a dazzling light. 7 stars falling sky. This was Fang Chun's first time using the 7 stars falling sky against an enemy. Although it was only the first move of the 7 stars falling sky, the attack power was enough to shock Zhou Lei. What kind of divine technique is this? While Zhou Lei was amazed by Fang Chun's divine technique, he also noticed the Heavenly God artifact in Fang Chun's hand. That's a Heavenly God artifact. All of a sudden, Zhou Lei had a bad feeling in his heart. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he faced it head-on. Dong, the countless stars in his palm, fiercely collided with the terrifying sword light in the sky. Immediately, the surrounding towering trees exploded. What a powerful force! With a bang, Zhou Lei's body was sent flying. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, Zhou Lei looked at Fang Chun with a serious expression. What about now? Do you still want to kill me? Fang Chun spread his hands and asked. So what if you have a Heavenly God artifact? You can't break my Hellfire armor. You still can't kill me. Zhou Lei sneered. His greatest trump card was the Hellfire armor. As long as he had the Hellfire armor, he would be invincible. Unless the other party was a Heavenly God, it was impossible to break through his defense. He had to admit that he had underestimated Fang Chun. This person's attack power was so powerful that it made him feel a little ashamed. But even so what? He was just a clown relying on a heavenly divine artifact. There was nothing to be afraid of. Is that so? I shall see how long your karmic flame armor can last. Swoosh, chaotic sword light burst out from the heavenly divine artifact. The 7 stars falling sky was a heaven-grade divine art, and its attack power was extremely strong. Although Fang Chun was still unable to unleash his strongest attack, he was still not to be underestimated. Ordinary divine spirit realm experts were simply unable to resist it. Dong! The glittering starlight sword chi struck Zhou Lei's armor of hellfire. Suddenly, the scorching flames burned, and the starlight sword chi disappeared. Zhou Lei laughed loudly. It's useless. You can't break through my karmic fire armor. Fang Chun frowned when he saw Zhou Lei laughing wildly. The karmic fire armor's defense is indeed strong. I used a heavenly divine artifact to unleash the 7 stars falling sky, but it only left a shallow mark on the karmic fire armor. Fang Chun thought to himself, if it was an expert at the peak of the divine spirit realm, their attack power would be stronger than his. The reason for this was because he possessed divine energy, not heavenly divine energy. Only heavenly divine energy could unleash the strongest attack power of a heavenly divine artifact in a heaven-grade divine art. How is it? There's no other way, right? Next, I will let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. Zhou Lei walked towards Fang Chun step by step, his killing intent overflowing. Seeing this, Fang Chun did not want to try anymore. Xiao Huang, make your move. Fang Chun transmitted his voice to Xiao Huang. The latter was already on standby. After receiving the order, he instantly appeared in the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Huang strode forward and arrived on top of Zhou Lei's armor of hellfire. Get lost! When Zhou Lei saw Xiao Huang, he thought that he was Fang Chen's pet. He waved his hand and scolded coldly. However, right at this moment, Xiao Huang's stomach opened and a chill attacked him. The extremely cold annihilation frigid water emerged from Xiao Huang's body and drilled into the karmic fire armor. Buzz, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped rapidly. What's going on? Zhou Lei was shocked when he felt the cold aura. He had only felt this kind of cold aura at the Weeping Ice Peak. Annihilation, frigid water. Suddenly, Zhou Lei cried out in surprise. Then he opened his eyes wide and stared at the annihilation frigid water on the karmic fire armor. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it! Zhou Lei hurriedly activated the karmic fire armor, trying to expel the annihilation frigid water. The annihilation frigid water released by Xiao Huang was not purified and was extremely powerful. Hiss! The annihilation frigid water was very corrosive. Although the karmic fire armor had a strong defense, it could not withstand the corrosion of so much annihilation frigid water. No! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lei felt as if he was about to collapse. His energy was drained and his body was trembling. It required a lot of energy to maintain the high defense of the karmic fire armor. Zhou Lei was obviously unable to maintain it for a long time. Under the attack of the annihilation frigid water, his energy was drained in the blink of an eye. Even so, the karmic fire armor was still unable to withstand the attack of the annihilation frigid water. Damn it! Zhou Lei cursed continuously. He wanted to resist, but it was useless. Finally, after a struggle, the annihilation frigid water broke through the attack of the karmic fire armor. Ah! Zhou Lei let out a miserable cry. Then, the karmic fire armor instantly broke apart. It fell from Zhou Lei's body, and the flames on it gradually extinguished. Without the defense of the karmic fire armor, the annihilation frigid water instantly invaded Zhou Lei's body. Gradually, Zhou Lei's body became numb. He stretched out his hand and said with difficulty, "Let me go." He was begging for mercy. The power of the annihilation frigid water was not something that he could withstand. His primordial spirit had been frozen, but he did not want to die. When you fell in love with you should have been prepared to die. Fang Chun said coldly. In the divine world, there was no need to be soft-hearted. In this world where the strong were respected, if you were to be soft-hearted, you would not be able to bear the consequences. If he were to switch places with Zhou Lei, the latter would not let him go. Crack! Zhou Lei's primordial spirit was frozen, and he lost his vitality instantly. His body fell head first onto the ground. Fang Chun waved his hand and took Zhou Lei's Sumeru ring. He opened it and saw that there were many refining materials inside. These refining materials can be used by me. As for the Zhou family's divine skill, forget about it. Fang Chun did not want to be hunted down by the Zhou family because of this. After taking out the materials and divine spiritual stones, Fang Chun threw the Sumeru ring back. Little Mouse looked at the hellfire armor and said, "Boss, take this hellfire armor away." Fang Chun shook his head. The hellfire armor was the most precious treasure of the Zhou family. If it was lost, the Zhou family would definitely be angry. It will be troublesome. Let's go. The battle between Fang Chun and Zhou Lei was actually very short. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun disappeared. A genius of the generation, Zhou family Zhou Lei had fallen. He would never have dreamed that a weakling that he could easily kill would be able to kill him. In a safe place in the Lotus Flower Mountain range, lone wanderer Gu Sun and the other two looked solemn. "I wonder how Brother Fang is doing," Hua Feilong said. "Brother Fang is not a reckless person. He should be able to escape unscathed. He is a transcendent array master. It will not be easy for Zhou Lei to kill him." Black Scorpion said. Lone wanderer Gu Sun nodded. "No matter what, we owe Brother Fang a favor. If Brother Fang dies in Zhou Lei's hands, I, Gu Sun, swear that I will avenge Brother Fang." "That's right. Us too." The other two nodded. "Are you guys so eager to see me die?" Suddenly, A mocking voice entered the trio's ears. Then, Fong Chun appeared in front of them. "Brother Fong, you are fine." The three of them were very excited to see Fong Chun return safely. Zhou Lei was a bit difficult to deal with. However, I used a formation and escaped. Fong Chun nodded. Although he had a good relationship with the three of them, this was a serious matter. He would not expose himself to danger. If the Zhou family knew that he was the one who killed Zhou Lei, it would be troublesome. "Brother Fong, it's good that you're fine." Gu San smiled. Chapter 1782. Lotus Flower Mountain. Fong Chen's group of 4 successfully returned, attracting everyone's attention. They're back. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint were the most excited. They had been worried about Fong Chun. Now that he had returned safely, how could they not be excited? The Tai Hua dynasty and the Capricorn sect also asked Hua, Fai Long, and Black Scorpion about the situation. Everyone on Lotus Flower Mountain looked at Fong Chen's group of 4. There was still some time before the 1-month deadline. After a short moment of excitement, Lotus Flower Mountain regained its calm. In the Shengsun sect's courtyard, the Sky Prison Saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King stood around Fong Chun, staring at Fong Chun with burning eyes. "Brother Fong, how is it?" The Ice Dragon Spirit King couldn't help but ask. The Sky Prison Saint was also very curious about whether Fong Chun had obtained the Divine Beast Head or not. Seeing the two so anxious, Fong Chun chuckled and said, "I got it." The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint were very excited. "Ha ha ha, Brother Fong, you're really good." The Ice Dragon Spirit King also admired Fong Chun. "I was just lucky." At the same time, the Capricorn sect and the Tai Hua dynasty were very helpless when they learned that Black Scorpion and Hua Fai Long had given up. They had been trying to persuade them, but to no avail. In the end, they could only leave the matter unsettled. Time passed. The Zhou family's upper echelons were all looking forward to Zhou Lei's return. However, what they didn't know was that Zhou Lei had already died in Lotus Flower Mountain. Whoosh! At a certain moment, a cold aura surged around Fong Chun. Immediately, he opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. 34 types of ice laws. Only 2 left. Fong Chen's eyes shone. Xiao Huang was also happy for his boss. "Boss, do you still want to continue?" Fong Chen nodded. Of course he wanted to continue. He was too weak right now. He had to increase his cultivation. Whoosh! The Annihilation Frost Water appeared in Xiao Huang's stomach. At first, Fong Chun could only adapt to 1/10 of the Annihilation Frost Water. Now he could barely adapt to 1/8. He was improving all the time. With the help of the Annihilation Frost Water, Fong Chen's speed of comprehending the nomological laws became faster and faster. 3 days later, the 35th law was comprehended. At this moment, Fong Chun could already withstand 1/5 of the Annihilation Frigid Water's temperature. However, when he was comprehending the last one, he reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to comprehend the last one. The final ice-type law is called the Frigid Metal Law, Fong Chun said to himself. From the literal meaning, it could be seen that the Frigid Metal Law contains a metal law. Fong Chun tried to use the metal law to comprehend the last law, but he failed. What's going on? Fong Chun was somewhat puzzled. The direction of his comprehension was correct, and he even had the help of the Annihilation Frigid Water. Why was he unable to comprehend it? Suddenly, Fong Chun thought of a possibility. Could it be due to the Annihilation Frigid Water? With this thought, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. If I can completely withstand the Annihilation Frigid Water, I might be able to comprehend it. After saying this, Fong Chun told Xiao Huang about his idea. The latter formulated a plan to gradually increase the power of the Annihilation Frigid Water, according to Fong Chen's idea. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When the 1-month deadline arrived, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and the immortal Su Empress appeared at the same time. All of the higher-ups of the sect arrived at the plaza. There was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. The 1-month deadline is over. Have the 4 of you obtained the head of a divine spirit realm mythological beast? Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi asked calmly. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, our Zhou family's Zhou Lei hasn't returned yet. Should we wait for a while? One of the higher-ups of the Zhou family asked. That's right. Perhaps Zhou Lei is on his way back. However, Heavenly Goddess Lin Yi's words caused the Zhou family to fall into a state of despair and even madness. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yi shook her head and said indifferently, Zhou Lei will never return. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yi, what do you mean? The higher-ups of the Zhou family frowned and asked in a low voice, Don't you understand what I mean? Zhou Lei died in the Lotus Flower Mountain Range. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yi said indifferently. Boom! The plaza was in an uproar. Countless higher-ups of the sect were shaken. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lei has the karmic flame armor. If he encountered a powerful mythological beast, even if he couldn't defeat it, he could at least protect himself. I don't believe Lei is dead. The higher-ups of the Zhou family shook their heads and said loudly, Enough. The immortal Su Empress frowned slightly. She was quite displeased. Zhou Lei is dead. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. The immortal Su Empress's words caused the Zhou family to fall into despair. Whoosh, 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 almost all of the higher-ups of the Zhou family were dispatched to the Lotus Flower Mountain Range. The remaining higher-ups of the sect were somewhat in disbelief. The prodigy of the easternmost land, Zhou Lei, had died in the Lotus Flower Mountain Range. This was truly unbelievable. However, it seemed that Heavenly Goddess Lin Yi wasn't afraid of the Zhou family's revenge at all. Did the four of you obtain the head of a mythological beast of the divine spirit realm? The Empress of Xinshu asked with a smile. Seniors, Junior He Xie gives up. He Xie cupped his fists and said. The higher-ups of the Capricorn sect behind him fell silent, their expressions somewhat grave. Junior also gives up. My Taiwan dynasty also gives up. The Empress of Xinshu was slightly surprised that 3 people gave up in a row. Her gaze fell on Feng Chun. Feng Chun could feel that the Empress of Xinshu's gaze was a bit happy. She didn't have any enmity towards him. On the contrary, she was helping him. From beginning to end, Heavenly Goddess Lin Yi didn't say a word. She just looked down indifferently. What about you? The Empress of Xinshu asked. Feng Chun waved his hand. Immediately, the head of a mythological beast of the divine spirit realm appeared in his palm. The Empress of Xinshu examined it with her divine sense, then nodded. Yes, it is indeed the head of a mythological beast of the divine spirit realm. She then turned to Heavenly Goddess Lin Yi and said, Senior sister, of the 5 people, 3 have given up, 1 has died, and this little guy called Feng Chun obtained the mythological beast head. Shouldn't you announce the result? Feng Chun was a bit nervous. He looked nervously at Heavenly Goddess Lin. The Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Hell Saint were also waiting for her to speak. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yi looked at Feng Chun with a slight frown. Feng Chun felt a bad premonition. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Zhou family who had left and returned. Their faces were filled with boundless fury. Did the 4 of you kill our Lei? The higher-ups of the Zhou family roared angrily. Elder Zhou, you can't speak carelessly, one of the higher-ups of the Taiwan dynasty said coldly. Sect Master Mo Jie also nodded. The 4 of us haven't seen Zhou Lei since entering the Lotus Flower Mountain Range. Furthermore, Elder Zhou, do you think the 4 of us can kill him if we work together? Hua Feilong smiled indifferently. They naturally couldn't admit that they had fought with Zhou Lei. Otherwise, the enraged Zhou family would definitely vent their anger on them. You should know that Zhou Lei is wearing the karmic flame armor. If the 4 of us can break through the karmic flame armor, then this armor is too trashy, said Black Scorpion. The higher-ups of the Zhou family were burning with rage as they looked at Gu Senator Gu Sun sneered, completely unafraid of the Zhou family's gaze. How can you bully me because I'm a loner without any background? Sneered Gu Sr. Brat, we suspect that you have something to do with Lei Er's death. We need to bring you back to investigate, said the higher-ups. If we find that you have nothing to do with this matter, we'll definitely let you go. Indeed, without any evidence, the Zhou family didn't want to fall out with the Capricorn sect and the Taiwan dynasty. Therefore, He could only vent his anger on Lone Ranger Gu Sr. The Zhou family is really impressive. What's the point of bullying a divine spirit realm cultivator? Gu-san was still sneering. The higher-ups of the Zhou family were furious. Brat, don't talk nonsense. After saying that, they directly attacked, wanting to forcefully capture Gu Sr. Gu-san stood there calmly, looking at the higher-ups of the Zhou family as if they were idiots. Stop! At this critical moment, Heavenly Goddess Lien said coldly. Then, she waved her hand. An array of divine light blocked the attacks of the higher-ups of the Zhou family. Heavenly Goddess Lien, what is the meaning of this? The higher-ups of the Zhou family were furious. Chapter 1783. You can't touch him. These words represented Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's stance, and all of the higher-ups in the sect were dumbfounded. Just who was this Gu-san? Why was Heavenly Goddess Lien speaking up for him? Gu-san glanced at Heavenly Goddess Lien but didn't say anything. Heavenly Goddess Lien, our Zhou family respects you, so we won't make things difficult for you. However, Gu-san is ours, the higher-ups of the Zhou family said coldly. Zhou Lei's death was a great loss to the Zhou family. One could imagine how furious the Zhou family leader would be. Even Heavenly Goddess Lien, wouldn't want to get involved. Idiot! Heavenly Goddess Lien, closed her eyes and ignored the higher-ups. The higher-ups of the Zhou family continued to act. Gu-san couldn't block a Heavenly God's attack at all, but his expression was very calm. What a poser! The higher-ups of the Zhou family sneered and reached out with their hand, instantly appearing in front of Gu Senator just as they were about to touch Gu Senator suddenly. An invisible force blocked the hand of the Zhou family's upper echelon. The higher-ups of the Zhou family were a bit confused. They continued to increase their power, wanting to break through the barrier. Enough! A thunderous voice suddenly appeared in the air, causing everyone to tremble. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man in white landed in front of Gu Senator Bang. He gently waved his hand and forced the higher-ups of the Zhou family to retreat. The higher-ups of the Zhou family stabilized themselves and asked with a grave expression, "Who are you? How dare you stop the Zhou family from doing something?" Stopping the Zhou family from doing something? What a joke. Do you want me to watch as you capture my disciple? The middle-aged man in white sneered and said with an unyielding attitude, "I'd like to see how the Zhou family can touch my disciple with me here." The appearance of the middle-aged man in white caused a commotion. Only now did everyone realize that Heavenly Goddess Lien had already known about the faction behind Gu Senator. No wonder she had stepped forward to stop the higher-ups of the Zhou family. Fang Chen stared straight at the middle-aged man in white. He sensed a very familiar aura from the middle-aged man in white. Who is he? Fang Chen frowned. He couldn't understand. What was going on? Why did he feel so familiar? Who the hell are you? The Zhou family's higher-ups were a bit angry. I didn't think that after leaving the easternmost region for so many years, no one would recognize me, the Pangyuel War Immortal. The Pangyuel War Immortal said with a smile. Boone the Square was in an uproar. Heavens! The Pangyuel War Immortal has actually returned. What? Gu-san is the disciple of the Moon War Immortal? How is that possible? The legendary Panyu War Immortal of the easternmost region? The Zhou clan has kicked an iron plate this time. Countless exclamations and discussions could be heard from the crowd. The Pangyuel Warrior Immortal's influence was extremely great, especially that battle back then, which shocked the heavens and earth and made the gods weep. Fang Chen did not expect this person to be the Moon War Immortal. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. When he was in the lower realm, he had also received a favor from the Pan Moon Warrior Immortal. The latter was even his master. So Gu-san is the disciple of the Moon Warrior Immortal. Fang Chen nodded to himself. No wonder he always felt that Gu-san was very mysterious. When they found out that the other party was the Moon War Immortal, the upper echelons of the Zhou clan lowered their heads. Why aren't you capturing my disciple? The Moon War Immortal asked with a smile. The smile on his face was terrifying. The Pangyuel War Immortal was extremely warlike, and his attacks were extremely powerful. Even Emperor Goddess Lien would not be willing to offend him. In the past, The Penguin War immortal had relied on his own power to kill 5 Empyrean gods at the same time, shocking the entire easternmost region. From then on, the name of the Penguin War immortal resounded throughout the divine realm. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. The upper echelon clasped his fists. Oh, so there was a misunderstanding. The Penguin War immortal said thoughtfully. Penguin War immortal, please forgive us for our previous offense. The upper echelon of the Zhou clan humbly apologized. The Penguin War immortal ignored them. Gu-sun, why did you give up? The Penguin War immortal looked at his disciple and asked. He had fought for this opportunity with great difficulty. In order to let Gu-sun join the competition openly, he had even set up the identity of a lone traveler. As for the matter of him entering the Empyrean god's ruins, it was completely fabricated. But now, Gu-sun had actually given up on his own accord. This puzzled the Penguin War immortal. Master, even if I join the competition, I won't succeed. Also, Brother Fong has helped me before. Master, you have always taught me to be grateful. I think you can understand me, Gu-sun said. The Penguin War immortal nodded. He had been secretly observing his disciple. He had also noticed Fong Chun. All right, you can give up then. The Penguin War immortal said. Thank you, Master. Gu-sun said. The upper echelon of the Zhou clan needed to vent their anger. They had found Fong Chun, and after their analysis, they found that Fong Chun was the most suspicious. Fong Chun, we suspect that you have something to do with Layer's death. The upper echelon of the Zhou clan said in a low voice. Fong Chun had the Shang Sun sect behind him, so the Zhou clan had nothing to fear. Moreover, they had found traces of the annihilation frost water on the Hellfire armor. It was very likely that Fong Chun had something to do with it. Among the 5 of them, besides Zhou Lei, he was the only one who had entered the Weeping Peak. The Zhou clan has gone too far. Are you bullying the Shang Sun sect? The Frost Dragon Spirit King said angrily. If you want to touch Fong Chun, you have to ask the Shang Sun sect for permission. The Heavenly Hell Saint's aura fluctuated. He was ready to attack at any time. In the square, many upper echelons of the sect shook their heads. The Zhou clan was too shameless. They did not dare to touch the other 3, but they came to find fault with Fong Chun. We found traces of the annihilation frost water on the Hellfire armor. Among the 4 of you, only Fong Chun had entered the Weeping Peak. If you didn't do this, who else could it be? This was not simply bullying, but directly convicting Fong Chun of a crime. Clap, clap. Fong Chun clapped his hands gently. Wonderful, this is really wonderful. Fong Chun looked around and asked, I want to ask everyone here if it is possible for me, an immortal in the divine transformation realm, to have the annihilation frost water on me. Everyone shook their heads. What a joke. A divine transformation realm cultivator carrying the annihilation frost water? Was he looking for death? Fong Chun's eyes fell on the upper echelons of the Zhou clan again. You don't even know the most basic common sense, yet you still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. I really feel sorry for the Zhou clan. Don't be unreasonable, the upper echelon of the Zhou clan said angrily. If you want to use Fong Chun as a scapegoat, just say so. Do you have to go to this extent? The Ice Dragon Spirit King sneered. The Zhou clan had really calculated well. Fong Chun had the divine beast's head. If they killed Fong Chun, there would be no result in this son-in-law selection. This was a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. While making divine god Leonie's son-in-law selection fail, they would also blame him for Zhou Lei's death. In this way, even if the clan leader was angry, he would not blame them. As long as you can show me evidence, I, Fong Chun, will kill myself on the spot. Fong Chun spread out his hands. Sect Master Emo Jia also said, if the Zhou clan can't even bring out the most basic evidence, how can you convince everyone? Little friend Fong is an honored guest of the Tai Hua dynasty. I hope the Zhou clan can bring out evidence, said the upper echelon of the Tai Hua dynasty. Even the Pang War Immortal spoke up. If you don't have any evidence, then let this matter end here. Leonie is still choosing a son-in-law for her disciple. In truth, the Pang War Immortal's words had 2 meanings. The first was because Gu Sun was indebted to Fang Chun, and the second was because of the Sky Prison Saint. The two of them were both from the lower realms. Although the Pang War Immortal had ascended tens of thousands of years before the Sky Prison Saint, they were still from the same place. At a critical moment, it was fine for him to say a few words. Hearing the Pang War Immortal's words, the Sky Prison Saint smiled and nodded. For a moment, the Zhou clan was caught between a rock and a hard place. This brat was able to obtain the divine beast's head. That means his strength is enough to threaten Zhou Lei. Our Zhou clan will send a divine ancestor to attack him and force him to reveal his true strength. When the time comes, everything will be clear. With that, a divine ancestor realm, heavenly god of the Zhou family, stepped forward with an imposing aura. Fang Qin's face darkened. His heart was burning with anger. The Zhou clan was too despicable. How could they use such a method to deal with him? Despicable. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint were furious. Chapter 1784. The words of the Zhou family's elder made everyone's expression change. He was using the Zhou family's patriarch to threaten everyone to achieve his goal. The Moon Warrior Immortal narrowed his eyes and watched everything quietly. The Divine Sun Sect's Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint's faces were red with anger. How despicable! As the two spoke, they stood in front of Fang Chun. Do you think the Divine Sun Sect has no one? I'd like to see how the Zhou family will deal with our disciple today, the Ice Dragon Spirit King said coldly. Ice Dragon Spirit King, do you know what you're doing? You'll bring disaster to the Divine Sun Sect, the elder of the Zhou family said. What a joke. The Ice Dragon Spirit King sneered. Seeing this, the elder of the Zhou family stepped forward and threw out 2 punches. Instantly, the terrifying fist radiance swept over. Oh no! Fang Qin knew this was bad. This person was a heavenly god. He wasn't someone that the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint could resist. Right now, only the Moon Warrior Immortal could resist him. Attack! The elder of the Zhou family attacked, suppressing the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint. Then he said to the other divine ancestor. The divine ancestor stepped forward, his aura shaking the sky. Fang Chun felt like his body was about to be imprisoned. His heart was burning with anger. However, his rationality told him that he couldn't fight recklessly. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin's gaze landed on the Pangyue Warrior Immortal. Right now, he could only ask for the Moon Warrior Immortal's help. Senior Pan Moon Warrior Immortal, please lend me a hand. Fang Chun cupped his fists and said to the Moon Warrior Immortal. The latter was a little surprised, but then he said lazily, Little guy, although my disciple is indebted to you, you don't need me to help you. If the Moon Warrior Immortal helped, he would definitely go against the Zhou family. It wasn't worth it for a little guy. Everyone nodded. Someone like the Moon Warrior Immortal wouldn't help easily. Heavenly God Lian, he looked on indifferently, as if it had nothing to do with her. As for the Xinshu Empress behind him, she was extremely anxious. The Grand Zhou family actually sent a divine ancestor to deal with a soul transformation disciple. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Said the Empress Xinshu coldly. She wanted to intervene, but she was stopped by Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. She understood what her senior sister meant. She didn't want to get involved in this matter. When her senior sister tried to stop her, she understood what the latter meant. Fang Chun had no chance. Seeing Fang Chun about to be attacked by the Zhou clan's god, the Xinshu Empress sighed and shook her head. Senior. Seeing that the Zhou clan's heaven god's attack was about to arrive, Fang Chun hurriedly transmitted a message to the Pan Moon Warrior Immortal. At the same time, he secretly released the unique aura of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. The originally lazy Pan Yu Warrior Immortal suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. You came from the lower realm. The Moon War Immortal transmitted. Fang Chun nodded and said, When I was in the lower realm, I obtained the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. This sentence alone was enough for the Pan Yu Warrior Immortal to make a move. I see. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave's aura wouldn't lie to him. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying battle intent appeared around the Pan Moon War Immortal. In the next instant, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chun. Bang! With a punch, space seemed to collapse. Behind him, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Was this the strength of the Pan-Moon War immortal? With a single punch, heaven and earth changed color. The Zhou clan's divine ancestor realm god was unable to block the Pan-Moon War immortal's attack and was forced to retreat. Pan-Moon War immortal. What is the meaning of this? This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be somewhat stunned. Why would the Pan-Moon War immortal suddenly make a move? What was the meaning of this? The angriest ones were the Zhou clan's upper echelons. They originally thought that the Pan-Moon War immortal would be wary of the Zhou clan and not make a move. But now, do I, the Pan-Moon War immortal, need a reason to make a move? The Pan-Moon War immortal said indifferently. Everyone suddenly realized. That's right, did an existence like the Pan-Moon War immortal need a reason to make a move? His fist was the reason. Everyone looked at the Pan-Moon War immortal thoughtfully. Things were getting more and more interesting. They didn't know what Fang Chan said to the Pan-Moon War immortal for the latter to make a move for him. Pan-Moon War immortal, you've gone too far. The Zhou clan's upper echelon took out a token and injected his heavenly god energy into it. Immediately, the token gave off a blinding light. Boom! Everyone felt the ground tremble, and then a figure gradually appeared in the void. Clan leader. The Zhou clan's upper echelon gave up on suppressing the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint. What's the matter? This was a figure of the Zhou clan's clan leader. His true body was in a clan. Clan leader, Layer, is dead. The Zhou clan's upper echelon said softly. The figure's face instantly changed. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "Who killed him? I suspect that Layer's death has something to do with Fang Chun. I wanted to capture him for interrogation, but the Pan-Moon War immortal stopped me." The Zhou clan's upper echelon said truthfully. He knew that the Pan-Moon War immortal's interference was beyond his control, so he could only summon the clan leader. The clan leader's gaze fell on the Pan-Moon War immortal. Instantly, he glanced at Fang Chun behind the Pan-Moon War immortal. "Pan-Moon, long time no see." The figure's face revealed a trace of a smile. "Old monster Zhou." The Pan-Moon War immortal nodded. "You want to protect him?" The figure asked. "I owe him a favor." The Pan-Moon War immortal said. Everyone could hear the meaning in his words. He wanted to protect Fang Chun. The figure fell silent. After a moment of thought, he said, "Let's go." "Clan leader, are we just going to let Layer's death go?" The Zhou clan's upper echelon cried out. "Of course not. I'll definitely get to the bottom of Layer's death," the figure said. The Zhou clan had no choice but to leave Lotus Mountain. The plaza was completely silent. Everyone's gaze fell on the Pan-Moon War immortal. Even Heavenly Goddess Lien, looked at the Pan-Moon War immortal in surprise. She didn't understand what Fang Chun had given the Pan-Moon War immortal. However, this didn't seem to have much to do with her anymore. "Lien, don't worry about me. Announce the results." The Pan-Moon War immortal spread out his hands. He looked at Fang Chun with interest before walking over to Gu. Senator Fang Chun was also waiting for Heavenly Goddess Lien to announce the results. Under everyone's gazes, Heavenly Goddess Lien walked out. Her gaze swept over Fang Chun. Then, she said softly, "Aside from Fang Chun, no one else has completed the task of choosing a husband for my disciple, Star and Moon." However, Heavenly Goddess Lien paused for a moment. Fang Chun had a bad feeling. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. "However, Fang Chun is too weak and doesn't meet my criteria, so Heavenly Goddess Lien, you didn't finish your sentence." However, everyone knew that Fang Chun had been eliminated by Heavenly Goddess Lien. But Fang Chun's mind was completely blank. His eyes were wooden, and his body was trembling slightly. After working so hard for so long, this was the result. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason Heavenly Goddess Lien didn't choose Fang Chun wasn't because Fang Chun was too weak. The real reason was that she didn't want to offend the Zhou family. How laughable. She was willing to sacrifice her disciple's happiness for her own benefit. This was what it meant to love one's disciple. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint tightly grabbed onto Fong Chen's clothes. They were afraid that he would lose his cool and clash with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. If that happened, they would be in big trouble. Pain spread through Fong Chen's entire body. His heart ached. However, he was strong. Old hag, no one can take my wife away from me. Fong Chen clenched his fists. He slowly walked toward Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. The Ice Dragon Spirit King wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Fong Chen, everyone yelled. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, did you make this choice for Star and Moon, or for yourself? Fong Chen clasped his fists. Boom! The plaza was in an uproar. Countless sect disciples stared at Fong Chen with wide eyes. Was this brat's head burning because he was rejected? He actually dared to question Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi in front of everyone. Even if Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi killed him, no one would say anything. Chapter 1785. She had negated all of Fong Chen's efforts with a single sentence. Fong Chen laughed heartily upon hearing Goddess Lien Yi's words. The smile on his face was incomparably cruel. He had chosen to participate in Goddess Lien Yi's test so that Star and Moon wouldn't have a bad relationship with his master. Now, there was no need to consider this at all. Fong Chen, don't be impulsive. I'll persuade my senior sister. I'm sure she'll listen, the Shinshu Empress transmitted. Actually, she still hoped that Fong Chen would take Star and Moon away. Fong Chen, come with me. The Pang War Immortal transmitted his voice to Fong Chen, then walked straight to a residence. Fong Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. I can't be impulsive. I definitely can't be impulsive. This was a matter of great importance. He couldn't act rashly. Fong Chen told the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint to return to the Shengsun sect first. The two were still worried, so Fong Chen secretly told them about his relationship with the Pang War Immortal. Only then did they leave. In an elegant courtyard, the white-robed Pang War Immortal sat on a stone bench, smiling as he waited for Fong Chen's arrival. Senior. Fong Chen cupped his fists. You're still calling me senior. The Pang War Immortal smiled. Fong Chen shook his head and said, I benefited greatly from Senior's coiling moon immortal cave. She should have addressed him as master. But I don't want to implicate you. Fong Chen's words made the Pang War Immortal frown slightly. What do you want? The Pang War Immortal asked. Fong Chen sat on the stone bench and slowly said, Star and Moon is my wife. She died for some reason on a certain particle continent in the lower realm. But thanks to the buried Sword Emperor, my wife was saved, but she was sent to the God realm. Fong Chen sank into deep thought. Ever since then, I've been working hard, hoping that one day I'll be able to enter the God realm and find my wife. But when I finally received news of my wife, I discovered that Goddess Lien Yi wanted to choose a husband for my wife. I didn't want my wife to fall out with Goddess Lien Yi, so I decided to participate in this test. However, Emperor and Goddess Lien Yi was afraid of the Zhou clan and refused me. No matter what, no matter who it is, do not try to stop me from meeting my wife, Fong Chen said with a deep voice. After hearing Fong Chen's words, the Pang War Immortal's reply. I didn't expect Xingyue to also be from the lower realm. The Pan Moon Warrior Immortal was very protective of his disciples. In his heart, he had already regarded Fong Chen as his disciple. Although I can protect you, there are many heavenly deities on Lotus Mountain. It's impossible for you to leave with your wife, said the Moon Warlord. So I don't want to implicate you, Fong Chen said softly. After a moment of anger, his mood had completely calmed down. Even though he was furious, he didn't lose his mind. What was going to happen next was very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, his life would be in danger. However, he had no other choice. The Pang War Immortal pondered for a moment, then said, Fong Chen, I can help you stall the Pang War Immortal for a while. As for whether you succeed or not, it's up to you. Fong Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. With the Pang War Immortal's help, his chances of success were much higher. Thank you. Fong Chen cupped his fists. Lotus Mountain. When Star and Moon heard the news, she trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. She shook her head in pain, her face full of tears. Master, how could this be? Star and Moon sobbed. She thought that she could be with Brother Chen forever. Who would have thought that she would receive such bad news instead? No, I have to go find Brother Chun. All these years, she knew how hard Fong Chun had worked. Star and Moon was afraid that Fong Chun wouldn't be able to handle being rejected by Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. If he did something that offended Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, it would be troublesome. However, just as she was about to leave, the Empress Xian Su stopped her. I can understand how you feel, but you can't go find him now. The Empress Xian Su gently wiped away the tears on Star and Moon's face. Uncle Master, Star and Moon sobbed. Uncle Master will help you, the Empress Xian Su said. At the same time, in the Lotus Palace, the Pang War Immortal found Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. Pang, have a seat. Lien Yi said. Lien Yi, since you've rejected Fong Chun, why don't you fulfill his wish and betroth your disciple to my disciple? The Pang War Immortal laughed heartily. Hearing this, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was a bit surprised. She didn't expect him to come looking for her because of this matter. Pan Yu, I want some peace and quiet. Don't talk to me about this for now. Once I've thought it through, I'll naturally give you an answer. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi said. The Pang War Immortal nodded. Pan Yu, what's your relationship with that Fong Chun? Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi asked curiously. Well, the Pang War Immortal delayed Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi while Fong Chun used the Book of Time and Space to quickly travel through the void and find Star and Moon. However, at this moment, Star and Moon was with the Empress Xian Su. Who is it? The Empress Xian Su suddenly let out a low cry and looked around. Fong Chun was startled. He didn't expect the Empress Xian Su to be able to discover him. Just as he was thinking, the Empress Xian Su spoke. Fong Chun. Knowing that he had been exposed, Fong Chun walked out from the void. Seeing this, Star and Moon hurriedly ran to Fong Chun and rushed into his arms. Senior, how did you discover me? Fong Chun asked. My Shinshu Imperial Court has a secret technique. The Empress Xian Su said. Fong Chun, hurry up and take Yu away. Fong Chun was very touched. He thought that the Empress Xian Su would stop him, but instead, she was helping him. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you sad. The Empress Xian Su urged. Senior, this junior will definitely repay this great kindness. After saying this, Fong Chun didn't want to waste any more time. He grabbed Star and Moon's little hand and disappeared into the void. Uncle Master. A happy smile appeared on Star and Moon's crying face. Seeing Fong Chun disappear into the void, the Empress Xian Su let out a sigh of relief. She could sense that Fong Chun's concealment technique was extremely powerful. Even her senior apprentice sister wouldn't be able to discover it in a short period of time. I hope he can succeed. The Empress Xian Su sighed. After chatting with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi for a while, the Panghua warrior Immortal hurriedly left. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi walked out of the palace. She wanted to see her disciple. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi spread out her divine sense to search for Star and Moon. However, to her shock, she discovered that Star and Moon were no longer on Lotus Mountain. She then discovered that Fong Chun was also no longer on the mountain. Damn it. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was enraged. This Fong Chun was far too bold. He actually dared to take someone away right under her nose. Whoosh, whoosh, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi instantly arrived at the residence of the Panghua warrior Immortal. Panghua. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was enraged. Lien Yi, what do you want? The Panghua warrior Immortal smiled. Where did Fong Chun go? Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi asked coldly. The Panghua warrior Immortal spread out his hands and shook his head. I don't know. Even though Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was furious, she didn't lose her mind. The Panghua warrior Immortal was intentionally stalling for time. She didn't have any evidence, so she couldn't easily become enemies with him. Whoosh whoosh. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi arrived at Fong Chun's residence with a single thought. She scanned the area with her divine sense, but she didn't find any traces of him. However, she saw a line of words on the ground of Fong Chun's residence. Good and evil will always be rewarded. This line of words was filled with murderous intent. This was what Fong Chun had left behind. He was telling heavenly goddess Lien that he would definitely get his revenge. Umph. Heavenly goddess Lien sneered before flying toward the foot of Lotus Mountain. Fang Chun had already left Lotus Mountain with his wife, Star and Moon. Big brother Chun, where are we going? Star and Moon had a blissful smile on her face. Even though she had become enemies with her master, she was still able to be with the person she loved. What could be happier than this? Heavenly goddess Lien, you will definitely be enraged by your disappearance, so we can't return to the Shengsun sect for now, Fang Chun said. She gently stroked Star and Moon's face and said with a hint of guilt, I'm going to have to make you suffer with me again. If he offended Heavenly Goddess Lien, he wouldn't be able to survive in the easternmost region. Moreover, there was still the Zhou family waiting covetously behind them. As soon as he had left Lotus Mountain, Fang Chun had discovered the Zhou clan's heavenly god hiding in the shadows. Unfortunately, he was a spatial cultivator, so he had used the Book of Time and Space to conceal himself. Even heavenly gods wouldn't be able to discover him. Chapter 1786. Fang Chun taking away the Star and Moon had infuriated Empyrean Goddess Lien and the entire Lotus Flower Mountain was searching for Fang Chun. This time, Fang Chun had truly infuriated Empyrean Goddess Lien. The Zhou family's headquarters in the easternmost region. Trash. A bunch of trash. The Zhou family's leader exuded a terrifying aura. He was extremely furious. You Empyrean gods were hiding under Lotus Flower Mountain, but you actually let a soul transformation realm deity escape right under your noses, roared the Zhou family's leader. The elders lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. At first, they didn't believe that Fang Chun had escaped. But from information they had received from Lotus Flower Mountain, they learned that Empyrean Goddess Lien was searching for Fang Chun. While the Zhou family's leader was furious, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Zhou Lei's death was a great loss to the Zhou family. Bang! The Zhou family's leader slammed his hand onto a nearby table, causing it to explode. Don't worry, family leader. We'll definitely catch that brat Fang Chun, whispered an elder. The Zhou family's leader's eyes were scarlet, and killing intent surged from his body. Lei won't die in vain. I'll tear him to pieces, said the Zhou family's leader coldly. From now on, the Zhou family will provide Lotus Flower Mountain with the greatest assistance. We'll form an alliance with them and search for Fang Chun together. Yes, family leader. The elders clasped their fists and quickly left. Remember, if he's alive, we need to find him. If he's dead, we need to find his corpse, said the Zhou family's leader. With the Zhou family's help, the search for Fang Chun spread throughout the entire easternmost region. As long as Fang Chun was still in the easternmost region, he wouldn't be able to escape their grasp. Empyrean Goddess Lien, who was overseeing Lotus Flower Mountain, was extremely furious. He even felt a bit resentful toward the Penguel War Immortal, but the latter was too powerful, so he couldn't say anything. That day, the Penguel War Immortal left with Goose Senator when the Xinshu Empress saw her furious senior apprentice sister. She shook her head and returned to the Xinshu dynasty, no longer interfering in this matter. The Capricorn sect and the Taihua dynasty were both searching for Fang Chun. The entire easternmost land was in an uproar because of what Fang Chun had done. A divine transformation realm cultivator dared to provoke the celestial god. He really didn't even know how to write the word death. In a secluded valley, it was lush and full of vitality. There were many divine beasts in the valley. However, most of them were deity-level divine beasts and weren't too powerful. This was a very inconspicuous valley. Normally, no one would come here at all. In the depths of the valley, there was a rock layer. Outside the rock layer, it was enveloped by the Chinquan Formation. Inside the rock stratum, in a slightly spacious cave, Fang Chun and Star and Moon sat side by side on the ground. Star and Moon's head rested on Fang Chun's chest, enjoying the blissful moments. Fang Chun gently stroked his wife's hair. Do you regret it? Fang Chun suddenly asked. Star and Moon raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. Brother Chun, I won't allow you to say that. I've never regretted being with you. I'll go wherever you go, Even if I have to be the enemy of the whole world, Star and Moon said. Her red lips parted slightly, and she directly pressed them on Fong Chen's lips. The atmosphere in the cave was romantic. After a long time, Star and Moon's red lips moved away from Fong Chen's. Her face was flushed as she lowered her head. Lotus Mountain and the Zhou family are both looking for us. I'll have to trouble you for the time being. Before my strength increases, I can't fight these two forces head-on, Fong Chun said slowly. I know, Brother Chun. Star and Moon's pretty face was as tender as water. In the following time, Fong Chun entered a state of cultivation. He was too weak to compete with a heavenly god, so he could only work hard to cultivate. He was about to succeed in comprehending the last type of ice-type law. Fong Chun vaguely felt that if he could completely comprehend all 36 types of ice-type laws, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Hello, sister-in-law. Little Mouse and Xiao Huang appeared in the cave and greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law, this is Boss's new little brother. You can call him Xiao Huang. Little Mouse introduced him to Star and Moon. The latter smiled and nodded. Sister-in-law, you wait here for a while. I'm going to help Boss cultivate. Xiao Huang came to Fong Chun with a bulging belly and spat out the annihilation cold water. Ever since he absorbed the annihilation cold water, Xiao Huang's belly had been bulging. Little Mouse laughed at him for a long time because of this. Little Mouse and Pangolin stood guard at the side. Seeing that Fong Chun was cultivating so hard, Star and Moon also began to cultivate. Pangolin had not left since he followed Fong Chun out. Perhaps after experiencing everything on Lotus Mountain, Fong Chun's state of mind had undergone a transformation. In just 3 days, Fong Chun had successfully cultivated the last type of ice-type law in one fell swoop. Rumble. When he comprehended the last law, the power of 36 ice laws revolved around his body, illuminating the entire cave. So powerful. Fong Chun's mind was very shaken. In the history of the realm of the gods, no one had been able to successfully cultivate all 36 ice-type laws. Fong Chun was the first to break the historical record. Fong Chun was shocked to discover that the 36 types of power of laws were actually slowly fusing together. Splash the annihilation cold water in front of Xiao Huang was instantly absorbed into Fong Chun's body. Boss! Xiao Huang called out loudly. That was the annihilation cold water. Boss could barely resist it. However, if he absorbed it rashly, it would be dangerous. Xiao Huang was about to stop him, but at this moment, Fong Chun spoke. I'm fine. At this moment, the 36 types of nomological powers around Fong Chun's body rapidly fused together. Dawn, when all the laws were completely merged, a strange aura appeared in Fong Chun's mind. That's eternal vitality. Endless power surged out from the power of laws. Fong Chun concluded that this should be the power of eternal vitality. Could it be? A bold guess appeared in Fong Chun's mind. The ice-type laws were actually separated from the creation laws. After comprehending the 36 ice-type laws, the power of eternal vitality emerged in his mind. Just as Fong Chun was thinking, the power of eternal vitality quickly condensed into a gentle flower. The appearance of this flower confirmed Fong Chun's guess. This is the fold of laws. Seeing this flower, Fong Chun's face was full of joy. He didn't expect that after painstakingly trying to comprehend the destruction law, he would comprehend the creation law by chance. Creation and destruction are complete opposites, but they complement each other. I wonder if the creation law will be helpful to my destruction sword principle. Thinking of this, Fong Chun closed his eyes and wanted to comprehend the creation law in one go. At the same time, he asked Xiao Huang to gradually release the annihilation cold water. Drops of annihilation cold water were absorbed into Fong Chun's body. Until now, Fong Chun's body could withstand 1/3 of the annihilation cold water's power. Even a divine realm expert would be ashamed of his strength. Buzz. Creation was the creation of all things with a single thought. This was something that could only be done by the legendary peak of the creation rule. As for now, what Fong Chun needed to do was to comprehend the creation law. He just needed to be able to produce an endless power of eternal vitality. As time passed, Feng Chun continued to comprehend the creation law. At the same time, something happened in the Sheng Sun sect. The Sheng Sun sect. Divine Realm God Lien, what do you mean by this? The Ice Dragon Spirit King asked coldly. He stared at Divine Realm God Lien Yi with his pitch-black eyes. Feng Chun is a disciple of the Sheng Sun sect. He stole my disciple, the Star and Moon. He deserves to die. If the Sheng Sun sect has any self-awareness, you'd better call him out right now. Otherwise, Divine Realm God Lien Yi's words were full of threats. Feng Chun is no longer in the Sheng Sun sect, the Sky Prison Saint said. Divine Realm God Lien Yi's face was cold, and she emitted a terrifying aura. Divine Realm God Lien, do you think we've hidden Feng Chun? The Ice Dragon Spirit King asked. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. I'll buy you 3 breaths of time to hand over Feng Chun. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Divine Realm God Lien, he was completely enraged. She concluded that the Sheng Sun sect should know about Feng Chun's whereabouts. Even if they didn't, they should know about Feng Chun's plan. Therefore, no matter what, she had to force the Sheng Sun sect to reveal Feng Chun's whereabouts. Chapter 1787. Heavenly God Lieni, don't go too far. Although my Sheng Sun sect isn't as powerful as your Lotus Mountain, we're not pushovers either. The Ice Dragon Spirit King glared at Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. The Shin Sun sect master had been away for a long time. The Shin Sun sect was basically managed by the Heavenly Prison Saint and Spirit King Han. Long, Heavenly God Lieni was threatening the Shin Sun sect. She was going to start a massacre in 3 breaths' time. Spirit King Han Long's aura trembled as he prepared to fight to the death. I won't compromise even if I die, Spirit King Han Long said coldly. At the same time, the Heavenly God Elders of Shin Sun sect all appeared on the square and surrounded Heavenly God Lieni. Heavenly God, Lieni sneered. You can't stop me. If you don't want the Shin Sun sect to be destroyed, tell me where Feng Chun is, Heavenly God, Lieni said. We won't obey, even if we die. The Heavenly God Elders all shouted. They were ready to die, but they really didn't know where Feng Chun was. However, Heavenly God Lieni didn't believe them. 3 breaths' time passed in the blink of an eye. Since you want to die, don't blame me for it, Heavenly God Lieni said coldly. I've rarely fought in all these years. It seems that the heavenly gods of the easternmost land have forgotten about me. Heavenly God Lieni released a wild aura as soon as she finished speaking. There were strong and weak heavenly gods too. For example, Heavenly God Lieni and the Panghua warrior Immortal were at the top. The Shin Sun sect elders couldn't resist them at all. Bang! Empyrean God Lieni struck out with a palm, breaking one of Han Long's arms. Han Long's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Pucci! Spirit King Han Long spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Blood kept flowing out of his broken arm. Han Long! The heavenly prison saint roared with bloodshot eyes. Don't worry about me, Spirit King Han Long said with difficulty, then quickly healed himself. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where Feng Chun is. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Shun Sun sect to exist. God Lien Yi's domineering aura covered the entire Shun Sun sect. If you want to destroy my Shun Sun sect, you have to pay the price. Suddenly, a heavy voice came from the void. Hearing this voice, the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint were overjoyed. Sect leader. An elderly man with a black beard emerged from thin air right before Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's eyes. His figure was like a shadow as he quickly arrived in front of the Ice Dragon Spirit King. He tapped the Ice Dragon Spirit King's shoulder a few times to stop the bleeding. Recuperate well. Leave the rest to me. Only then did the black-bearded elder turn to look at Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. Sect Master is back. The Sky Prison Saint and the others were very excited. Lieni, are you going to destroy our Sheng Sun clan? Asked the black-bearded elder. I didn't expect you to have also reached the Empyrean God realm, Sect Master Sheng Sun, said Empyrean God Lieni. It was a coincidence, said the black-bearded old man. Fong Chun, a disciple of the Shinsun sect, kidnapped my disciple. I just want Fong Chen's whereabouts. As long as the Shinsun sect tells me, I'll leave immediately. Heavenly Goddess Lien, Yi's tone softened a bit. You can go. The black-bearded elder shook his head. Seeing this, Heavenly Goddess Lien, Yi was furious. I'd like to see how powerful the Shinsun sect leader is. Boom! The sky changed color, and the Shinsun sect was shaken. On this day, news of a shocking battle spread across the entire easternmost land. The battle between Heavenly Goddess Lien, Yi, and the Shinsun sect leader destroyed half of the Shinsun sect's buildings. No one knew the final result. However, everyone guessed that the Shinsun sect leader was at a disadvantage. After this battle, Heavenly Goddess Lien, Yi left the Shinsun sect. The Shinsun sect didn't say anything either. Within the rock layer of the Chinquin Formation, Fong Chun was trying to control the creation law. Milky white power of law surrounded him. This was the power of creation law. The complete comprehension of the 36 snow-type nomological laws allowed Fong Chun to condense a nomological flower in his mind. In this way, it was much easier to comprehend. In the following time, with the help of the annihilation cold water, success was almost inevitable. The creation law was incomparably mysterious. It wasn't until he thought about it that Fong Chun felt truly shocked. With a thought, the power of creation law emerged instantly. Under his control, it drilled into a withered flower on the ground. In an instant, the withered flower glowed with vitality, its aura overflowing. This was the mystery of the creation law. How wonderful, Fong Chun exclaimed. Whoosh! At this moment, Little Mouse returned. He had gone out to gather information and had just returned. How was it? Fong Chun asked. Little Mouse's expression was a bit awkward. Seeing this, Fong Chun hurriedly asked, what happened? Boss, Heavenly Goddess Lien, Yi went to the Shinsun sect. How are Brother Han Long and the others? Fong Chun asked. One of Spirit King Han Long's arms was cut off by Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. At the critical moment, the Shinsun sect master returned. He had a shocking battle with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. In the end, the battle was very tragic. Half of the Shinsun sect's buildings were destroyed, and Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi retreated. Little Mouse said. Bang! Fong Chun punched the rock layer. He was very angry. Heavenly Goddess Lien, a dignified heavenly god powerhouse, actually did such a despicable thing. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Fong Chun turned to look at Star and Moon, who was cultivating. Just you wait. One day, I will make Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi pay the price, Fong Chun said coldly. After saying that, Fong Chun continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, Lotus Mountain had been searching for Fong Chen's whereabouts. The Zhou family had also been secretly investigating. However, Fong Chun seemed to have vanished without a trace. There was no trace of him at all. Even so, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's anger had not subsided. A lot could change in half a year. The easternmost land, Hanhai City. This city was located at the edge of the easternmost land, very close to the East Sea of the God Realm. The entire God Realm was a huge continent. Beyond the continent was the ocean. To the east of the easternmost land was the East Sea. The East Sea was vast and boundless, and there were many unexplored areas. The people of the God Realm would not go to the East Sea if they had nothing to do. Hanhai City could be considered a relatively lively city. A few months ago, a master-level swordsmith suddenly appeared in Hanhai City. It was said that this swordsmith could forge supreme-grade divine weapons and was very popular. Some of the powerful factions in Hanhai City also treated this swordsmith as an honored guest. Have you heard? Master Shui agreed to forge a supreme-grade divine sword for young Master Hai. Heavens, Master Shui really agreed. Yeah, it said that young Master Hai paid a huge price for Master Shui to agree. In a restaurant, many deities were discussing this great Master Shui. In the western district of Hanhai City, in an elegant mansion, Master Shui, who was dressed in white, was sitting in a pavilion. Beside him stood a tall and thin man wearing a straw hat. "Boss, this young Master Hai is really rich. If he gets a few more deals, we'll be rich." The tall and thin man wearing the straw hat chuckled. No one knew that Master Shui was Fong Chun, who was wanted by Lotus Flower Mountain and the Zhou family. The tall and thin man wearing the straw hat beside him was Little Mouse's human form. A few months ago, Fong Chen's cultivation had reached the true God realm. Moreover, he had devoted himself to comprehending formations and had made considerable achievements in the Tao formations. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, which was why Fong Chun had made the decision to change his appearance and come to Hanhai City. As a master-level swordsmith, Master Shui, he had survived in Hanhai City. His main body was forging swords outside, while his clone was cultivating in a secret room. In just a few months, Master Shui's reputation in Hanhai City had reached a very high level. This was the result that Fong Chen wanted. He used his identity as Master Shui to forge divine swords for others in exchange for cultivation resources. At the same time, he could also test his combat strength. Overall, it was a very good thing. Don't be too greedy. After all, there are very few people like young Master Hai. Fong Chun smiled faintly. He used the method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better and successfully made young Master Hai pay a huge price. Chapter 1788. The reason Hanhai City has been so lively recently is all because of that legend in the Eastern Sea. Although it seems like an illusory legend, there should be some profound mysteries hidden within it, said Fong Chun. I don't believe it's baseless. Boss, then should we go take a look? Asked the little mouse. Fong Chun shook his head. Let's not go for now. We'll go when the time is right. Got it. Then I'll bring Xiao Huang out for a stroll. The little mouse turned and left. Fong Chen's deep eyes looked towards the sky. After a long time, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Lotus Flower Mountain, Zhou family, just you wait. It won't be long before I'll let you know just how foolish your choice was back then, said Fong Chun. Although he was wanted by the Lotus Flower Mountain and the Zhou family, Fong Chun wasn't worried in the slightest. Not long ago, he had used 3 top-grade divine swords to exchange for an extremely mysterious concealment technique from a lone traveler. It was said that if this concealment technique was cultivated, even heavenly gods wouldn't be able to sense it. This concealment technique could change one's aura. It was extremely suitable for Fong Chun. After Fong Chun cultivated it, he stood in front of the star and moon. The latter was extremely shocked. That was because the aura she sensed was extremely unfamiliar. That allowed Fong Chun to be at ease. Heavenly Goddess Lien, he probably wouldn't even dream that he would remain in the easternmost region. Right now, Grandmaster Shui's status was rather famous in Hanhai City. Many sword cultivators came to him to forge divine swords, but he wouldn't easily do it unless there were enough benefits. Whatever, there's no need to think about that. I should go forge divine swords for young Master Hai. Fong Chen stood and walked to the forging room. The sword forging platform was the famous heavenly sword platform on the Foundation forging rankings. Fong Chen was extremely familiar with it. With his current abilities, forging top-grade divine swords was extremely easy. Rumble. Fong Chun was fully immersed in the process of forging the sword. The entire process of forging the sword was as smooth as flowing water. 3 days later, Fong Chun left the sword forging room with a smile on his face. Inform young Master Hai, Fong Chun said. The servants of the Shui residence quickly went to inform young Master Hai. After a while, young Master Hai arrived. When he saw Fong Chun, he chuckled. Grandmaster Shui, why did you call me here? Could it be that you've already finished refining a top-grade divine item? While Fong Chun handed the supreme-grade divine sword he had just refined to young Master Hai. Take a look and see if you're satisfied with it. Young Master Hai received the top-grade divine sword and was very excited. Many thanks, Master Shui. Young Master Hai was very moved. Fong Chun knew that young Master Hai was also considered a hedonistic son of rich parents in Hanhai City. Although he was very respectful to him, he was bossy and domineering outside. He could be considered a thorn in his side. Because his cultivation had reached the divine spirit realm, There were very few people in the younger generation who could match him. Adding on the fact that his father was the city lord, there was practically no one in Hanhai City who dared to do anything to him. This caused young Master Hai to be even more unbridled and unbridled. Of course, no matter how arrogant he was outside, in front of Fong Chun, he was extremely well-behaved. Grandmaster Shui, I didn't expect you to succeed so quickly. Young Master Hai was very happy. Fong Chun nodded. All right, I'm going to rest. Young Master Hai nodded and prepared to leave. But this time, young Master Hai turned to Fong Chun. Grandmaster Shui, I have a presumptuous request. Speak. There have been too many people coming to Hanhai City recently. I heard that many of them want to ask you to refine a divine sword for them. Now that I think about it, Grandmaster Shui is still a member of my Hanhai City. How could you casually refine a divine sword for those outsiders? Smiled young Master Hai. Oh, why is that? Asked Fong Chun. Young Master Hai hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he told him the truth. Grandmaster Shui, I won't hide it from you. You've also heard about the legends of the Eastern Sea. Those who come to Hanhai City are all here for the legends of the Eastern Sea. If you refine a divine sword for them, then my competitors will become stronger. Young Master Hai didn't continue. He carefully looked at Grandmaster Shui, afraid that he would get angry. Oh, I'm a bit unfamiliar with the legends of the Eastern Sea. Tell me about it. Fong Chen's heart stirred. Young Master Hai pondered for a moment. Grandmaster Shui was an expert of virtue and prestige. Even if he knew, he wouldn't go. In young Master Hai's opinion, Grandmaster Shui should be a heavenly god expert. But he didn't know that he was just a true god. The Eastern Sea of the divine world is incomparably vast. There has always been a legend in the sea near our Hanhai City. It's said that the spirit-breaking fruit once appeared here, but no one has seen it until now. But recently, there were people who went out to sea and saw the spirit-breaking fruit tree. So many gods have gathered here to obtain the spirit-breaking fruit, said young Master Hai. Spirit-breaking fruit tree? Asked Fong Chun calmly. The spirit-breaking fruit tree is an extremely peculiar divine tree in the divine world. There's a spirit-breaking fruit on this divine tree. If a divine spirit realm expert can consume the spirit-breaking fruit, they can immediately break through their bottleneck and reach the divine ancestor realm, becoming a heavenly god, continued young Master Hai. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He didn't expect the spirit-breaking fruit's effect to be so tyrannical. Everyone knew that there was an insurmountable gap between gods and heavenly gods. Countless divine spirit realm experts were unable to break through their bottleneck in their entire lives. But if they could obtain the spirit-breaking fruit, they could easily break through. Although the difference between the divine spirit realm and the divine ancestor realm was only one level, but everyone knew that the difference was on a completely different level. One was a god, the other a heavenly god. The spirit-breaking fruit is very attractive. All the younger generation of the easternmost sect will come here. Do you have any confidence in obtaining it? Asked Fong Chun. Young Master Hai shook his head. If it was before, I might not have any confidence. But it's different now. It's all thanks to that Fong Chun. If he hadn't killed Zhou Lei and Mochizuki, I wouldn't have any chance to obtain the spirit-breaking fruit. Among the younger generation, young Master Hai was most afraid of Mochizuki and Zhou Lei. Now that the two of them were dead, he naturally had nothing to fear. Fong Chun wanted to laugh when he heard that. Okay, I know. You can go back first, said Fong Chun as he waved his hand. After young Master Hai left, Fong Chun returned to the garden. My cultivation has reached the peak of the true God realm, and I'm about to enter the divine spirit realm. If I can obtain the spirit-breaking fruit, I might be able to enter the divine ancestor realm, said Fong Chun. With his current strength, he was invincible under the heavenly god realm. Even if he encountered a divine ancestor realm heavenly god, he wouldn't be afraid. Once he entered the divine ancestor realm, he would have the strength to fight against heavenly god Lien Yi. At that time, he wouldn't have to be afraid of running away. Thinking of this, Fong Chun began to prepare and gather all the information he could. Although many of the younger generation have come to the Eastern Sea, no one has made a move. It seems that it's not time yet, said Fong Chun. After thinking for a while, he began to comprehend the formation. He had already become a peak extraordinary level formation master and was only one step away from entering the saint level. Once he became a saint level formation master, he would be powerful. I hope I can succeed this time. Then, Fang Chun closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Outside Hanhai City, it was incomparably barren. Suddenly, a group of true gods rushed over from the barren land. The three people in the lead were talking and laughing. "I didn't expect to meet the two of you here," said Hua Feilong with a smile. Next to him was the Capricorn Sex He Xie and the Moon War Immortals disciple Gu Sr. "Who doesn't want the spirit-breaking fruit?" said Gu Sr. "That's right. The legend of the Eastern Sea is definitely not baseless. I hope we can get the spirit-breaking fruit," said He Xie. The three of them looked at Hanhai City with smiles on their faces. "Let's first gather information in Hanhai City, then head to the Eastern Sea," said Hua Feilong. The other two nodded. At this time, Gu Sun thought of Fang Chun. If that matter hadn't happened, I think Brother Fang would have also come here to fight for the spirit-breaking fruit, sighed Gu Senator, hearing Fang Chen's name. He Xie and Hua Feilong shook their heads. Brother Fang has great potential. His future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. What a pity. Chapter 1789. The spirit-breaking fruit wasn't of much use to heavenly gods, but to deities, it was an irresistible temptation. Every deity yearned to be able to obtain the spirit-breaking fruit, including those divine spirit experts of the older generation who were stuck at a bottleneck. So, among the experts that had come to Hanhai City this time, aside from the younger generation, there were also the older generation. Fang Chun was also secretly gathering information. When he learned that Black Scorpion's group had come, he was also somewhat astonished. However, he couldn't let them know his identity for now. Hanhai City, in a certain restaurant. What bullshit, Grandmaster Shui. This young master is letting him forge a sword because I think highly of him. How dare he not forge a sword for me? He's courting death, said a fat man loudly. Immediately, the noise in the restaurant disappeared. You're just bragging. How dare you talk to Grandmaster Shui like that? The fat man sneered. Just wait and see. Soon, the fat man left the restaurant and headed to the Blood Mansion. Young Master Lon, are you really going to the Blood Mansion? Asked one of the fat man's subordinates. I heard that Grandmaster Shui forged a top-grade divine sword for young Master Hai. Of course I'm going. Otherwise, how can I fight young Master Hai? A moment later, the group arrived at the Blood Mansion. I'm looking for Grandmaster Shui, berated young Master Lon. Sorry, Grandmaster Shui is in seclusion. He's not seeing anyone, said the guard. Bang young Master Lon sent the guard flying with a punch, then strode into the Blood Mansion. This Grandmaster Shui is quite arrogant. After entering the Blood Mansion, young Master Lon poured his divine power into his voice and shouted, Blue Mountain Valley's young Master Lon requests an audience with Grandmaster Shui. His voice spread throughout the entire Blood Mansion. Fang Chun naturally heard it. His expression was somewhat gloomy, and he frowned. He was very displeased. The thing he hated the most when cultivating was being disturbed by others. But now, this damnable fellow actually dared to barge into his mansion. Crash! Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in the air. After a few rounds, he landed in front of young Master Lon. Your Grandmaster Shui, said young Master Lon lazily. Scram. Fang Chun waved his hand and said coldly. Young Master Lan's eyes widened as he stared at Master Blood. Humph, do you really think you're master? I'm young Master Lon from the Blue Mountain Valley. Forge a godly sword for me right now, or I'll teach you a lesson. Blue Mountain Valley's young Master Lon, how impressive. Fang Chun grinned and took a step forward, arriving in front of young Master Lon. Pa crisp sound was instantly heard. Suddenly, young Master Lon let out a miserable cry. 5 bright, red fingerprints appeared on his face. You dare to hit this young master? Young Master Lon glared at Fang Chun and roared. If you don't scram, you'll die here, Fang Chun said impatiently. Young Master. Several of young Master Lan's underlings attacked one after another, wanting to avenge young Master Lon. Boom! Fang Chun didn't even look at it. He punched out, and a terrifying power swept out. Young Masterland's subordinates were all sent flying. At this time, young Masterlon finally felt fear. His strength, young Masterlon was a divine spirit realm expert. He could tell with a glance that Master Blood was at least a heavenly god. Master Blood, please spare my life. Young Masterlon hastily begged for mercy. Wasn't challenging a heavenly god, just courting death? Scram. I'm in a good mood, and I don't want to kill anyone, Fong Chen said. Young Master Lon scrambled out of the Blood Mansion. Fong Chen thought for a moment and said, "It seems that I'll have to set up a formation around the Blood Mansion." It just so happened that he had created a powerful, extraordinary grade formation not too long ago. This extraordinary grade formation was one of the best, second only to Saint grade formations. Crash! Fong Chen's wrist shook, and the formation was instantly set up. The formation enveloped the entire Blood Mansion. Without Fong Chen's permission, no one could enter, unless it was a heavenly god expert. After doing all this, Fong Chen prepared to continue cultivating. Suddenly, Little Mouse sent him a message. "Boss, quickly come to Hanhai City's East Gate." Okay. Fong Chen's expression changed slightly, and he used the space-time book. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the wasteland outside Hanhai City's East Gate. After seeing Little Mouse, Fong Chen let out a sigh of relief. "What's going on?" Fong Chen hastily asked. "Boss, look." Little Mouse pointed at a small hill in front of them. Fong Chen looked over and discovered that Xiao Huang was surrounded by many imperial ants. Xiao Huang discovered the imperial ants. "He's preparing to devour them," Little Mouse said. "There shouldn't be any danger, right?" Fong Chen was a bit worried. "Boss, look at that biggest imperial ant. It should have devoured many of its own kind. It wants to use these imperial ants to exhaust Xiao Huang to death, then devour him. It's the biggest threat. Pangolin and I will guard here. If it makes any move, we'll immediately attack," Little Mouse said. "But just to be safe, I called you over." "What can I do?" Fong Chen asked. This matter concerned Xiao Huang's life, so Fong Chen didn't dare to be careless. "Boss, set up a Chinquin formation and envelop them. That way, Xiao Huang's danger will be greatly reduced," Little Mouse reminded him. Fong Chen hurriedly nodded and waved his hand, setting up a Chinquin formation. Rumble, a deafening sound came from the Chinquin formation. Xiao Huang and the other imperial ants were engaged in a shocking battle. He could only rely on himself. After a full 6 hours, the Chinquin formation finally quieted down. Fong Chen removed the Chinquin formation. Xiao Huang slowly walked out, his body covered in blood. His aura was very weak. He had suffered heavy injuries. However, he had also successfully devoured the other imperial ants. Xiao Huang. Fong Chen rushed to the small hill to check on Xiao Huang's injuries. Fortunately, Xiao Huang's life wasn't in any danger. "Boss, Xiao Huang is fine. He devoured the other imperial ants. It won't be long before his strength soars," Little Mouse said. Just as Fong Chen and Little Mouse were talking, not far away, an old man with disheveled hair quickly rushed over. I sensed the imperial ant's aura just now. Why is it gone?" The old man glanced at Fong Chen and asked, "Little guy, did you see the imperial ants appear?" Fong Chen shook his head. He felt that this old man was unfathomable. His aura was very dense. "Strange. I originally wanted to use them to make wine, but now I've lost them," said the old man helplessly. Fong Chen was shocked. Just where did this old man come from? He had actually used the imperial ants to make wine. Crash! The old man's figure instantly disappeared. Fong Chen was unable to catch a trace of him. "Boss, who is he?" Little Mouse asked. Fong Chen shook his head. "Let's go back first." After returning to the Blood Manor, Fong Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his clone had successfully cultivated the third move of the 7 stars falling sky. Wonderful! I can finally use the third move of the 7 stars falling sky. Previously, Fong Chen had been wanted by 2 major powers. He had hidden himself and cultivated the second move. Now his clone had cultivated the third move. His strength had once again advanced. "Boss, now you can even escape unscathed from a divine ancestor expert, right?" Little Mouse smiled. Fang Chen nodded. With my current cultivation speed, I should be able to cultivate the 18th layer of the space-time book before leaving for the Eastern Sea. Fang Chen thought to himself. If that was the case, then his life-saving methods had increased by another level. Grandmaster Blood, Blue Mountain Valley's elder requests an audience. A guard hastily ran over to report. Why is Blue Mountain Valley's elder here? Is it because of young Master Lan? Fang Chen thought to himself. Bring him to the garden. In the garden, Fang Chen was sitting in a pavilion. After the elder arrived, he cupped his fists towards Fang Chen. Grandmaster Blood, I've come to apologize to you. Oh, Grandmaster Blood, our Blue Mountain Valley's young Master Lan was insensible and angered you. I hope you won't blame him, continued the elder. After our Valley Master heard of this matter, he heavily punished young Master Lan. This is a small token of our Blue Mountain Valley's apology to Grandmaster Blood. The elder placed a spatial ring in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen opened it with a thought. Chapter 1790. Master Shui, this is a token of our sincerity. I hope you can forgive us and let young Master Lan go, the Blue Mountain Valley elder said respectfully. What a joke. Although Blue Mountain Valley was a decent sect, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't dare to ignore a master-level swordsmith. Under normal circumstances, master-level swordsmiths had the same status as master-level craftsmen. They could forge supreme-level divine artifacts at will. Naturally, they couldn't be offended. Not to mention anything else, just their terrifying connections alone were enough to give anyone a headache. If it were any other force, they wouldn't dare to offend them. They would even try to rope them in. When the Blue Mountain Valley Master heard the news, he was furious. If it weren't for his youngest son, he would have killed him. If he wanted to make up for it, he could only give up some materials and give them to Master Shui. All right, I'll take these materials. You can go back, Fang Chen said with a wave of his hand. Thank you, Master Shui. The Blue Mountain Valley elder cupped his fists and left. Little Mouse chuckled with a strange smile on his face. Boss, this young master of Blue Mountain Valley is really bold. He dares to provoke you. Although Blue Mountain Valley doesn't want to be enemies with me, it doesn't mean they're afraid of me. In the end, the strong are respected. Only when you're strong can you protect the people you want to protect, Fang Chen said in a low voice. It was precisely because he was too weak that his wife, Xingyue, was enveloped by his array formation even though they were together. He was afraid that the sky gods of Lotus Mountain and Zhou family would find out. One had to know that the methods of sky gods were not something ordinary people could compare to. Their divine consciousness might sweep over Hanhai City at any time. Before he had absolute strength, he had to be careful. As time passed, more and more gods came to Hanhai City. In the end, all the inns were crowded. Almost everyone came to Hanhai City with the same purpose. That was to go to the East Sea to find a legendary spirit-breaking fruit. This situation lasted for about a month. On a certain day, an earth-shattering piece of news finally spread throughout the entire Hanhai City. Countless deities were shocked by this news. In a certain part of the East Sea, there was a small island called Jade Wave Island. The place where the spirit-breaking fruit tree once appeared was Jade Wave Island. Around Emerald Ripple Island, there was a powerful spatial storm. Many gods who came to Hanhai City were waiting for the spatial storm to dissipate before heading to Emerald Ripple Island. Spatial storms were constantly changing. Coincidentally, they had been circling around Emerald Ripple Island during this period of time. But today, the spatial storm had dissipated. When this news spread, all the gods in Hanhai City headed to Emerald Ripple Island. Blood Manor, in the garden. Boss, Jade Wave Island isn't too far away from Hanhai City. If we fly at full speed, we'll be able to arrive in roughly 5 days, said the little mouse. Since he was bored, he had long since inquired about the situation of Jade Wave Island clearly. Boss, with your current strength and your attainments and formations, you are invincible. The spirit-breaking fruit will definitely belong to you, Xiao Huang said solemnly. Fang Chen nodded and said, we will depart in 5 days. He knew nothing about the situation on Emerald Ripple Island. 5 days later, the first batch of deities should have already set foot on Emerald Ripple Island. At that time, some of the situation on the island would also be clearer. Moving at this time would undoubtedly increase their safety. "All right, I'll go and prepare now," said the little mouse. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On this day, Fang Chun brought the little mouse and Xiao Huang and quickly left Hanhai City. Rumble. As soon as they arrived at the seaside, they could feel a terrifying wave of air rushing towards them. "What a huge East Sea!" Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim. He was rather shocked. The East Sea was boundless, and it was said that it was much bigger than the land of the God Realm. And this was only one of the countless seas in the God Realm. In the God Realm, other than some famous experts, there were also some hidden experts. Most of them would choose to cultivate in seclusion in the sea. No one would disturb them, and it was very quiet, suitable for quiet cultivation. With the space-time book, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. However, even so, it took nearly 5 days to reach Jade Wave Island. Along the way, they passed through countless perilous waves and even encountered some divine-level sea demons. However, after sensing Fang Chen's aura, they didn't dare to provoke Fang Chun. In the clouds, Fang Chun stood quietly, looking at the island in the distance. "Is that Jade Wave Island?" Fang Chun muttered to himself. "Why do I feel that there's a strange aura on Jade Wave Island?" The golden heart beat, and Fang Chun frowned. He felt that his thoughts were a little chaotic. Strange. When Fang Chun approached Jade Wave Island, this feeling became even clearer. This is, finally, after observing for a while, Fang Chun was shocked to find that there was actually a peerless array around Jade Wave Island. A saint-level array. Fang Chun exclaimed, his heart full of shock. Didn't the intelligence say that there were no living creatures on Jade Wave Island, and that it was a barren land? Why would there be a saint-level array? Fang Chun could conclude that this array was not a natural array. In other words, this saint-level array was artificially arranged. Thinking of this, a terrible idea emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Could it be that someone is plotting to kill the gods who came to find the spirit-breaking fruit? Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. But what's the point of doing this unless Fang Chun thought of a possibility, the Holy Light Religion. Only the Holy Light Religion would spare no effort to kill the God World's geniuses. If it's really the Holy Light Religion, then their determination this time is too great. They've sent a saint-level array master to deal with these gods. Fang Chun shook his head and said he was hesitating whether he should enter Jade Wave Island. Whether the spirit-breaking fruit was real or not, this still needed to be considered. Fang Chen's mind was a mess. However, at this time, a golden light suddenly soared into the sky from Jade Wave Island. This golden light contained a terrifying aura. That's the aura of the spirit-breaking fruit. Fang Chun was shocked. He didn't expect that there was really a spirit-breaking fruit on Jade Wave Island. Vaguely, Fang Chun heard countless gods crazily shouting on Jade Wave Island. They were chasing after the spirit-breaking fruit, and at the same time, they were crazily slaughtering. If the spirit-breaking fruit is real, does that mean that my previous guess was wrong? Fang Chun pondered and said, perhaps the Holy Light Religion found the spirit-breaking fruit tree and then beat them at their own game. They want to use the spirit-breaking fruit to attack the God World's geniuses. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chun made a decision. He was ready to enter Jade Wave Island to investigate. Although Jade Wave Island was surrounded by a saint-level array, Fang Chun was confident that he could escape unscathed. Moreover, his array cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to break through to the saint level. If that was the case, it would be even better. The spirit-breaking fruit is mine, Fang Chun said softly. Immediately, he stepped out and entered Jade Wave Island. Buzz. As soon as he entered Jade Wave Island, Fang Chun felt the changes on the island. It seems that I have entered an illusion. Fang Chun frowned and looked around. He shook his head and closed his eyes. The aura of a ray filled his body. It's really an illusion array. There are layers of arrays on Jade Wave Island. As soon as he entered, he fell into an illusion. Fortunately, he was an extraordinary level array master. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seems that someone is indeed trying to kill the God World's geniuses. Fang Chun said to himself, "Kill." Suddenly, a furious roar was heard. Fang Chun turned his head and saw a young divine spirit realm expert. His eyes were empty, and he had fallen into a state of madness. If your mind is not firm enough, you will fall into an illusion and be unable to escape. Fang Chun said softly. Immediately, he moved his hand and slapped the man. Bang! The man's body was sent flying. He fell heavily on the ground, but it made the man sober up a little. There's an illusion here. Your mind is not firm enough. Leave quickly, Fang Chun said. The man nodded heavily. He cupped his fists and thanked Fang Chun. Then he quickly left. Fang Chun was not a devil. Of course, he would not kill the innocent. Of course, if he encountered a disciple of Lotus Mountain or a member of the Zhou family, he would not be so lucky. Chapter 1791. There were layers upon layers of formations on Emerald Ripple Island. This made Fang Chun even more certain that there should be a saint-level array master on the island. Actually, the master-level array masters on the island were not much of a threat. The real threat was the saint-level array master that enveloped the entire Emerald Ripple Island. To Fang Chun, the master-level array master was nothing to be afraid of. With a single glance, he saw through its trajectory and quickly left. The place where the golden light came from should be the center of Emerald Ripple Island. Fang Chun said to himself and quickly rushed over. At this moment, a spirit-breaking fruit tree was moving quickly on Emerald Ripple Island. Behind him, countless deities were chasing after him. Pucci, the chaotic battle continued. Occasionally, there would be people attacking from behind to kill the enemies that were blocking their way. It had only been half a day since they entered Emerald Ripple Island, but many deities had already died at the hands of their companions. Originally, Fang Chun planned to chase after the spirit-breaking fruit tree, but he changed his mind midway. This was because he discovered a strange place. The entire Emerald Ripple Island is covered by a formation. Why isn't there any here? Fang Chun was very puzzled. He had a feeling that this place was no ordinary place. The towering mountain peak was covered by an illusion formation and was faintly discernible. At the foot of the mountain, there was a layer of rock that was not covered by a formation. Fang Chun carefully arrived at the layer of rock and discovered that there was a universe inside. When he entered the layer of rock, Fang Chun was very shocked. This was because there was a saint-level array core under the layer of rock. Could it be that a saint-level array master cultivated here? Fang Chun thought to himself. A saint-level array core was as precious as a heavenly divine artifact. The reason why it was so popular was because as long as one obtained it, even a master-level array master could rely on it to set up a saint-level array master. Of course, it could only set up a simple saint-level array master. It could be considered a life-saving trump card. Fang Chun waved his hand and immediately put away the array core that was inserted into the ground. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. Fang Chun's face was full of smiles as he continued to explore the space beneath the rock stratum. Soon, he found a skeleton sitting cross-legged in the crevice of the rock layer. The skeleton looked like it had been dead for many years. Was he the one who left the array core? Fang Chun came to the crevice of the rock stratum and carefully observed the skeleton. Suddenly, he discovered a shocking scene. Within the bones of the withered skeleton, there were traces of black aura. Immediately, Fang Chun was overjoyed. After sensing the black aura, the golden heart began to beat wildly. This black aura was not the evil aura of holy light religion, but the real destructive aura. Law of destruction. Fang Chun's heart trembled. After being dead for so many years, there were still remnants of the law of destruction in his bones. This expert must have been a cultivator of destruction when he was alive. The destruction of the Sword Master had the power to destroy the world. After hearing this, Fang Chun had been looking for opportunities to comprehend the destruction law. Among the 6 elemental laws, the elemental law of destruction was the ultimate law of slaughter. Wanting to comprehend the destruction law was not easy. However, now, this was an excellent opportunity. In order not to be destroyed by others, Fang Chun activated the array core and arranged a small sacred-level array to hide this rock stratum. Subsequently, Fang Chun sat cross-legged in front of the skeleton, stretched out his hands, and quickly absorbed the destructive aura circulating in the skeleton. Dong feeling the surge of the destructive aura, the golden heart beat even faster. Destruction. Fang Chen's mind was filled with a strong, murderous aura. A rich golden luster emerged from the golden heart, completely absorbing the destructive aura. Buzz! Suddenly, a sword cry that shook the primordial spirit resounded in Fang Chen's mind. In an instant, the golden heart turned into a giant golden sword. Giant golden sword. Fang Chen's heart trembled. It was this giant golden sword that allowed him to travel from Earth to the ancient sword continent. All along, he had been exploring the giant golden sword, but to no avail. Now, he finally saw its true appearance. The moment the golden heart appeared, Fang Chun fell into an epiphany. An extremely shocking scene appeared in his mind. A man in black, holding a giant golden sword, suddenly slashed down, and the entire god realm was split in half. Boom! The power emitted by the giant golden sword was too shocking. Fang Chun felt that his primordial spirit could not withstand the pressure. Who is he? Fang Chun tried hard to see who the man in black with the giant golden sword was. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not see clearly. After the man in black split the god realm, he gradually disappeared. Destruction law. Fang Chun could feel that the destruction law that emerged from the man in black was very shocking. He closed his eyes and tried hard to recall the scene just now. At the same time, he also tried his best to comprehend the destruction law. Emerald Wave Island, in the clouds of the void. An old man with a face full of scars and a gloomy expression sat in the clouds, looking down. A group of greedy humans, you all must die. As he spoke, the scars on his face wriggled. It was very frightening. You will not get a single spirit-breaking fruit, he said in a hoarse voice. On Emerald Wave Island, countless gods were chasing after the spirit-breaking fruit tree. They had all fallen into a frenzy. There were layers upon layers of formations. Once they left one formation, they would fall into another formation. Some of them didn't even know that they had silently fallen into the array. Poochie Black Scorpion and the other two joined forces and killed an expert of the older generation who was at the peak of the divine spirit realm. We seem to have fallen into a formation, Gu-san said coldly. His master was the Moon War Immortal, and he knew a little about formations. Gu-san was very knowledgeable, and he could vaguely sense the formation around them. We seem to have fallen into someone's scheme, Hua Feilong said coldly. Do you think that Brother Fong deliberately spread the news after becoming a Saint Realm Array Master to take revenge on Lotus Flower Mountain and Zhou family? Black Scorpion said. Hearing this, Gu-san and Hua Feilong looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't think so. Although Brother Fong has great potential, it's too difficult for him to become a Saint Realm Array Master. There are hundreds of millions of Array Masters in the Divine World. However, there are only a few who can become a Saint Realm Array Master, Hua Feilong said. As a prince of the Tai Hua dynasty, he was very clear about this. Their Tai Hua dynasty had Saint Realm Array Masters. Although there was only a difference of one level between the Extraordinary Realm and the Saint Realm, only Array Masters like them knew the true difference between them. That's right. It shouldn't be Brother Fong. Moreover, with his character, even if he broke through, he wouldn't be so high profile, Gu-san said. It's very difficult for him to fight against two great forces by himself. I'm just saying. I wonder how Brother Fong is doing now, Black Scorpion said with a smile. Don't think about it. Let's quickly find the spirit-breaking fruit. Once we get it, we'll leave this place as fast as we can. Hua Feilong interrupted Black Scorpion. Just as the three of them were about to leave, they ran into a divine spirit realm expert from the Zhou family. It's the three of you. The eyes of the divine spirit realm expert from the Zhou family were filled with intense, killing intent. You guys are also responsible for Zhou Lei's death. This was Emerald Ripple Island. Even if the three of them were killed, no one would know. The divine spirit realm expert from his Zhou family was filled with killing intent. Kill. Suddenly, a battle broke out. You want to kill the three of us? Dream on. Emerald Ripple Island was in chaos because of the spirit-breaking fruit tree. At this moment, Fong Chun was hiding in the Saint Realm Array, comprehending the law of destruction. The Golden Heart was originally a huge golden sword that contained peerless Sword Dao comprehension. All of the Sword Dao comprehension was the destruction Sword Dao. Therefore, the Golden Heart belonged to the destruction Sword Dao and carried the aura of destruction. However, Fong Chun couldn't trigger it. The aura of destruction circulating in the skeleton completely triggered the aura of destruction hidden in the Golden Heart and surrounded Fong Chun. A clear thought gradually appeared in Fong Chun's mind. It seemed that the law of destruction was no longer so far away from him. Destruction, destroy everything. Chapter 1792. There were many ways to destroy. For example, the simplest method of killing, but there were also more cruel methods. In short, destruction seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. In particular, the destructive aura contained in the Golden Heart was too mysterious and complicated. Fong Chun's comprehension of the Sword Dao had reached a very heaven-defying level. But even so, he could not perceive the true meaning of the destruction Sword Dao. In the crevice under the rock strata, in front of the skeleton, Fong Chun had been cultivating for more than 10 days, and he already had the simplest idea of destruction in his mind. As long as he cultivated according to this idea, he would definitely be able to comprehend the destruction law. At the same time, his clone was also comprehending the destruction law in the blood residence of Hanhai City. In the endless darkness, the entire world was filled with the aura of destruction. Fong Chun was in such a dark land, and he couldn't even see his fingers when he looked up. The only thing he could feel was the terrifying aura of destruction. Is this destruction? Fong Chun gently drew with his finger, and suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the dark land. This was the manifestation of space being cut apart. In an instant, a monstrous aura of destruction emerged from Fong Chun's finger. This aura of destruction actually formed a huge tornado in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The powerful wind, which carried a daunting aura of destruction, cut the entire space into pieces. Dong! Fong Chun's mind trembled, and his thoughts returned to reality. His forehead was full of sweat, and he was panting heavily. He was very shaken. That was an illusion just now, but it felt very real. Fong Chun felt that his body was full of power, and a black light gradually spread out in his primordial spirit. In the blink of an eye, the black light spread out and enveloped his entire primordial spirit. Buzz! Fong Chun felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and his Golden Heart was abnormally active. It was as if everything was going according to a logical order. Destruction. Fong Chun softly muttered the word destruction. You won, boom. In the sea of precepts in his body, an extremely rich power of precepts suddenly emerged. In the next moment, the black light that enveloped Fong Chun's entire primordial spirit instantly covered his entire body. As luck would have it, the law of destruction was born. Hiss, 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 the crumpled form of the law of destruction bloomed in Fong Chun's heart and gradually grew. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was as if Fong Chun had mastered the law of destruction from the very beginning. The law of destruction? In the blink of an eye, the maxim of destruction was fully formed, and the power of the maxim of destruction surrounded Fong Chun. At that moment, the black aura circulating within the skeleton was completely absorbed by the destruction rule power. Crack without the support of the law of destruction, the skeleton instantly shattered and fell to the ground. In the end, it turned into a pile of yellow soil and completely disappeared from the world. Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shot out a domineering black light, and the rock layer around the crack instantly exploded. Fong Chun opened his palm, and a black light swirled in his palm. Seeing this, Fong Chun wore an excited smile on his face. After cultivating for such a long time, he had finally comprehended the law of destruction. After comprehending the law of destruction, Feng Chun realized that not only were destruction and creation opposed to each other, but they could also complement each other. What a powerful law of destruction! The law of destruction could nourish the golden heart. The golden heart was completely enveloped by the law of destruction and was growing rapidly. Feng Chun sighed in his heart. As the inheritor of the destruction sword principle, he had finally qualified. However, at the same time, he felt a little ashamed that he had not comprehended the law of destruction until today. I wonder if the power of the law of destruction will increase if I integrate it into my swordsmanship, Feng Chun suddenly thought. Immediately, he could not wait to try it out. Swoosh! With the 7 legendary meteor sword in his hand, he waved it fiercely and performed the heaven-grade divine technique, 7 stars falling sky. Crash! Yu too. With a flick of his wrist, 3 sword flowers suddenly shot out from the tip of the sword. This was the 3rd move of the 7 stars falling sky. It was very powerful. These 3 sword flowers could be combined or not. When facing an enemy, it could have an unexpected effect. Buzz! The law of destruction, together with the golden liquid flowing out of the golden heart, instantly whizzed out and drilled into the 3 sword flowers. The 3 sword flowers suddenly expanded and became huge in size. Then, they bombarded the rock layer around the crevice. Dong! When the 3 sword flowers collided with the rock layer, the whole earth trembled. Oh no! Feng Chun cursed in his heart. His figure flashed, and he quickly left the crevice under the rock layer. When he left the rock layer, he heard a rumbling sound behind him. He turned his head and was dumbfounded. The towering mountain peak collapsed from inside. In front of his eyes, it gradually collapsed until it sank into the ground. Feng Chun opened his eyes wide and could not believe what he was seeing. The law of destruction was integrated into the sword principle, and it could erupt with such a powerful force. Is this the true power of the destruction sword principle? Feng Chun was very excited. He held the 7 legendary meteor sword tightly. The golden heart in his body was beating rapidly, as if it was responding to Feng Chun. In an instant, a large amount of information emerged in Feng Chun's mind. When he took a closer look, it was actually about the destruction sword principle. Feng Chun was overjoyed and looked carefully. After a long time, he grinned. Now, he was finally a true inheritor of the destruction sword principle. Moreover, he had truly gained the recognition of the golden heart. Most of the information that the golden heart transmitted to him was about the cultivation of the destruction sword Dao, as well as some insights. After reading it, Feng Chun was very shocked. There was actually such a powerful sword principle cultivator in the world. This person's comprehension of the sword principle was completely beyond his imagination. There were some parts that he did not even dare to think about, but this sword principle cultivator had comprehended them. Feng Chun wanted to know who this person was. If he was still alive, he must be an expert whose name shook the divine world. Moreover, he must be one of the top experts. If you are still alive, there will be a day when we meet again, Feng Chun said to himself. Yu 3. After thinking for a moment, he collected his thoughts and began to summarize the cultivation this time. I have gained a lot from this cultivation. Feng Chun nodded gently and said, not only did I comprehend the destruction rules of order, but I also improved the power of the 7 stars falling in the sky. Just as Feng Chun was thinking, he suddenly exclaimed softly, and his face was full of surprise. Immediately, he was overjoyed. Unknowingly, he had comprehended the 4th move of the 7 stars falling in the sky. Great, it must be because of the destruction rules of order, Feng Chun thought. The Golden Heart's main point was the destruction sword principle. He was recognized by the Golden Heart and became a destruction sword principle cultivator. His comprehension of the sword principle had improved by a level. Therefore, it was much easier to cultivate the sword principle divine skill. The 7 stars falling in the sky was self-taught. However, due to the limitations of his realm, he could only comprehend so much. The 4th move is much more powerful than the 3rd move. Fang Chun said to himself, with my current strength, if I go all out, even a divine ancestor realm divine god would not be afraid. It was not easy to reach this step after coming to the divine world for only a few years. However, Fang Chun was not satisfied. His enemy was too strong. If he wanted to protect his wife, Star and Moon, he must continue to improve his strength. After cultivating for so long, it's time to go out and see how the spirit-breaking fruit is doing. Thinking of the spirit-breaking fruit, Fang Chun was looking forward to it. After he stepped into the divine spirit realm and consumed it, he would be able to step into the divine ancestor realm and become a high and mighty divine god. Voila! After retrieving the formation eye, Fang Chun appeared in the outside world. The formation seems to have weakened. Fang Chun looked around and found that the extraordinary formation had weakened a lot. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a group of martial artists suddenly appeared in the distance. Let's ask them. Fang Chun's body moved, and he quickly arrived in front of the group. Do you know who got the spirit-breaking fruit? Fang Chun's sudden appearance surprised the group. However, they soon calmed down. Who are you? Don't disturb us. Leave quickly. The leader was obviously impatient and did not want to talk to Fang Chun. Chapter 1793. Are you kidding? These formations are all extraordinary level formations. Can you break them? Obviously, these people did not believe Fang Chun. After hearing Fang Chun's words, everyone's expression was full of sarcasm. Fang Chun was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a shake of his wrist, the extraordinary level formation broke by itself. Crash! All of a sudden, the extraordinary level formation that surrounded them shattered, shocking the few of them. Can you really break the extraordinary level formation? These people were only in the true God realm. Their strength was too weak. They were completely shocked by Fang Chun's means. Now, can you say it? Fang Chun asked with a smile. Brother, you can ask whatever you want. The leader said respectfully. Fang Chun nodded and then asked, previously, many people were chasing after the breaking spirit fruit tree. Why is there no movement now? I'm not too sure about the specific situation. That day, I happened to be not too far away from the breaking spirit fruit tree. I only know that a shocking battle broke out there, and many people died. In the end, these people mysteriously disappeared, and even the breaking spirit fruit tree disappeared with them. The leader said in detail. Hearing this, Fang Chun frowned slightly. Could it be that the saint-level formation master took action? First, let them kill each other, and then at the last moment, he took action himself. Of course, all this was just Fang Chun's guess. With his current strength, in a way, he was not afraid of a saint-level formation master. Where did the breaking spirit fruit tree disappear? Fang Chun continued to ask. In the southwest area of Bibo Island. After getting the address, Fang Chun was ready to go to the southwest area. You're too weak. If you want to live, find a safe place to hide first. You may be able to get out alive soon. After saying that, Fang Chun's figure disappeared, leaving behind a few true gods looking at each other. When Fang Chun came out, he had already felt that the saint-level formation that surrounded the entire island had been officially activated. However, ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to see it. Only he could see it. Using the array eye, Fang Chun could even roughly see the operating trajectories of some saint-grade arrays. One had to admit that this array was no ordinary item. It was the life's work of that array master. With this array core, stepping into the saint level was no longer a dream. In the southwest area of Jade Wave Island, UU1, nothing could be seen clearly due to the swirling clouds and mist. The array formations here were connected to each other and were extremely complicated. When Fang Chun arrived, he found countless corpses. One intense battle. Looking at the scattered corpses on the ground, Fang Chun could imagine what kind of battle had broken out here. Countless divine spirit realm experts who were stuck at the bottleneck were dreaming about how to step into the divine ancestor realm. After countless years, their potential had been squeezed dry, so they could only rely on the spirit-breaking fruit. Fang Chun's eyes shot out a ray of light as he saw a saint-grade formation operating not too far away. Yes, Fang Chun's figure was hidden in the void. Using the array eye, he could see the situation inside the array eye. Who is that? The spirit-breaking fruit tree was rooted in the ground. Next to the tree sat a person with a face full of scars. This person's body emitted an evil aura. Holy light religion. Feng Chun could feel the aura of array Tao circulating around his body. He could roughly determine that this person was the Saint Great Array Master and also the mastermind behind Jade Wave Island. Had you all thought it through? The scarred man looked around and coldly asked, "Submit to my holy light religion, and you will all be protected. And if you resist, only death awaits you." The scarred man's words made the faces of the divine spirit realm experts below turn gloomy. Although they were furious, they didn't dare to resist, because they knew that this man's strength was too strong. Spreading the faith? Feng Chun faintly said when he saw the situation. He had some understanding of the holy light religion. This religion had a strict hierarchy, and their faith was very strong. Once they believed in the holy light God, they would never betray him. The holy light religion had been secretly discovering believers and wanted to gradually infiltrate the divine realm. The 7 top forces of the divine realm also felt the terror of the holy light religion, so they joined forces to encircle and annihilate the holy light religion. However, they didn't expect that the holy light religion had been struggling at death's door. Believe in the holy light, God you too. The corner of Feng Chen's mouth revealed a strange smile. His gaze fell on the shining fruits on the spirit-breaking fruit tree. After a rough count, there were a total of 11 fruits. The spirit-breaking fruit was incomparably precious. Even some big sect couldn't take out 11 at once. Let's get the spirit-breaking fruit first. Soon, Feng Chun had a comprehensive plan in his mind. Then he took out the array eye and activated it. He used the time book and completely hid in the void. At the same time, he activated the space and time rule to ensure that the scarred man couldn't find him. Buzz the formation core was very powerful. After it touched the sage grade formation, it sent Feng Chun into the formation without making a sound. The scar man slightly sensed something and glanced at the direction where Feng Chun came in. However, he didn't find anything. He shook his head slightly and said in a self-deprecating manner, "You're too suspicious. Even if it's a god, he would be discovered by me after entering the Saint Great Array." After that, the scarred man continued to interrogate everyone. "I'll give you a quarter of an hour to consider. Your fate is in your own hands," the scarred man said in a deep voice. Then he began to explain to everyone how to believe in the holy light God. To put it bluntly, it was brainwashing. Some of the gods were really brainwashed. They listened in a daze. Unknowingly, the memory of the holy light God was branded in the depths of their minds. At this time, Feng Chun had quietly arrived above the spirit-breaking fruit tree. The spirit-breaking fruit tree is controlled by the array. Feng Chun secretly said. The divine tree had its own intelligence. Feng Chun tried to contact the intelligence of the spirit-breaking fruit tree. Otherwise, even through the array, he would be discovered by the spirit-breaking fruit tree. "Do you want to escape from here?" Feng Chen's voice came into the spirit-breaking fruit tree. The latter heard the words and was obviously shaken, but soon calmed down. "Who are you? Where are you? I'm right beside you. If you want to leave, I can help you." Feng Chun continued to transmit his voice. "What do you want?" "I want the spirit-breaking fruit." Feng Chun stated his intentions. UU3, the spirit-breaking fruit tree fell into silence, and after a while, it agreed to Feng Chen's request. Feng Chen grinned. He was not afraid that the spirit-breaking fruit tree would not agree. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. The spirit-breaking fruit tree also thought of this point and agreed. If the spirit-breaking fruit tree was gone, it could still bear more. It had cultivated to this point with great difficulty. If it was brought back by the scarred man, its life and death would be uncertain. It didn't want to take the risk. Voila! The spirit-breaking fruit tree now had no choice. It chose to believe in Feng Chun without reservation. Under its control, the 11 spirit-breaking fruits all fell off. Feng Chun used the array core and easily got in, and then put all the 11 spirit-breaking fruits into the Sumeru ring. Then he said, "I will break the array in a while. and then entangle the scarred man. You should be able to leave here by yourself. As long as you help me break the array, I can naturally leave. The spirit-breaking fruit tree said. Okay, then it's settled. Fong Chun said. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Fong Chun. As soon as the voice fell, the array core in his hand burst out a dazzling light. Wall of the array that surrounded the spirit breakfruit tree was instantly shattered. Almost at the moment when the scarred man noticed it, Fong Chun broke a small gap in the surrounding saint-entering array. The spirit-breaking fruit tree, which was free, drilled out of the saint-entering array at a speed invisible to the naked eye and escaped. Want to go? Seeing this, the scarred man groaned and immediately stretched out his big hand, trying to grab the spirit-breaking fruit tree. However, at this time, a terrifying sword light suddenly emerged in the void. The scar man's body was instantly forced back. Just in such a short time, the spirit-breaking fruit tree had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, come out. The scarred man floated in the air and roared angrily. Fong Chun shuttled through the void, luring the scarred man. Run. Chapter 1794. They didn't expect that someone would appear and help them escape. At this moment, the scarred man couldn't care so much. Anyway, there was still a saint-level array outside. They couldn't escape. Who are you? The scarred man found that he couldn't capture this person's figure. It doesn't matter who I am. When did the remnants of the holy light religion dare to run rampant in the divine world? Fong Chun said calmly, pretending that he was a heavenly god expert. Hearing this, the scarred man was a little nervous. However, he soon calmed down. What was there to be afraid of? He was a saint-level array master. Even if he was a heavenly god expert, he wouldn't be afraid. Hiding the head and showing the tail. Come out if you have the ability. The scar man said coldly. Fong Chun sneered inwardly. His strength couldn't be compared with this person. Crash. While talking to the scarred man, Fong Chun had already used the time-space book to escape, and the scarred man didn't know about it. After a while, Fong Chun arrived at the rendezvous point with the spirit-breaking fruit tree. When Fong Chun arrived, the spirit-breaking fruit tree broke out of the ground. Let's go. You will see through my plan soon. Fong Chun took the spirit-breaking fruit tree and quickly arrived in front of the saint-level array. Hiss! He activated the array core and quickly broke open a gap. Then he said, go quickly. The spirit-breaking fruit tree didn't hesitate and directly drilled into the gap. Fong Chun, I owe you a favor. After saying that, the spirit-breaking fruit tree disappeared. Then, Fong Chun used the time-space book and flew at full speed. After a while, he found the group of divine spirit realm disciples that escaped. His eyes turned cold and locked on the few female disciples of Lotus Flower Mountain. Kill. Then he took out a top-grade divine sword from his spatial ring and used the 7 stars falling sky divine technique. Suddenly, a destructive sword light tore through the void and slashed on the few female disciples of Lotus Flower Mountain. They didn't even put up any resistance and were directly killed. Everyone was running for their lives. The others didn't have time to care about this. A saint-level array master was chasing after them. If they ran too late, they would die. Zhou family. Then, Fong Chun's gaze fell on the Zhou family. Most of the divine spirit realm experts that came from the Zhou family this time were from the older generation. Let's collect some interest first. After saying those words, he used the same method to kill them. During this process, Fong Chun saw the Black Scorpion trio. He secretly guided the 3 of them to the front of the outer formation in the correct way. Fong Chun activated the array core and prepared to break the array with all his might. With his strength, it was certainly impossible for him to deal with the remnants of holy light religion. Therefore, they had to break the formation and let the Almighty of the God realm deal with it. Bastard, you're courting death. The scarred man, who was 1,000 miles away, roared furiously. Immediately, his body transformed into a ray of black light that whistled over. However, it was too late. Fong Chun had already used the array core to break a hole in the Saint Great Array formation. Remnant of holy light religion, your death has come. Fong Chun growled and turned to look at the scar man. During this process, The surviving divine spirits fled in panic. The scarred man stared at Fang Chun and coldly said, "Who are you?" "The person who will kill you," Fang Chun said. The scarred man did not sense any divine power from Fang Chun. This meant that this person was a divine spirit. It was impossible for a divine spirit to break a saint-grade array formation. The only explanation was that this person was also a saint-grade array master. The scarred man cursed inwardly, his heart filled with killing intent. "It's not certain who will kill who." The scarred man sneered and stretched out his hand. A crazy, evil aura instantly emerged. "Try my true strength." Fang Chun took out the 7 deadly falling star sword and fully activated it. Suddenly, a wild sword chi whistled out. 7 deadly falling stars. When Fang Chun said these words, the sky changed color. The entire sky above Jade Wave Island was covered by dark clouds. Whoosh! For black sword flowers quickly shot toward the scarred man. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the scarred man sneered. Divine power surrounded his body, and he suddenly punched out. Dong the fist and the black sword flowers collided, and a terrifying force instantly spread out. The ground below was cracked, which was enough to show how terrifying the explosion was. Boom! The scarred man shattered one of the black sword flowers, and the remaining 3 black sword flowers were blasted into the ground. The whole ground cracked, and Jade Wave Island shook as if it was going to sink to the bottom of the sea. It's still not enough to deal with a divine spirit. Fang Chun pursed his lips and then disappeared. The scarred man suddenly broke free from the surrounding black aura and looked around, but he could not find any trace of Fang Chun. Damn it, with such a big commotion, I will definitely be discovered. The scarred man did not dare to stay any longer and disappeared instantly. Jade Wave Island turned into ruins, and all the divine spirits who fled back to Hanhai City were filled with fear. The experts of Hanhai City had already sensed the situation on Jade Wave Island, and all the divine spirit experts were dispatched. What happened on Jade Wave Island caused a great commotion. Less than 1/10 of the divine spirits escaped. The entire Hanhai City was filled with a desolate atmosphere. Fang Chun quietly returned to the Blood Mansion, and after changing his appearance, he continued to appear as Master Blood. In the garden, Fang Chun played with a spirit breakthrough fruit, and his face was full of excitement. Although this trip to Jade Wave Island was dangerous, the harvest was not small, Fang Chun said. Obtaining 11 spirit breakthrough fruits also meant that there were 10 people besides him who could become divine spirit experts. If he cultivated a group of his own forces, the 10 divine spirit experts could not be underestimated. Moreover, he also obtained the lifetime efforts of a super expert in array formation. With this array core, it was no longer a fantasy to become a saint-level array master. Perhaps one day, with a flash of inspiration, he could break through. At the same time, he also killed the divine spirit experts of Lotus Mountain and the Zhou family. He was quite happy. As Fang Chun expected, Hanhai City was completely shaken. The Lord of Hanhai City personally went to Jade Wave Island to understand the situation, and finally came to the conclusion that the appearance of the Spirit Breakthrough Fruit Tree was a vicious plan of the remnants of Holy Light Temple. He even reported this matter to the 7 top forces. As for those divine spirit experts who were still in shock, they had already returned. In just one day, Hanhai City regained its calm. On the 3rd day after returning to the Blood Mansion, Fang Chun received a piece of good news. Star and Moon, who had been cultivating, finally broke through to the divine spirit realm. That's great. Fang Chun came to the secret chamber. After seeing Star and Moon, he was very excited. Brother Chun, with a sweet smile on her face, Star and Moon rushed into Fang Chun's arms. I just happened to get a spirit breakthrough fruit. Since you have reached the divine spirit realm, you can eat it, Fang Chun said with a smile. Spirit breakthrough fruit? Star and Moon said in surprise. Brother Chun, thank you for your hard work. Ever since he had completely severed ties with Lotus Flower Mountain, Fang Chun had been trying his best to increase his strength. Star and Moon felt very guilty. She couldn't help much, and instead, she was dragging him down. Every time she saw Fong Chun working hard, she felt very uncomfortable. This time, in order to get the spirit breakthrough fruit, Brother Chun must have suffered a lot. I'm fine. How about it? Do you want to eat it now, or? Star and Moon shook her head and said, Brother Chun, I just broke through, and it's not stable yet. Let's wait until I'm stable before eating it. Okay. It took 5 days for Star and Moon's realm to completely stabilize. At this time, Fong Chun personally guarded Star and Moon, and the latter began to eat the spirit breakthrough fruit. Beyond Fong Chun's expectation, the spirit breakthrough fruit's effect was very overbearing. After eating it, Star and Moon's aura changed a lot in a moment. Divine power is changing. Seeing this scene, Fong Chun was overjoyed. When divine power completely changed into heavenly Shun power, it was time for a breakthrough. Star and Moon gradually absorbed the spirit breakthrough fruit's effect, and nothing unexpected happened. A month later, a deafening sound came from the secret room. Fong Chun was pleasantly surprised to find that the divine power in Star and Moon's body disappeared and was replaced by the powerful heavenly Shin power. Did you break through? Fong Chun said softly. At this time, Star and Moon opened her beautiful eyes and smiled at Fong Chun. Brother Chun, ha! Your has become a heavenly Shun. It seems that I have to work harder, Fong Chun said with a smile. Chapter 1795. After Star and Moon became a heavenly god, Fong Chun's mood became much better. In the following time, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in comprehending formations. With the help of the formation core, his understanding of formations deepened. However, one day, Little Mouse hastily returned to the Blood Manor. Boss! Little Mouse woke Fong Chun from his cultivation. Yes? What happened? Asked Fong Chun. Boss, guess what I discovered? Little Mouse was full of smiles. What did you discover? I discovered the Zhou family's property in Hanhai City. Little Mouse narrowed his eyes and smiled. Oh, interesting. A faint smile appeared on Fong Chun's face. He hadn't paid too much attention to it despite having been here for so long. A trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. He already had a countermeasure. At this moment, a servant ran over to report that the Hanhai Armament was requesting an audience. In Hanhai Armory, what a coincidence! Little Mouse was somewhat astonished. Then he spread out his hands and said, The Hanhai Armament is the Zhou family's property here. They specialize in selling divine artifacts. Hearing this, the smile on Fong Chun's face deepened. Bring them to the assembly hall. Let's go and see why the Hanhai Armament has come to my place, said Fong Chun. Assembly hall, the Hanhai Armament's attendants were pacing back and forth, anxiously waiting for Fong Chun. Suddenly, he saw a figure at the entrance and was overjoyed. He hastily asked, May I ask if you're Grandmaster Shui? That's right. May I ask who you are? Asked Fong Chun. This old man is the Hanhai Armament's attendant. I hope Grandmaster Shui will forgive me for my sudden visit, said the attendant with a smile. Do you need something from me? Grandmaster Shui, you are a famous extraordinary swordsmith in Hanhai City. Our Hanhai Armament's business is selling weapons. We wish to cooperate with you. What do you think? Smiled attendant Zhou. It just so happens that I've been thinking about this recently. I wonder what kind of cooperation Deacon Zhou is talking about. Fong Chun asked, Great Master Shui, if you sell the divine weapon that you forged at our Hanhai Armament Tower, we will only take a 30% commission, Attendant Zhou said. Hearing this, Fong Chun's expression changed. It seems that we can't cooperate, Fong Chun said as he waved his hand. Great Master Shui, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Think about it carefully, said Attendant Zhou. There's nothing to think about. You can go. When Deacon Zhou saw this, he felt a little helpless. However, he did not say anything and turned to leave. Boss, these people from the Zhou family are really whimsical. They actually want a 30% commission. Little Mouse sneered. Help me find out who the biggest competitor of the Hanhai weaponry in Hanhai City is, Fong Chun said. Little Mouse nodded and immediately went to investigate. Hanhai Military Tower. Tower Master. That great master, Shui, really doesn't know what's good for him. We've already given him such a big profit and he actually turned us down, Attendant Zhou said coldly with a gloomy face. The middle-aged man who was called the Tower Master thought for a while and then said, "He's just a master swordsmith. What's so great about him? We don't need him for our business." This sentence directly rejected Great Master Shui. This also meant that the Zhou family had given up on cooperating with Great Master Shui. The Hanhai weaponry was going to become the #1 weapon trading center in Hanhai City. Their biggest competitor was the Chamber of Relics. It was said that the Lord of Hanhai City was behind the Chamber of Relics. At the moment, in the conference hall of the Chamber of Relics, many senior members looked very serious. They were discussing a series of methods to deal with the Hanhai weaponry. "Tower Master, we've received news that the Hanhai weaponry has already sent a deacon to meet Great Master Shui. Recently, the Hanhai weaponry has roped in a master swordsman from somewhere. He is very good at making weapons. The Hanhai weaponry sales are booming. On the other hand, almost no one is interested in the divine weapons of the Chamber of Relics. If this goes on, how can we compete with the Hanhai weaponry?" That's right. Great Master Shui is very important. If we can get Great Master Shui on our side, not only can we weaken the Hanhai weaponry, but we can also increase the strength of the Chamber of Relics. In this way, one side will be weakened while the other will be strengthened. We can still contend with the Hanhai weaponry. Many senior members expressed their opinions on this matter. They were all waiting for the Tower Master to speak. The Tower Master thought for a while and then said, "Get Great Master Shui on our side at all costs." Since returning to the Hanhai City, young Master Hai had been cultivating like crazy. Maybe the situation on the Emerald Wave Island had stimulated him. But today, Fang Chun came to see young Master Hai. "Great Master Shui." Young Master Hai rubbed his eyes hard and looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. "I'm here to talk to you about something," Fang Chun said. "Go ahead, Great Master Shui." Young Master Hai smiled. If he could get involved with Great Master Shui, his status in the Hanhai City would be even more unshakable. "Do you know the Chamber of Relics?" Fang Chun asked. Young Master Hai nodded. Of course he knew. It was his family's business. "Great Master Shui, do you want to—" Young Master Hai looked at Fang Chun and asked. "Take me to the Tower Master of the Chamber of Relics," Fang Chun said. "Okay, I'll take you there now." Young Master Hai was very excited to be able to work for Great Master Shui. Soon, they arrived at the Chamber of Relics. "Tell the Tower Master that I'm here," young Master Hai shouted as soon as he walked into the tower. All of a sudden, the staff panicked. "Young Master Hai, the Tower Master has something important on the 5th floor." Before the staff could finish, young Master Hai pushed him away. "Great Master Shui, please." Young Master Hai led Fang Chun to the 5th floor and pushed the door of the meeting room open. Instantly, countless gazes fell on young Master Hai. The Tower Master looked at young Master Hai helplessly. Why was this foppish young master here? "Young Master Hai, we're discussing something important." "What could be more important than my business?" "Let me tell you something. I have brought you a very important guest today," young Master Hai said. Everyone shook their heads. They felt helpless about this foppish young master. Great Master Shui. However, when young Master Hai brought Great Master Shui in, everyone was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? The Tower Master stared at Great Master Shui, dumbfounded. They were just thinking about how to win Great Master Shui over to their side when he showed up. "Huh. Great Master Shui, we are honored to have you here." The Tower Master laughed and greeted Great Master Shui warmly. "Tower Master, I have something important to talk to you about." While speaking, Fang Chun looked around. The Tower Master sensibly asked everyone to leave. Only the 3 of them were left. Young Master Hai stood aside and listened. "Great Master Shui, what do you want to talk to me about?" the Tower Master asked. "I want to work with the Chamber of Relics," Fang Chun said. "As for the proposal, you can deal with it. I can make swords for the Chamber of Relics." Hearing this, the Tower Master was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. It was a gift from the sky. Great Master Shui came to talk about cooperation in person. At this moment, the Tower Master looked at young Master Hai and felt that he was not a useless man after all. Okay. We will make a proposal right away." The Tower Master called for an emergency meeting and came up with a proposal in 15 minutes. After reading it, Fong Chun was satisfied. The Chamber of Relics was not as greedy as the Han Hai armament. They only asked for a commission of 10%, which was not a big deal. It was within Fong Chen's acceptable range. Besides, the Chamber of Relics could provide Fong Chun with endless materials. They also promised that as long as Fong Chun could make a sword of the highest quality, Fong Chun would be given double the materials. After the discussion, Fong Chun asked with a smile, "Tower Master, I heard that the Han Hai armament is the biggest competitor of the Chamber of Relics." Hearing the name of the Han Hai armament, the Tower Master frowned. Yes, the Han Hai armament is the property of the Zhou family. They have abundant resources and many armorers. It is difficult for us to beat them, the Tower Master said. Don't worry, Tower Master. As long as I am here, the Chamber of Relics will soon surpass the Han Hai armament and even replace it, Fong Chun said and left. The Tower Master shook his head. Apparently, he did not believe what Fong Chun had said. He thought that great Master Shui was overconfident. If the Han Hai armament was so easy to deal with, the Chamber of Relics would have done it long ago. When he walked out of the Chamber of Relics, Fong Chun put on a fierce look. Chapter 1796. Dealing with the armory of Han Hai was just a trivial thing that Fong Chun had done during his incubation period. He had not reached the divine spirit realm yet, so he could not take the spirit-breaking fruit. It was not the right time to confront the Zhou family, so he had to use the Chamber of Relics to deal with the armory of Han Hai. On the second day after he returned to the Blood Mansion, young Master Hai came to deliver the materials in person. Master Shui, these are the materials that the Chamber of Relics asked me to deliver, young Master Hai said with a smile. Ever since he became the liaison between the Chamber of Relics and Master Shui, the Chamber of Relics had been very polite to him. Young Master Hai, who was very vain, was very happy about this. Fong Chun nodded and said, "Leave the materials here. You can go back now." Young Master Hai did as Fong Chun said. He put the materials down and left. Then it was the long process of forging swords. With such a powerful forging table as the Heavenly Sword Platform, Fong Chun could easily forge supreme grade swords. However, the materials sent by the Chamber of Relics were mostly for forging superior grade swords. It seemed that they did not have enough confidence in Fong Chun. In 3 days, Fong Chun forged 79 superior grade swords and 2 supreme grade swords. He brought these relics to the Chamber of Relics again. "Master Shui, what brings you here?" The Chamber of Relics greeted Fong Chun warmly when he saw him. "Chamber of Relics, I am here to ask for materials." Fong Chun went straight to the point. "Well, the materials sent by young Master Hai have been used up," the Chamber of Relics said. Fong Chun nodded and said, "I hope you can prepare a large amount of materials for me to forge supreme grade swords this time." "Oh." The Chamber of Relics' eyes sparkled. He was deep in thought. Splash. Fong Chun took out 79 superior grade swords and 2 supreme grade swords. The Chamber of Relics, who had been hesitating, was very excited when he saw the supreme grade swords. "Master Shui, you can forge supreme grade swords?" The Chamber of Relics asked excitedly. Fong Chun nodded lightly. The Pavilion Master said, "Don't worry, great Master Shui. I will definitely get my subordinates to prepare a large amount of materials for forging supreme grade divine swords and send them to you." In fact, for the Chamber of Relics, superior godly swords were nothing. The most important thing was the supreme godly swords. And in the competition with the Han Hai armament, only the supreme grade divine swords could barely occupy a slight advantage. After this cooperation, Pavilion Master Artifact had completely trusted Fong Chun. He gave all the precious materials to Fong Chun. Fong Chun returned to the Blood Mansion and continued forging. Call for an emergency meeting. Pavilion Master Artifact looked at the 2 swords in his hands and was very excited. The competition between the Chamber of Relics and the armament of Han Hai was well known. The 2 were competing openly and secretly, but the Han Hai weaponry had the upper hand. However, today, in a certain room of the Han Hai military tower, the faces of several higher-ups were somewhat gloomy. "Everyone, what do you think about this? We all know that the armorers of the Chamber of Relics can't make supreme-grade relics. So many supreme-grade relics appeared at once, and they are all long swords. I think Master Shui must have made them. You mean Master Shui and the Chamber of Relics are working together? The middle-aged man in black nodded. Maybe the Chamber of Relics promised a lot of benefits. Otherwise, Master Shui wouldn't have done it. Then, the middle-aged man in black handed over one of the supreme-grade, divine, swords to the elder in gray. Master Wu, take a look. The old man who was called Master Wu took the supreme-grade, divine sword and observed it carefully. After a while, his face changed and he exclaimed, "This Master Shui is very good at forging swords. Although they are both supreme-grade divine swords, the divine swords he made contain a completely different energy. Normal armorers can't do it." What about Master Wu? Master Wu waved a hand and stopped the middle-aged man in black. I know what you are worried about. Although this man is powerful, I am not afraid of him. Recently, I have learned something about forging artifacts. I can use this opportunity to exchange some blows with him, Master Wu said. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. Then they said, "We are relieved that Master Wu is here." Forging swords was a long and frustrating process. Fortunately, Fang Chun had a good temperament. From a small ancient sword continent to the divinity, no one could understand what he had gone through. After going through the ups and downs of life, Fang Chen's mind was more stable. Especially during the process of forging swords, the golden heart could be improved and his understanding of swordsmanship could be improved gradually. This was a rare opportunity. The more he forged swords, the more he felt that the sword fanatic was very good at forging swords. Fang Chun had only received his inheritance, but he had already become a top master-level swordsmith. Furthermore, Fang Chun could vaguely feel that he was on the verge of becoming a saint-level swordsmith. Once he became a saint-level swordsmith, he would be able to forge heavenly divine artifacts. By then, his status would be completely different. Even if he had to face the Zhou family and the Lotus Mountain, he would not be afraid. This time, the Chamber of Relics had sent a lot of materials. He estimated that he could forge about 30 supreme-grade divine artifacts. After Fang Chun had forged 5 artifacts, he suddenly stopped forging. His face was full of joy. Little Mouse has made a breakthrough. Fang Chun hurried out of the forging room and found Little Mouse. At this moment, Little Mouse was surrounded by a purple light, and his energy was very shocking. "Boss!" Little Mouse grinned. After a period of hard work, he had finally reached the peak of the divine spirit realm. This meant that he could eat the spirit-breaking fruit. Let's stabilize our cultivation first. By the way, where is Xiao Huang? Fang Chun asked. Little Mouse pointed, and Fang Chun found that Xiao Huang was also breaking through. Fang Chun had not smiled so happily for a long time. Suddenly, both of them were about to break through. "Here are 2 spirit breakthrough fruits," Fang Chun said. "Take them first. Once you've stabilized your cultivation, consume them." He was not worried about the safety of Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. One was a godly rat, and the other was a member of the royal ant family. Even if they did not eat the spirit-breaking fruit, they could still become divine gods. It was just a matter of time. "Boy, I can't see through you anymore." At this moment, a voice was heard. Needless to say, it was Pangolin's voice. Pangolin had not left since he left the divine god's relic with Fang Chun. His relationship with Little Mouse and Xiao Huang was getting better and better as time went by. Now, he was even a little reluctant to leave. "Hey, you have become a divine god." Fang Chun was a little surprised to see Pangolin. "I was a divine beast in the divinity grandmaster realm, but I was restricted in the divine god's relic. After I came out, I recovered," Pangolin said. After a brief conversation with Little Mouse and the other 2, Fang Chun went back to making swords. This time, Fang Chun spent half a month making swords. Given his speed, it would not take him that long to make 30 supreme-grade swords. But Fang Chun had some understanding of the way of sword during this period, so he was delayed. 30. Fang Chun grinned. He enjoyed the process of making swords very much. Every time he made a sword, he would be enlightened. Soon, young Master Hai came and brought the 30 supreme-grade swords back to the Chamber of Relics. The Chamber of Relics was shocked. They immediately put the swords on sale. The effect was immediate. The Chamber of Relics, which had been at a disadvantage before, was now able to fight against the Hanhai armament with the help of these supreme grade swords. If it were not for the fact that there was only one supreme grade divine weapon, the Chamber of Relics would have completely suppressed the Hanhai armament. Time flew by. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 6 months, Fang Chen had been stuck in the true God realm and could not make a breakthrough. He was not in a hurry. This kind of thing could not be rushed. After Star and Moon, Little Mouse, and Xiao Huang had both reached the Divine Lord realm. In this way, including Pangolin, Fang Chen had 4 Divine Lord realm experts on his side. This was considered a sizable force. Fang Chen already had a preliminary plan in mind. With his help, the sales of a Chamber of Relics kept on increasing. On the other hand, the business of the Hanhai armament plummeted.